Hello. How are you? I can't hear you. What's going on?
Called a meeting of all the leaders of the Southeast and said, this is what Nnamdi Kanu said, that he is not part of this. Yet, every Monday, what happens is this. A few miscreants, and I use the word advisedly, come out, shoot and kill one or two people, and run away, and video it and send across the whole of the Southeast, and everybody is now scared. The governors we met, all of us in the National Assembly we have met, everybody has condemned it. I need the Senate to know that there is no one in the Southeast except the criminals who support this sit-at-home. Their modus operandi is simple. It's just terror. I have called the market leaders in Abia, and I said, you can't continue to stay away. And they told me that the people have threatened to burn their markets at night if they don't stay away. So this is beyond the citizenry coming out to just say, we don't accept it. Because what they have done is to use terror tactics to intimidate a whole region. And we have had meetings with the DSS, and all that the DSS has told us is, listen, these are just a few people. They will come out in one road, they will find somebody just driving along on his way to doing anything, shoot him, and then they will say it is because of sit at home. Take his car away, go and keep it in their den, and later go and sell it. So these are nothing but criminals. So I support this motion, and especially the matter concerning someone who is a dual citizen of Nigeria and Finland, staying in Finland, giving orders, and in fact, giving, I will say, orders that you don't understand why people should accept it here. But then, criminals will always find a reason to do what they want to do. I have also had interactions with the Finnish embassy, and in fact, the United Nations head in Nigeria, who is from Finland. And what she told me was, it is a government-to-government interaction that will lead to a resolution of this, because as a citizen of Finland, that he has a right to express his opinion. But I can tell you, my dear colleagues, each and every one of us has suffered greatly from what is happening in the Southeast. They attacked Senator Carl when he was doing campaign. They attacked me. There's nobody they have not tried to intimidate. But we cannot be intimidated because we are in a country that has rule of law. And so I support this motion in its entirety. And when the time comes for the prayers, if there's anything I will add, we will. But we want to urge our colleagues and the rest of Nigeria to see this matter not just as a Southeast matter, but as a matter for Nigeria. I so submit.
ladies and gentlemen of the press, and good evening to everyone listening out there. My name is Aloy Ejimako. I'm a legal practitioner and special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu and the indigenous people of Biafra, which are the subject matters of this press briefing and public announcement today in Enugu State, Eastern Nigeria. The press briefing is in the form of a public announcement, as I stated before. I have reduced it in writing on my letterhead because of the sensitive nature of the message it bears. And the press briefing and the public announcement is going to be exactly to the script. So now, therefore, I'll read from the script I have prepared, so I'll stay within context. This is a public announcement stroke press statement issued by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through my humble self, Aloy Ejimako, his special counsel, and is issued to the general public and all media institutions. The subject matter of this public announcement is that by direct order, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu hereby ends once and for all and finally all sit-at-home, including the Monday sit-at-home and any other proposed sit-at-home presently in process. This public announcement, as written, bears.
Good afternoon, fellow Biafran. Today is the 24th day of July 2023. I have just watched a very disturbing video of the governor of Enugu State, the illegitimate governor of Enugu State, ordering people to go and seal Biafran's shop in Enugu. And I saw the video and I couldn't stand it. So on this note, I am mandating every Biafran in Enugu State to identify those who were sealing the shops of Biafrans in Enugu, and at the same time identify the office they came from, because I can see the inscription on their jacket. I want this information to be made public. We are going to seal their homes, we are going to seal their office, we are going to also make sure that Biafrans carry a heavy crusade on those locations.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time
to
to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. So he's a criminal. Is it fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Ya akanta shi dobido din nan ko dobido to an ce waƙan ma saɓani ake wai shin shi yayi ta ko ba shi yayi ta ba yawa kenan ainihin waƙan shi dobido ba shi yayi ba wanda ya waƙa to shi wanda ya waƙar musulmi ne ba musulmi ba ne ko yawa to abin
and then Senator Mustafa has seconded that the poor should breathe. Those who are in support of the additional prayer that the poor should be allowed to breathe, say aye. And those who are against say nay. The ayes have it, the poor must be allowed to breathe.
Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo, and today is Saturday, July 29th, 2023. We have a very busy day, and I thank everybody who has joined. We are going to go straight and bring people in, and we begin the conversation. Our studio is full, and we will get people in and then go ahead. Thank you all. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Chike, welcome to the show. James, welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning.
Yeah. Good afternoon from the Gambia.
Yeah, Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, sir.
Maxi, welcome to the show. Ify, welcome to the show. Chinonyem, welcome to the show. All right. Today we are going to skip where we ask you to help us to produce the show, which is stories we might miss. There are so many stories that we're going to get to. I don't know if we have enough time. So I think we might just go through some of the ones I listed on my alert to people. So we have this situation with sit at home with Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. Nnamdi Kanu issued a statement through his lawyer, which Simon declared as fake, and that the sit at home will continue. So that's the first and the least story that we have. We also have the ministers, the list of ministers that Tinubu announced or sent to the Senate. This is the first batch, and we know that there are already controversies about some of the ministers. Some are already in certificate scandal. Some of them have been barred from taking up public offices. So we're going to talk about that. Down the road, we are also going to talk about the coup in Niger, Republic of Niger, which has impact on the rest of West Africa, including Nigeria. We are going to touch on that. In the House of Rep, we are hearing about people who been appointed to positions like chairmen of different committees, and we saw that some of them are children of people like James Ibori and several others. So we're going to talk about what is going on there at the National Assembly and so many others. There's so many stories, but let's just start with the situation in the Southeast with Nnamdi Kanu and Simon. We have to say that we invited Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer to be on this show today. He might still join, but I haven't heard from him in the last few hours. So we see. I'm not sure if he comes in, we will let him speak with us. All right, let me start with Paul. Paul, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Doctor, there's so many things to say, but like you said, the Simon Ekpa issues has been a problem for a very long time, and I still don't understand what they're doing with it. This is just one simple example that we can use in so many facets of our economy. When I mean economy, I'm talking about Nigeria now. Government don't know how to cut deals. You understand? Simon Ekpa is coming out, he's talking all these things. He's not talking in parables. He's speaking English and every other thing. Is that not enough for you to find how to talk to the Finnish government? You know, the government should know how to cut deals and every other thing. But we don't know how to cut deals. That's why the way he will present his case to the Finnish government, even look like they're taking side on him. You understand? Probably he must have been giving them videos, what people from the so-called Biafran land are going through. So to some extent, they'll take side because governments don't know how to cut deals. Governments don't understand the word called precedent, how to manage precedent that anything you do today will use against you dearly for tomorrow. See the DSS thing with Emefiele and the likes. These are all the problems when government don't know how to manage themselves. Government just feel that they are lion every time. They have all the immunity to rob, to bite, to do whatever they want to do. And this is what they are getting for it. The innocent people of that land is going through pain. That's my take for now.
All right, thank you. Mr. James.
Yes, for me, I'm badly worried over what is happening in Niger because of the unintended consequences it will have in Nigeria. I just hope that Mr. Tinubu will not opt for the military solution to the crisis. Because if Nigeria dare send their troops to restore the ousted president, it's going to be an unmitigated disaster for Nigeria, because that is where the terrorists in Nigeria are recruited. Most of them are recruited from Niger, despite the fact that the U.S. military is based there. The French military, they're also based there. Then the Nigerian, they have their own military there as well. They are still able to recruit these boys from Niger or other places passing through Niger into Nigeria. So if we take a war to Niger to fight the terrorists in their own headquarters, it's going to be a mitigated disaster. Don't mind the foreign troops that are there. They are there for nefarious purposes, like mining of uranium in Niger, protecting their interests. That is why they are there, not to protect, guarantee the security of Niger. And if we link it with this Simon Ekpa's problem, should there be any problem between Niger and Nigeria militarily, Eastern Nigeria, I cannot predict what will happen. So that could be the beginning of the disintegration or final disintegration of Nigeria. The government cannot handle it, but intellectually as well, we do not have the capability to handle this problem for one reason. All sectors.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish up.
All sectors of Nigerian society today have been bastardized. The judiciary, you have a lot of senior advocates of Nigeria, which are called senior advocate of nuisance. The military has been infiltrated by sons and daughters of senators and what have you. They don't know what they are doing. The banking sector is bastardized. There's no sector in Nigeria, even academics. There are so many wishy-washy professors whom I doubt can even spell their names correctly. So we don't have the mental capability to handle these problems. So Mr. Tinubu should be advised not to opt for a military solution to the problems in Niger. Thank you.
All right, Mr. James, thank you. Let's concentrate on one topic after the other, then we will get to all the topics. So right now we're talking about Nnamdi Kanu's situation and Simon Ekpa and what happens in the Southeast from tomorrow, which is...
Okay. Let me join you on YouTube. When you start the issue on Niger, I come on board.
All right. Thank you.
Right.
Chike, welcome to the show.
Okay, Nnamdi Kanu. If any of us believe that the situation will anytime soon, I have a brief to tell you. Nnamdi Kanu recruited Simon very carefully. Simon has a skill. Nnamdi needed and recruited and moved him up. If Nnamdi is outside and say someone else is in prison, Nnamdi will be doing exactly what Simon Ekpa is doing. Nnamdi wrote a statement, he said he's fake. He's fake. Because everything that comes out of Nigeria is fake. So who do you, the criminals that they armed are looking for excuse to continue what they are doing? Or saying that Nigerian government will talk to Finnish government. We have an illegitimate government. Even the coup plotters in Niger say they're not going to listen to an illegitimate government. South Africa made a broadcast saying that what he said is wrong, but it's illegitimate. That ECOWAS doesn't have a leader. So where do you start? We don't have a government that can negotiate with Finnish government. And we have a situation that is uncontrollable. No matter what Nnamdi Kanu says, whether he come on TV and say it will be, he will say it is illegitimate, that is not true. And the criminals, they are very armed. Before they arm the criminals, they were warned, if you arm them, it will be like Libya and Somalia. Once you arm people, the people you arm are the leaders, period. You say where you don't have any arms to defend yourself.
So Chike, yes. do you believe that the letter was written by Nnamdi Kanu?
It's written by Nnamdi Kanu, but that's not. I don't know how else to put it. The person the letter is directed to know what he needs to say to make the letter useless. All he needs to say is that the letter is fraud, like anything in Nigeria.
All right, thank you.
The criminals, if defend, they will continue doing what they're doing.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Femi. Femi, you're next.
It just, for me, continues to be laughable that someone would sit comfortably in Finland and continue to. I still understand who made this guy prime minister. I don't know whether somewhere in his head there was an election that was held, but it's not only annoying but also despicable that he continues to do this, whatever he's doing, and especially when you consider the fact that even his response, as tame and as inconsiderate as it is. And I do understand that it's possible the DSS to do certain things in Nigeria as a nation, but does he even need to take the DSS for this man to sit down and just be a lot more reasonable? Because what you're actually doing is not only destroying the economy of the East, for example, but this is people's livelihood. Some people are dying for no reason other than, I mean, basically, if he truly thinks it's serious, it might as well just come back to Nigeria. I mean, that's my submission for now.
All right, thank you. Maxi, you're next.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and good evening from the beautiful city of Bolagatanga in the upper eastern part of Ghana. Ekene, good evening, my brother.
Onyuku, good evening, sir. Welcome. Thank you.
You see, yes, sir. I would like to speak on Mazi Simon Ekpa. I think there is no law in Nigeria that forbids people from sitting at home. And like I said here before, there are criminal non-state actors that are doing what they are doing to incriminate Mazi Simon Ekpa. There are people in that part of Nigeria that are carrying out these atrocious deeds. I gave you an example, Dr. Damages, the other time. I don't know whether you got the video I sent to you. No. Nigerian government themselves facilitated the Liberian Peace Council in Liberia, headed by George Bola, in order to quell and to attack Charles Gangi Taylor. They equipped the soldiers, the rebels, LPC, Liberian Peace Council. They did it in Liberia. I witnessed it. I was in a place they call Grand-Bassa County when I was redeployed from Monrovia City to Grand-Bassa County, Buchanan. I know those places. I speak the language there. I learn it. What makes you think that they will not do the same thing in Southeast or any other place in Nigeria? For those of us that had the opportunity to be within the interrogation department in Nigeria, DMI, I would tell you that most of these things that are coming out might not come from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made it clear that it is either Biafra or death. That is what he said. Release him. The court has said, release this man, discharged. Overnight, they twist and change all the judges, which now facilitated the stay of execution that made that man to be kept there today. The Nigerian government themselves are the people that are brewing and feeding this python that is happening in Southeast. I say it and I will continue to say it. Mazi Simon Ekpa is just a victim of circumstance. That is what I say. The governor of Enugu State came out and started locking people's shop in that place, provoking the people more. There are protests for and against it. There is no law in Nigeria that warrants an executive governor to begin to lock people's shops. To the extent 3 people were slaughtered, killed, pied, forgive my word. 3 people were pied. You did not set up those businesses for them. You did not give them anything. You didn't give them any resources to start those businesses. And you went in there and began to... The only person in that Nigerian sector from the security architecture that I respect so much is the commissioner of police that told them openly that they don't have right. That they don't have right to pull people or force people to come, to do their business during the sit at home. That the only thing they can do is to protect those that want to come. Look at the people that protested that day. They said they don't want him. And we are not talking about this. Every day we criticize Mazi Simon Ekpa. We criticize, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whom the court has issued to be released. They said, release him. Why are you keeping him there? You are brewing, you are feeding the pythons that are now coming out. The criminalities that is going on in Southeast, I am not happy. I'm not happy about it. But release this man. Simon said, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released today, sit at home will stop. The man is kept there because you flagrantly abuse court orders. Look at what the DSS did. The day the DSS took Emefiele to court, and the court rules, Emefiele no longer belongs to DSS. But we abuse it. The world is watching you. And we feel that it's normal. Nigeria is a failed state, and Nigeria is on the path of self-destruct. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. There's someone that mentioned something I wanted to draw attention to. He said on the comment section, because we want to make sure they are part of this. he wrote that Dr. Damages and the media are the ones making Simon Ekpa's head to swell up, something like that. I want to play a video just for him before we continue.
Please, they sit at home on Monday, and then the civil servants that work in government house obey the sit at home, and government shut down on Mondays. It means the real governor of Southeast is Simon Ekpa, ruling the Southeast from Finland.
The Senate president essentially saying that Nnamdi Kanu is in control of the South. I'm sorry, Simon Ekpa is in control of the Southeast, not the media. So it's important that people think that by not addressing issues, somehow it will be solved by keeping quiet. Nobody these days, and I said this on this platform many times, these days you don't need anybody, you don't need the media to be relevant. You can start your own media, you can publish what you want, and people will listen to you. So those who think by, especially there are some Igbo people, especially who they think that somehow we don't do anything and these problems will be solved by keeping quiet. You know, it will solve the problem. It's not. You have to talk about it, and that's why we're having the conversation. We are also inviting people to be part of this conversation. All right, let me go to you, Ify. You're next.
Good morning, everyone.
Go ahead, Ify.
Hey, Maxi, I think you said everything, honestly. You read my mind. I even went into MFLA. I don't know why this is so difficult to do. Let this man go. It's just as very simple and short. Stop prolonging this and stop threatening people. Why can't you let him go? And let's see if this is gonna stop. And this is what everybody's is talking about. Like I told you the other time, when you talk to people back home, they will tell you once they release Nnamdi Kanu, we'll start going back to market on Mondays. So why is it so difficult? Why we keep on talking about this every week? And you are trying to force people to open their shops. It's their right, just like he said. For example, I was talking to somebody and they said they are using Mondays now to even go to funerals since it's sit at home, they're not doing anything. People put in something to do on Mondays. So if they close their door, their businesses, you're going to shut it down because you're a governor. Who gave you the power? Who gave you the authority to do that? It's only in Nigeria, or rather, it's only in Africa that somebody will wake up one day and make laws just to intimidate the citizens. Why can't all the 5 Eastern governors come together, march the Aso Rock, and tell them, let this man go, so that we will resume our normal lives every day? Why is this so difficult? Why are they making it look as if this man did anything nobody has ever done? Simon Ekpa told you people the same thing, let this man go. You people are talking about the letter. I don't know anything about the letter. I heard about it. But if you feel that that letter is legitimate, why can't you let Nnamdi Kanu have a live speech, address the people of the Biafrans? Give him that opportunity to speak to the Igbos. You don't want to do that. I don't think anything is going to come out of it. Come sun, come rain, until they let this man go. But finally, you're talking about really people going back. What security do you have in place for them? What measures? I saw the governor of Enugu State with securities walking around him. So who's going to protect these people if they try to open their shops? Where is our human conscience? We don't even have senses anymore. He's only in power barely 2 days, just 2 months, and he's acting like a dog. This is going to tell you what's going to happen in the next 8 years to come. In this country called Nigeria, we are very, very far. Nnamdi Kanu, until they let this man go, there will never be peace in the Southeast. I did not say that, but the people of the Igbo said that. Let this man go and let him go. Period. It's very simple. Let him go today. Mondays, people will go to market. I don't know why it's difficult. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Chi Nonyerem, you're next. Unmute yourself, Chi Nonyerem.
Okay. Greetings, panelists.
Nice to have you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Damadamaji. I've been here a few times now. I've been working just for Damage Show since 2016, and I'm doing it on your state, Nigeria. Initially, I was among those who were strongly committing that Biafra could come. But with the way it's going now, believe me, I don't really like the way it's going. The way it's going now is just a no-no for me. You can't be terrorizing the same people that we want to take Biafra for. So, and on a second thought, I think if actually Simon Ekpa is not responsible for what is happening in the southeast, that is the insecurity, then he should know that we, the Biafrans, since some criminal elements have hijacked his activities, why not relax? Why not have a thought? Why not calm down and then take another step? Why not withdraw from this particular seat at home, since criminal elements have hijacked it? Why not look for some other means? This is where I'm coming from. This is how I see it. This is what I'm thinking about. Since we are claiming innocence of the fact that people are being terrorized in the southeast, why not take another approach? Is this the best possible approach? Since it has been hijacked, let's see who is responsible for this, and why not pick them out? Like, it's crazy here. Seriously, people are afraid to move out there. People are just afraid to move out there. It's not just the southeast currently is very insecure. Leaving your house is just on a Monday or any day that is said to be a sit-at-home day. It's just difficult for people to leave your house, because leaving your house is just like putting your life on a 50-50 between death and being alive. So people are just afraid because you don't know where you will meet these miscreants. You may say, it's not in my village today, and everybody is afraid because you don't know if it's the day you go out that they will eventually come to your place. So everybody is just afraid. Since Simon Ekpa is claiming that he's another approach, this is just my personal.
Thank you, Chino.
I can hear you. You wanted to...
So I wanted to ask you, what do you want to see happen? Because all the other people here, most of them are abroad, and you are there, right there. What do you want to see happen? What do you want Simon to do?
I think right now, since some criminal elements have hijacked his activities, like, why not stop for a while? Why not stop? Yes, I understand his few intentions, but your activities have been hijacked. People are dying. Why not stop?
All right.
You can't want Biafra and Biafrans are dying because no. People are dying. These people dying. They are people's loved ones. They are people's parents. They are people's brothers. So why not take another approach?
Nyorem, stay with us, okay? I want you to listen to other people, and then you weigh in again, because I really want to hear your viewpoint. You are right there on the ground, and you know what's happening, how it is for you. Because all the other people probably are talking from far, So stay with us. I'll come back to you. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudy, for having me. My question to you, Rudy, I know you are from the East. Is the sit-at-home order came after Nnamdi was arrested, or it has been going on since the Biafra issue? Or, the simple term, what brought about sit-at-home?
I don't know the sequence. Maybe someone like Enugu will remember exactly, but I know that it wasn't. It has been going on even before his arrest, but it's a different kind of sit-at-home. But let's see, Maxi. Okay, go ahead, Maxi. Go ahead.
You see, before Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, when he was still broadcasting from the United Kingdom, he said there will be a total shutdown of Southeast. if they refuse to do the needful. And when, unfortunately, he was kidnapped and renditioned to Nigeria, Simon Ekpa picked it up. And they were sitting at home on Mondays, or any time when Nnamdi Kanu appears in court. As the thing was rigmaroling, going from left, right, and center, there was nobody that can. They said, okay, in as much as if they come outside to protest, they will be shot. Then they will be sitting at home. They did it, I think, the first 2 days. Then they hold on. They did it again and again. And now it keeps progressing. The reason why this thing is progressing is because Nnamdi Kanu has been asked to go. It is a kind of protest by the people. It's their civic disobedient attitude. That is what I see. If the court, the second most highest court in Nigeria, said, let this man go, no other court of competent jurisdiction should charge or try this man on the same charges. But knowing Nigeria what they are, they kept him there, using state authority, state power. That is the reason why it is going the way it is now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ekene can add some flesh to it if you want to talk.
No. Let's go ahead. When we get to Ekene, there are a lot of people who are waiting inside in the studio and people who are trying to come in. So we'll move people around quickly. Go ahead, Jonathan. Finish up.
Okay. I'll recognize the fact that sit at home from what the Eastern and familiars with the case here are saying, that it's a to release Nnamdi Kanu after the arrest, or what Mazi said, that is an order that Nnamdi was given while he was in UK, that they needful. I don't know what that needful means, whether it's as a Biafra state. It was not specific on needful, but all I understand from the civil basic is that every human being have right to agitate for freedom of themselves and the people that they have pressed on. Nevertheless, I also understand that the sit at home that is affecting the Eastern, that are also using it as a vote to release Nnamdi Kanu. In my own view, as someone who believes in freedom of expression and a free society, is that it's between the rock and the hard place. If these continue to go, the people will continue to suffer it, and mainly the Eastern. And those that believe that somehow the governors or the government have answer to this may not be so, because if it's not, the influence is heavily on the Eastern. They could have used their military might or any other way to protect the people while they command. So it's a failure of both the Eastern and the failure on Nigerian government. And I hope that when people in the civilized society, even American, engage with their worst enemy that they may call maybe Russia or any other country. So for a civil society to be progressive, there should be a dialogue and a compromise whereby the suffering of the people should be limited. But what is going on is a complete failure in my own view, based on what I understand for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Janaba. Let me just let Chike intervene. Chike, what do you have?
Okay, see that term started as a voluntary
right from Owazulike. The only reason it is forced now is because we arm criminals. Criminals were armed as ESN. So sit at home ceased to be voluntary. Before, when sit at home is declared, it halts almost every Nigeria. And every Nigerian feels that Igbos called sit at home. But now, you sit at home in the southeast, criminals enforce. So it's a different type of sit at home. Whether you like it or not, you sit at home. Before, it wasn't that way. And compliance then was almost 100% when it was voluntary. Now we are using arms to enforce it at home. What are we using to enforce it?
All right. Okay, thank you. Let me Janaba, what's going on? Go ahead.
I want to summarize something. So since you say there are people at the backstage, so I can just exit. But to follow up with what the man Chike, with due respect, said, a friend of mine from a very neighboring city here went home. He was a die supporter of the sit at home. But when he went home, I can send it to you. When he saw what is going on in the East, he don't want to be specific, but he's from Imo State. He is not happy. And all this while, me and him have had a several dialogue on the reason for not having a sit at home, or the view or other point we have mentioned, with vice versa. But now that he affected him in person, while he's in Nigeria right now, he even flew to Lagos the other day. He didn't see it that way again. It is easy for us to stay in the Western world or any comfort zone while we speak to those things. But then, when we are in person there, we may have a different approach to it. The selfish nature, or a human selfish nature, is all over in life. But I hope and I pray that there will be a genuine dialogue and open-minded, whereby the people can come together to free their people while they still agitate for their purpose, while everything is on the table. And no woman that is supposed to go to the hospital, or people who struggle on daily basis to feed themselves or to hustle to feed themselves, will be stranded as a result of one man order, which is supposed to be freely. Like Chike said, it should be freely. If I choose to sit at home to protest that what injustice, fighting for Biafra, fighting for injustice of one man locked down or one man in jail, should be a voluntary issue and not something you force any other man, and other people are dying as a result of it, the very people you are trying to protect. That I'm not in support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John Abba. Let me go to, I think, Kene, are you the next? Yeah, okay, let me go to Kene. I know that you were bumped up. Kene, go ahead.
No, I think it should be Dan. After Dan, then I'll be the next.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Dan, before you go on, let me show, for those who are talking about what should be done, this is a tweet from Simon Ekpa, this, I think, today, a few minutes ago, I think, essentially saying that he will not listen to Nnamdi Kanu from DSS, from the hospital, or from Nigeria, that the only condition under which he will listen to what Nnamdi Kanu says, because some people said Nnamdi Kanu should address his followers, that the only condition is for Nnamdi Kanu to come to Finland and then go make a speech or talk from there. So that's the condition that Simon Ekpa is giving as what is needed for him to essentially pull back from the sit at home order that he is giving. All right, let me come to you, Dan. You're next.
Yeah, Doctor. Good afternoon and greetings to everybody in the panel and the show. I want to start my own argument on the ground of, based on the ground of Nigeria is not in a normal situation right now. I can compare it to a wartime. So anything that is happening anywhere, we should understand that things are not going normal. And then I will refer to the Old Testament. When God said, let my people go. If you refuse to let my people go, the Israelites go, I will do a lot of things. There was a lot of plagues. And until God started killing the sons of Pharaoh, that was when they know that things has gotten out of hand before they allowed the Israelites to go. So now let me come down to what we are talking about. Nnamdi Kanu has been released, for God's sake, for crying out sake, for speaking the truth sake. And don't forget, Nnamdi Kanu is a freedom fighter to many people, especially to the Igbos. This guy is a freedom fighter, and not every Nigerian has the power to speak to the powers. You understand? So these guys are free, they are special people. So when you see people telling you they don't agree with what is going on, or because it did not affect their own people, that is why they are saying what they are saying, they should think twice. You understand, Doctor? Nnamdi Kanu has been released constitutionally by the government, by the court, and these guys who never obey the rule of law, who have hijacked Nigerian system as their own, I mean, they have to pay the consequences, like the Egyptians and Pharaoh paid the consequences. God punished them, and until they start,
Dan, how are you punishing them? Are you talking about who is suffering from all this? Is it Tinubu? Is it Buhari? Who is suffering from what's going on in the
Southeast? Government is suffering more because that is why they are complaining. Even though we the Igbos are being killed, but the government are in confusion. If it doesn't affect them, they won't be doing what they are doing. You understand?
What are they doing? How are they confused?
They are confused because people are dying. Innocent people are dying because of their action of not respecting the common rule of law. And that is why they are more into trouble than the innocent people. And let me tell you something. You know, Nigerian system is a Nigerian system. Sometimes all these killings is not even done by the IPOB. They use this type of system. I know Nigeria, Dr. Damages. They can use this, go and commit. Look at the NSACS problem, for example. Let me just refer you to that. The young guys were demonstrating peacefully. Everybody saw it.
Dan, hold on. We don't want to. I want us to move this conversation quickly so that we can get a lot of people involved. You know, the guy from Nigeria, Chin Nonyerem, he said that if this is not working, he was talking about how he feels. I wish he's still here. It's not working for them. That he would prefer that Simon or whoever is supporting should have a different strategy because they are the ones who are suffering. And also remember that the Igbo National Assembly members pushed at the Senate, exactly. They were saying that they pushed there to say this is their position. And when they did that, what did Simon say? Simon now said that they can no longer come to the East, impose a ban on them coming back to the East. So I'm saying, considering all these things, do you think that this is working the way you want it to work?
Doctor, please just give me 2 minutes or a minute. Just a minute. Answer you properly.
Yeah.
I started my argument that we are not living in a normal time. I compare Nigeria's situation today as a war time. People are dying everywhere. So if Simon Ekpa decide that sit at home is the best option for these brothers and sisters in power to think like human beings, then the situation will unfortunately continue like that.
So Dan, hold on. I know you said you needed 1 minute. So are you comfortable as an Igbo person where somebody will decide and say this is what is the right thing, and you are comfortable with that person? No consultant didn't consult you, and you decide that it's okay for you, that somebody somewhere will be deciding for you. Is that what you want?
Let me tell you, Doctor. I gave you some points. Nnamdi Kanu is a freedom fighter for the Igbos who speaks to the power. Don't forget that point. It's very important to hold on that point. It's not everybody that can give order and people will obey. So let's put it at that place. there's trouble among the Igbos, the marginalization, the everything they are doing to us. And somebody have to change it, for God's sake. But like I told you in the Old Testament, when they say, let my people go, let Nnamdi be free. If you refuse to let that guy free after the whole court, the rule of law have freed him, then there must be consequences. And this is why people are not happy, because of the consequences. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You see, that's
Thank
why.
you, Doctor.
Yeah.
I know. I don't even know what to say, because my brother Maxi, my sister Ify, and Dan, they virtually said everything that I had in mind. But as Onyibo, original Onyibo, I will still have something to add. So let me start with what Dr. Damages said about Chukwunenye's submission. Right. Yeah. So what Chukwunenye stated here was that since the current strategy that Simon Ekpa is using isn't working, let him, devise another strategy. He also stated that since the sit at home has been hijacked, right, he should calm down. And I asked, calm down for what? Who hijacked it? Instead of asking Simon Ekpa to calm down, why not ask those people that hijack it and we're killing our people freely to stop killing our people? Why must Simon Ekpa calm down? Now, that is for that. The other question that you asked, John Abbott asked about when sit at home started. I think Maxi did justice to it, but I have a little to add to it. Remember, before Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya, we always have this kind of subtle sit at home. We call it offense ala day, right? And it started when these useless criminal politicians that we have in the Southeast, when they are refusing to say the right thing, but always go to Abuja and be clapping for their masters. Whenever they are coming to the Southeast to campaign or do any manner of electoral campaigns, Nnamdi Kanu will ask our people to sit at home and cook their offense salad. Whenever Buhari was coming to the Southeast, he will ask our people to sit at home, and people were happily doing that. Some of you've seen, I think you must have seen the videos online where they will gather, drink beer, drink pepper soup, eat pepper soup and marry, right? So it wasn't something that started because of the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu. Now, fast forward, when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested and eventually court ordered for his release, but federal government with the attack dog, the DSS, refused to release him, right? Our people go on. Before then, we always come out on the street to protest. And whenever we come to protest, we get killed. They send soldiers to us and they call it Operation Python Dance. When actually where they're supposed to be going for their Python Dance is the Sambisa Forest. But they find it very comfortable to come to the Southeast with the support of our political Southeast politicians. They'll come to the Southeast to, do their Operation Python Dance, kill our people freely the way they like, and nobody questioned them. Now, whenever that happened, Nnamdi Kanu now said, okay, since you come to kill us because we protest, now we're going to be sitting at home as a show of protest. When he got arrested, whenever he's going to the court, our people sit back home in the protest, because when we come out to the courthouse, we get killed. So we resorted to sitting at home whenever he goes to the court, and that keeps on going. Remember, these same politicians, the likes of Ifeanyi Uba, they were playing gamble then, playing hanky-panky. Oh, we are going to adopt political solution. I'm even very, very disappointed with Senator Abaribe. I thought that man had sense. I don't know that he's also one of them, right? The same people that we thought that were speaking for us are now turning against us. Now, seriously, I don't want to be angry today. I will just calm down. Now, this is it. These people, they've been playing games, and thank God, I was happy the day Nnamdi Kanu asked Simon Ekpa, asked Biafrans to follow Simon Ekpa. Nnamdi Kanu also made it very clear that if you think taking his life will put an end to the quest, then you are making a mistake, because there are others worse than him that are going to spring up. And now we are seeing just Simon Ekpa. You don't know about others. Take Simon Ekpa today. You will see there are those that are even worse than Simon Ekpa are going to come up. Instead of sitting back to ask questions, what is really the problem? Can we have this settled peacefully? They won't do that. You see them in the Senate House. Ifanyoba, Osita Izinaso, Abaribe, and Ojuzo Kalo speaking like imbeciles. It was only one Yoruba man that has no business with what was going on in the Southeast. Opeyemi Bamidele, Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, got off at the Senate House and told them the truth. We have two things here. Court has asked you to release Nnamdi Kanu, but as usual, DSS said no, they're not going to release him. Federal government said no, keep him. Our Southeast politicians say no, keep him, don't release him. Now, his people now said, okay, we are going to be sitting at home on Mondays in show of solidarity. And how dare you force them to come out on that same Monday? Now we're talking about freedom here. People have freedom, should have freedom to decide what they want for themselves. The people of Southeast said that on Mondays, they are going to be sitting at home in show of solidarity until you release Nnamdi Kanu. One idiot in Enugu State that called himself Peter Mba, the governor of Enugu State, said, no, you dare not do that. He went and sealed up their shop. Who is now a tyranny? Simon Ekpa or Peter Mba? He sealed their shop. The shop you never subsidized in any way. You've never helped them in their business. The shop, they bought the land, they built the shops, they renting it, they equip their shops, and you are now selling it. What right do you have to do that? Now, people now come out and say, no, you don't do that to us. We have a right to protest. You kill them. You take their lives. Has any of them questioned at that Senate House? Who among them has questioned Peter Mba, the governor of Enugu State, for taking the lives of the young people that were protesting peacefully? So right. you beat a child and you now ask the child not to cry. What kind of nonsense is this? And we are here trying to play games. See, we should stop playing and begin to call these people out.
All right,
releasing Nnamdi Kanu and sit at home will stop. They don't want to do that. How dare them? Who are these people? How many heads do they even have? And we're here calling Simon Ekpa, as if we don't have senses. But I think some of us do. We should be calling these politicians out, please.
Thank you, Kenneth. Igbo Basics, as an elder, Wayne.
Good morning, panelists, and good morning, Dr. Damages. I did not think that I was going to come up today, sit here, and start talking about Simon Ekpa and the Southeast. But before I do that, I'll right away, Kenny, I'd like to put something in straight. Senator Nyene Abaribe stood shorty for Nnamdi Kanu when the Nigerian government held him down. Let's not forget that. Pa Mbazilike Amechi, elder statesman, he went to Muhammadu Buhari and said, release Nnamdi Kanu to me. That was after the court had already okayed that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. The government is complicit in this case, and we should take it for that. Sitting at home and all other kinds of things that has befallen the Southeast, it didn't start today. So let me just line it up in a few ways that I possibly can. Let it be known that Nigerian government has no business holding Nnamdi Kanu since the courts have said that. That is very clear. And we, the Southeasterners, and others who are lovers of the Southeasterners, are saying, let the man go. The problem is this. As Demi Ananyanwu, Radio Mbise, he was broadcasting. And because he was Radio Mbise, they nailed everything down on him, saying he was the cause of. Don't forget where all these things started. Demi Ananyanwu ran out of that country under very some stringent conditions. He's here in the United States. That was before Wazirike. Wazirike has played his own game and falling into the feed the master. Everybody starts out fresh and then goes into a bought soul. When Nnamdi Kanu came up and the masses followed the commands, the Nigerian government narrowed him down. Our people sold him out, his own people. And then he had no business traveling to Kenya. He should have stayed in one place to fortify himself. But he went, and they threw him down, went there, grabbed him, and brought him to Nigeria. Like I think it was Marx or somebody that said, if he's supposed to be a British citizen, let him go. When you look at the case of Nnamdi Kanu, please, let us realize that Nnamdi Kanu was born in 1967, right at the thick of war. So you can imagine whether his mom was carrying him and running through the bushes and stuff like that just to survive. So with all that said and done, what has happened in Enugu State? First, let's realize that it's not just today. The voice of IPOB has been hijacked. And it's been hijacked by the authorities of Nigeria, who know how to play the game. And for Peter Mbah to do what he has done in Enugu, the people have a right to sit at home or not sit at home. Let's not mix issues here. What's happening is this. Simon Ekpa is saying, you don't sit at home for the next 2 weeks and do what and eat what? Come on, let's be sensible.
All right.
Let's be sensible.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to sum it up by saying the government should let Nnamdi Kanu go, just like Pam Bazilika Amechi had requested. The old man is dead now. And if the ghost of the old man, Bazilika Amechi, will pursue them, they need to release him. And by the way, I need to know whether his son was in the ministerial list, because that was one of the arguments that we were having before. I want to yield to KJ because KJ is a little bit more systematic when it comes to a journalistic approach of presenting matters to Nigeria. I am just fed up. But please realize that Igbo, people from the South, particularly the Igbos, are not people, they are not cowards. We are not cowards. We don't fear death. So let this thing stop. Let the government leave us alone so we can at least make our progress.
Okay, thank you. Basic. KJ, no, you're not going first. I'll go to forefathers. I'll come back to you. I'll come to you next. Forefathers, go ahead.
Politics don't enter here.
No. When he came in and when KJ came in, so it's not politics. Go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Rudolph. Greetings to everyone on the panel, and to you, and to the chat and the viewers. This matter for me is resembling the same issue that we always have in Nigeria, where you have the government and non-state actors or non-elected people causing problems in the country, just like they did with ASU last year. You have Ekpa on one side and Nnamdi Kanu on one side that was never elected into any office, that was never given any direct authority, determining the fate of a people, asking people to sit at home. And it's one thing to ask people to sit at home, which you are entitled to do. You have a right to ask people to protest, but you don't have a right to hold them in their home. You don't have the right to intimidate them from coming outside. And so does the state governor not have a right. He has a right to say people should come out freely and protect them from intimidation, but you don't have the right to punish people that stay at home, especially when you are not their employer. You see the state and non-state actors coming together and making people's life a misery in this country. This is the same thing that you see regularly. And most of all this agitation you see in different parts of the country, what is come down to is that they are in a country that is not functional. I've spoken to people that believe in Biafra and asked them, what do you think it will take you to remain in Nigeria? By the time they list all the stuff that they want done, It's not so different from what everybody else is asking for. The South Side is asking for the same thing. The North is asking for the same thing. The Southwest is asking for the same thing. We just want a country that functions. But you see that the people themselves, they don't even recognize when they are being punked. This is what, because when you are if you are looking at Nigeria as an entity, then you start seeing how people are messing the country up. Ekpa is a corporate, Nnamdi Kanu is a corporate, and when people say he hasn't done anything wrong, for crying out loud, are you supposed to blind your own eyes now to what you have seen? If he said some of the things he said about Nigeria, about the UK, he will be in a black site right now, somewhere in the Middle East, or where he will disappear. But in Nigeria, but we just pretend as if we don't see it, and we don't even see when people are punking us. These people are not elected. In 8 months, look at what this in P2B was able to achieve. If Nnamdi Kanu was, and their aspiration was what people are looking for, how is it that P2B was able to achieve that in 8 months? People will be like, nah, I don't care. We don't care about Nigeria. Get away from here. But yet, to tell you that what I was saying about the aspirations of people is true, that's why they embrace P2B so quickly. And these actors that are causing these things, all these people that are supporting them, you need to ask yourself, search your consciences. Are these people doing anything that is going to benefit your nation? They have resulted in the destabilization of your land. Your people have been impoverished. If your people are living like Europeans today, I would have said, okay, fine, they are doing so well. But look at the nature of your environment, and you are still supporting them. Search your consciences. Are you going to do those things in the country you are living in? What you are advocating for Nigerians to accept, the Nigerian state to accept, would you ask the US and the UK to accept it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. KJ, they said you're a journalist, so you have a way of looking at these things. Let me pose this question. I was surprised at the reaction, not really surprised, the reaction to Mba, the governor of Enugu State. People felt, for good reasons, that he shouldn't close their shops because he's not paying for them. This is a private business. And is that not the reverse of the same argument, where people say that, yeah, you can say sit at home and people should decide whether they want to sit at home or not, but you can't force people to sit at home. Is that not the same thing, or am I missing something? So you can put that in your answer, KJ.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and every member of the panel. This topic is one that I like so much because it keeps coming up every now and then. And so what I would say, we have to come in 3 different parts, so to say. When I say 3 different parts, I'm going to come from 3 different angles of answering this question. First and foremost, your last question, Dr. Damages. Yes, it looks the same, but it's not really the same. Now, here, the first time I said here that they sit at home, that the government has hijacked and said to play the best people for the southeast people, was a voluntary thing. People are not being forced. And even if people are being forced, how many are the people that belongs to ESN and IPOB that will be everywhere in Eastern Nigeria, forcing people to sit at home? And I made my own research. I called boys in my community, and I come from a large community.
KJ, hold on. What you just said now, I just want to make sure we clear that. We don't need to go beyond that. Because if you listen to Abaribe on the floors of the Senate, he said, he described how it works, which is simply that all that is needed was for an activity to happen somewhere, in one place, it doesn't matter where, and the video to go around for people to be afraid. It's not about... Yes. That's what
I see, just like Kene, I hold Abaribe to a very high esteem. I was a bit disappointed by his submission in the Senate. And please give me some, maybe more time that you usually are allowed, because I have certain things I want to lay out here.
Okay.
Now, which is easier? Which is easier for the southeastern representatives to gather and go to the Senate or go to the president and demand that Nnamdi Kanu is released? Is that not the lowest of the fruits that is hanging in the east? Remember, I want to touch people's attention that when Jonathan was in government, Buhari and the northern elders, led by the southerner of Sokoto, I'm calling names, went to Jonathan and say, a war against Boko Haram is a war against the North. These are our children. You are killing them. Remember, there was a petition written against Jonathan to the UN that is a genocide. And Ehejirika, who then was the chief of army staff, was carrying out a revenge, revenge of what was done to the east through this Boko Haram, and therefore it must be stopped. Remember that they gave Jonathan an ultimatum: it's either he changes the chief of army staff or they will not vote for him. A reason why Ehejirika left office at the time he left, even without completing his tenure. I want you to draw your attention to certain things. People like Buhari were selected to speak on behalf of Boko Haram. They were holding meetings in the federal government. Nobody ever tagged them terrorists. Nobody ever fought them. Nobody ever said anything against them. But look at what is going on in the East. And you asked a very pertinent question earlier on concerning the Igbo leaders. If things wouldn't have done differently. I want to ask you, have things been done differently since the federal government imposed Hope on the people of Imo State? Have they done anything differently? I want to also ask those people who have been saying that, the approach Nnamdi Kanu is using is totally wrong. Since Nnamdi Kanu have been held 2 years now, has any of them brought up a step? The intellectuals in Igbo land who have been saying, oh, Nnamdi Kanu is too crude, the way he uses language, we don't like what his approach. Have they presented any meaningful front? Any meaningful front to the federal government concerning the plight of the Igbos? And I want to come to forefather. He keep making that assertion. That assertion he's making is very wrong. I love his presentation, but you see, the way he's going, he's being blindsided, okay, by what is going on in the East. Okay, you can say all you want to say. The Igbos are marginalized, whether we like to accept that or not. We all went to school. You know how much you scored to get into federal schools. You all know what happens to you when you go to ask for federal appointments. Okay, I have a sister who works in the presidency. All the time that Buhari was in the office, they never gave her one job for 8 years. She comes to the office and goes, all because she's what? She's Igbo. Okay, she is a principal officer in the presidency. So when you talk about marginalization, are we supposed to be coming here talking about it? But let's dial that out and go back to the issue on ground right now, which is the issue of, look, I have said it on many occasions. I'm not a fan of what's his name, Simon Ekpa. I've never liked his approach. In fact, I think he's not even intellectual enough to be able to engage my attention. But that's my opinion. Okay, I can't do what he's doing, and I keep saying it here. I cannot do what he's doing. So to that, I defer to him. Okay, his approach is not working, yes, or has not been working, or has been hijacked. The question I want to ask the Eastern governors who have said that, and the Eastern elected position who have said that is, have you, since Asarido was sat in the presidency and said he is a partaker of the killings or the actions in the East, okay, have they, any of them, called him or gone to the federal government and present a front, say, look, oh, we heard this man saying he has people in this taking action in all the 5 states of the East. We want him to be interrogated. We want to, the DSS to go in there and find out why. Nobody. Look, I want to put it again. All of them are saying what they are saying because they are losing. They are losing money. The federal government is losing money in the East. The politicians are losing money in the East. They are losing revenue. That is why they are running helter-skelter to get the system to work again. Remember, it's not only them collecting tax from the Igbos. The police is collecting. The army is collecting. What do you call them now? Immigration and export. Road safety. All of them have checkpoints in the East that make millions from Igbos every blessed day. Their checkpoint, the last time we counted checkpoints, there are over 80,000 checkpoints in the East. Okay? And then what? Money is given out. Over 8,000, sorry, over 8,000 checkpoints. Over 8,000 checkpoints in the 5 eastern states. But you can travel the whole of the north, you don't see one checkpoint. Okay? And each of those checkpoints, you must drop money, except you are coming from Abuja and they know that you have a position that can implicate them. Even like that, they will still tell you, okay, what do you have for your boys? Where are your boys? They were just here to help you. And I'm not going there. Rudolph and every other member of the panel, what I want to understand is this. There is a deliberate attempt to keep the Igbo land the way it is. Somebody asked the question, and that's forefather. I keep saying whatever the Igbos are asking is not. It's also exactly what other people of Nigeria are asking. It may be true, you see, but you do not use your own position to stop my own development. If what is going on in Nigeria is good for you, it's okay. What is not good for me, because I think I can achieve more. In America, they have what they call the gifted schools, where if you are too bright, too over brighter than your mates, they will take you to one college where all of you gather and show yourself there. Why those who can go at their level are gathered and put in the next school? Nobody is discriminated against. You progress at your own level. The Igbos are simply saying, look, we have been on this route for too long. Let us move to another level. Who will say you like what is going on in Nigeria? Who will say so? Who is there anybody who honestly will say, I like what is going on? Okay? Nobody. And let me tell you something. You see, I said here many months ago, there's a disconnect between the Igbo people, the citizens of the East, and their so-called political leaders, because they are not our leaders. We know our leaders. We know people like Obichoki somewhere in the. We know our leaders, those who can speak and the Igbo to listen. We know them. Okay? And then, okay, if it's so important for Ifan Yoba.
KJ, hold on. Why are those people leaders? Why are they not speaking?
Sorry?
The leaders you said that we know, why are they not speaking?
Majority of them are speaking behind the scene. That's one. Two, majority of them also don't think that they will get the needed support. Okay? Because here's what happens. You come out and you are branded. If you're a journalist and you talk so much about IPOB, you become a journalist, you become an IPOB journalist, you become an IPOB reporter, you become an IPOB lawyer. That's always been there. So if you don't want to be branded, okay, so I can still be passing on the road freely, you just keep quiet and be looking. But let's face the fact. My brother, the truth of the matter remains. Those who say that the Igbos, the people killing people are IPOB and ESN is not true. I said that again and I said that again. They know the people they are using to cause confusion in the East. Which one is easier? If you tell me you want to find a lasting peace in the East, and the majority of the people, let me not say all of the people, the majority of the people are saying Nnamdi Kanu is the answer. What does it take you to say, okay, you go? Let us see whether things are going to change. What does it take you? What is the fear about Nnamdi Kanu, who does not have a gun, does not have a troop, does not have anything apart from the words I've been speaking? And for I keep saying this thing. Look, let me tell you something. If Nnamdi Kanu was in Britain, I said that about Britain will still remain the way it is, because I know other people who have also been rebels or leaders or in England and all around the world who have been living free of charge in their locations. Again, I want to say this. Britain is not the same thing with Nigeria. Nobody will do what is being done now in Britain. And that is why you can't use Nigeria and Britain to compare. It's like comparing orange and apple. They're not the same. They're not the same. Thanks.
Thank you, KJ. I will let Fathers respond to him, and then we'll go to Henry. Fathers, 1 minute.
Yeah, he mentioned education, but it didn't seem to stop this brilliant young lady from the Southeast from dominating the JAM result in June. And you forget that many parts of the country are having almost similar problems. They are marginalized. The North is undeveloped. CM came here the other day and made a cogent argument to argue that the Southeast is actually more developed than the Southwest. So some of all these things we talk about, you begin to wonder, how is it that you can't recognize that this is just a way of doing the same thing most Nigerians are doing? We are all crying for a better nation. If you look at what's going on in the South, their whole environment is completely decimated. They can't even fish. The South is, their lands are not even polluted. But that of the South, they are completely decimated themselves. The oil is coming from their land. They are not, their first flyover was built how many years ago in Bayelsa State? So we act as if we are the only ones marginalized. Flyover. in Bielsa were built up in the 2000s. So how can we just pretend as if we are the only marginalized people in the country? We are all fighting for the same thing. And when you start making it only your own fight, you are actually reducing the power of your argument. Because if you make it a Nigerian fight, you are more likely to succeed.
But forefathers, hold on.
KJ. Others kept quiet because they want to keep quiet. The Southeasterners, we don't want to keep quiet.
Who is speaking?
Nobody is keeping quiet. Nobody is keeping quiet. That is the point. Everybody's complaining, but you seem to be thinking that yours is special.
No, forefathers, KJ made it very clear here. He said, if you're okay with your own pace of development.
Okay, yeah.
Who says they are okay? That's why you had Asare Dokubo, you had all those fights that was going on in the South. The North, you see the death toll in the North. What is going on right now? Those people are not happy with their lot. They are killing each other over cows. They're killing each other over grass. That's how bad things are for them too. And you can't even empathize with your own fellow Nigerians to see it. And you smile about it. You know what is happening. We are all poorer for it. And that is, people like you should be sidelined, because this country cannot carry on suffering the stuff people are inflicting on the nation. You are just as bad as the bad leaders that are actually suppressing the nation. I said it before. You have to have both sides. You have to have non-state actors and state actors destroying the nation. That's how the educational system was destroyed using ASU and the federal government. The same thing is happening with all these non-state actors pretending as if they are fighting for the people while the government is working with them to keep our country underdeveloped. You people are not helping anybody. The only way you can change stuff is when you fight the whole country come together and fight for the same thing. Not this thing that you can act as if you are the only one.
I'm surprised you mentioned Asari Dokubo as a crusader. It's a big surprise,
he was
right?
against Nigeria before now. He was against Nigeria before.
So what happened now?
Because he was released because of amnesty. He changed his approach to doing things.
Oh, he changed his approach and then begin to brandish weapon against the people of Southeast, right?
If you can give me 1 minute, this
is exactly what I'm complaining about. Non-state actors and state actors working together, and we are stuck in the middle. Instead of it to recognize for what it truly is, so we can solve the problem, you make it only a Southeastern problem. You are making it small when it's way bigger than that.
All right, hold on, guys. So we have about hold on, everybody. We have about 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, maybe 40 minutes. And I want to get more people, more voices in this conversation, so that it won't be just the people who are here. Everybody's voice is valid. I really appreciate that. But I want to get more people involved, which will mean that we have to get people who have said something out so that we can get more people to join us. There are a lot of people who are writing me, there's no space for them to come in. So I will just give KJ 1 minute to respond, and then we move on.
And after that I'll go out.
Yeah, go ahead, KJ.
After that I'll go out so you can get other people in. Okay, like I said earlier, listen, the position of the Igbos remain very clear. We are not against you agitating on your own right. Ebe beru ugwe beru, that's an Igbo philosophy in life. Let the vulture perch, let the hawk also perch. Look, how long shall we continue to tell this sad story over and over and over and over? We are simply saying that how we are is not good enough for us. And anybody can do their own agitation. For instance, you know there's a cutoff mark in Nigeria. So even if we had all the people scoring the maximum points, they will still not have enough place to place them in the universities, federal universities, because of cutoff marks. I don't want to go into that because that's a little bit trivial. The one that is more important to us as Igbo people, one, is the fact that our region has been militarized. It has been militarized for long, and it's a deliberate policy. Okay? We're in a location where you have over 8,000 checkpoints for 5 states. Every day, people are milking for your people. Is that something you want to encourage? Is that somewhere also in Bayelsa? Do they have such maximum numbers of checkpoints in the state? Okay. Now, we're not, in fact, those things are even too trivial for me to argue about. But all I'm trying to say is this. If the Igbo, those who are saying, yes, look, nobody likes anybody to die. And I do not, like I said, if I have Simon's ear, I will say, okay, you know what? Maybe it's time to think out your plans. Okay? But the truth remains, the reason why these things are obeyed is because of the injustice and the bad government. look, sometimes we mistake what is going on in the East. I'm sorry I'm everywhere, but that's how I feel this morning. The development in the East is individuals, is communities. As I'm here now, I'm still paying this. In fact, August meeting, who does not know August meeting in Igbo land, where people go and discuss what they want to do for their community in the next 1 year. I'm still contributing. My wife is going to contribute. My brother's wife is going to contribute. All my cousins who are married to, who have wives, are going to contribute. That is what we use in developing Igbo land. If you go to my place, there's electricity. We put it there. If you go to my place, there's pipe-borne water. We put it there. We have tile road. When you come and you say, oh, and the Igbos are complaining, look at their houses, look at their road. We put it there. We put it there. It's not so with other places. So let's not mistake the development in the East as the same thing what happens in the other parts of Nigeria. I was not holding anybody accountable. I'm simply saying it is time for us to move forward. We can't tell the same story to our children over and over and over and over again. We can't. I mean, right. I don't want to go into other topic, but later on I'll come into that. Thank you so much. I will go to the backstage. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank
you. Doctor, I think it's my turn, so I also give my own submission, then leave.
No, I want to hear from electricity. He hasn't said anything. Oh, okay. I kept you Paul because I know I want you to say something before you leave, but go ahead.
Are you?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Yesterday broadcast, Madam Nelly asked a question for those who were on the show yesterday. And that question has been playing in my mind. Even when I was in McDonald's this morning in the toilet, it was still, I tried to run a demonstration, to be honest. And I discussed this question with Dr. Damage, that what she asked the question, what is that one thing that is dividing us? That's a very, very strong question. And I spoke to a few people, including a very known lawyer in Nigeria, and he tried to educate me. Now, if he made a valid point, what are the 5 governors in the eastern part and the legislators are doing? Why couldn't they have gone to sue the federal government in respect to Nnamdi Kanu? Now, let me help you Igbos here, if my help will be accepted, please. I believe the 5 regions are classed as Biafra. Correct me if I am wrong, please.
You're wrong.
Go ahead.
That's why I say correct me.
We can move fast.
No, you're wrong.
Just go ahead and present your point.
Should I correct you on that?
Go ahead. That's why I said correct me if I am wrong.
The 5 states of the eastern region isn't the only state where Biafra ends. Biafra, exceed those 5 states.
Okay.
So we have more.
Okay, let me just generalize it. The states that comprise, that makes up Biafra, okay? You can mark your region, mark those states, set up your military as it is right now, print your currency, and tell the federal government, this is now our nation. Don't come here again. I think that will help you guys a lot. Because as far as I'm concerned, the noise is too much. Because I asked Jude yesterday here. When Jude was
trying to do that.
Can I, if you interject me again, I am going to say something you don't like, please. With due respect.
I thought you were asking me a question.
I did not ask you a question. I've asked the question has gone. Please,
okay. Don't worry.
All right.
I'll answer you later.
I've said that on this show. If you ever do anything, I'm going to come to you straight. So don't do that, please. Now, I spoke with Jude yesterday when Jude was talking about the Igbos and blah, blah, blah. And I asked Jude a question. I said, Jude. Well, no, it wasn't Jude. It was Biafra man. I said, has any of your legislators raised a motion
Never not take light.
All right. Okay.
No, because he said he will come for me whenever I interject him. So I'm waiting for him.
So let me just give my own assertion then leave since
please 1 minute. I want to get to a lot of people who are here to say something.
So doctor, you have to give me 2 to 3 minutes, please.
No. Okay, go ahead quickly.
So that I will leave. So first of all, I want to say something. Where I come from my father's side, the popular DSC, Delta Steel Company, I can't even say it's my town. I'll say it's my village. You understand? And they are fighting there. The Urobos and the Jaw. Soldiers is everywhere. It has been there for a very long time and it's there. But why I'm saying this issue that electricity asks, and it's been in my mind because we tend to bring this marginalization from the southeast. Then I want to quote Ekene. If you talk about the Igbo people, according to the way they put it, they have several federal universities. They have federal government present. The Igbo people have 3 refineries out of the 4 refineries we have in Nigeria. They have 3. 1 is in Delta, 2 is in River State. They have federal universities scattered in so many of these states. They have federal government present. Why are they talking about marginalization? They've been vice president. They've been president. They just left presidency just 2015 year by Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Where is the marginalization that they are talking about? They've built everything. They've given them 13% derivation. They've given them the NDDC money and every other thing. Where is this marginalization that they are talking about? I don't understand. Tell me federal universities, so the people who speak that language called Igbo, in terms of the greater region of calling Biafra, you understand? Because there are other small regions that are also attached to make what they call Biafra, like the Urobo people. Is there federal university there? No. There is federal universities in the so-called the part where they speak Igbo. But there's no federal university where the real oil money is coming out of. If there's anybody who should be crying, I should be crying. Because I am the minority, the Igbo, and I understand in our cultures and our tradition, you understand, the last child and the younger child enjoy that food that when father eats, father will always eat and remain for him. We don't get nothing. But the senior who will inherit most of these things, and the one even still crying for more. The senior in the house want to wait for daddy to also eat again, to leave the leftover for him. When me, the younger one, tell me federal universities in Delta State where the oil money is coming from. I can't even find one. Tell me federal universities in Akwa Ibom, how many they've put there. Because all these things, they say all these things and every other thing. We have to stop these things. You understand? Because 1 minute when you say all these places are Biafra, then you must have ruled. Jonathan just became president not so long, just 2015, barely 8 years ago. He was vice president. Barely 16 years ago, he was vice president. So why are you talking all these things? Where is the marginalization? I want to answer these questions. You understand? The doctor talking about the Umbat thing and every other thing. It is funny. This is the height of stupidity. You understand? When people find themselves in government place, there is a reason why they use the English word called non-state actor. You are in charge of the state and you are behaving like a thug. You are behaving like a tout. And everything. That is the height of stupidity. I don't get it. And my Biafran people, when you people talk all these things and you go to Abuja, you ask for federal government present, then you want to talk about Delta, Bayelsa, Edo State, everywhere, including Ondo State, are all Biafran. When they close the door, do you think the other people will speak in your own favor? Ask yourself this question. Do you think the other people will speak in your own favor? Like I asked you directly now, Ekene, what are you crying for? You just become president. 6.5 years. What are you crying for?
Should I answer or wait?
I give my assertion. Don't answer, don't worry. Let other people continue.
Yeah, Dr.
No,
Damage,
you asked me a question. You asked a question, so the question should be answered.
No, leave it. I'm getting fed up of this. I'm just looking at data just now showing me that the first flyover in Bayelsa was built in 2015. This is just ridiculous. I can't even believe
why are you muting me then? Please.
I'm meeting everybody.
No, Forefather is busy speaking. Forefather, as far as I know, you are not the one anchoring this. If you are the one anchoring it, I will leave.
But you are talking right now. You are talking. Who gives you the privilege?
Dr. Damages, can I say my piece and leave so that others will come in, please?
Yeah, hold on. That's what I don't like about people.
Yeah, let me just use a minute or two to
A minute.
Excuse me, I got muted, so I didn't finish my submission.
No,
so,
no, didn't mute you.
I beg your pardon. I had an issue with my network.
Hold on.
My apologies for
we'll
that.
come back to you. We'll come back to you. Can I 1 minute?
Okay. Electricity wanted to help the Igbos, right? And on behalf of the Igbo, I will say that the solution you provide for us, we turn it down. We are not going to accept it because that doesn't make sense to us. So what we have is working for us, and that is what we'll keep, right? Coming to Mr. Paul's assertion, we the Igbos, right? I think Mr. Paul should know the difference between Biafra and Igbos. We are saying that the Igbos are marginalized. We aren't saying that the Biafrans are marginalized. Because going by Mr. Paul, yes, what they call him, Goodluck Jonathan is Biafran. Part of those places he mentioned are Biafrans, are in Biafra. So we are saying that the Igbo-speaking part of the Biafrans are marginalized. That is what we are concentrating. So know the difference between these two, right? So for whomever that is providing solution, for the Igbo, ask yourself this question: why is it that in the southeast, the Igbo-speaking part of the southeast, yes, we have federal universities, but we don't have seaports. There is a seaport that was commissioned to be constructed, or what I don't know how they do that, in Ihala. It borders, I think it's very close to Uguta, right? That was stopped by the same Nigerian government, and this has the closest access to the Atlantic Ocean than even the Apapa.
1 minute is up. See,
the forefathers, are you the one anchoring this?
That's okay.
What is their business with me?
Can I round up? It's okay.
No, the time is you can see how forefathers is always against me here. Everybody can see that, right? You are not the one anchoring this. You are not the timekeeper.
Okay, go
and
ahead.
I will beg you to respect yourself. Honestly,
please, you guys.
Forefathers, I will beg you to respect yourself.
Because
honestly,
it was me now. You asked me to follow
I think I will begin to stand my ground against you right now. Honestly, respect yourself.
All right, forefathers.
Let it be the last warning. I'm not your child.
Go ahead. The roundup. Let's go. There are a lot of people who are trying to weigh in and they've not said anything. I want to go ahead, Kenneth.
Everybody will come up here and begin to advise Igbo. If you don't want to fight for your own right, leave Igbo to fight for theirs. We are not okay with the way we are developing. We are not okay with what we have in the Southeast. And if you truly want to know what is happening in the Southeast, go to Southeast and live. Then you see it to yourself. Don't sit down in your backyard and begin to provide solutions for us. Some people were touting one letter that they said, oh, let me address that. That they said that Nnamdi Kanu wrote a letter. Nnamdi Kanu did not write any letter. You cannot be in the captivity and be writing a letter for the people. One of these two things must be involved. It's either that letter was a pure falsehood or it was written under duress. So I thank Simon Ekpa for turning it down. Nnamdi Kanu did not write anything. So whoever that is even profiling that Nnamdi Kanu should make a video, even if Nnamdi Kanu makes a video, we, the people, are not going to accept it. Nnamdi Kanu does not own us. We own Nnamdi Kanu, right? So we are not going to accept it. The only thing that we are going to accept is release Nnamdi Kanu for us, and we'll stop the sit at home. We don't even like sitting at home. It affects us. It affects our income. It affects our businesses. We don't even like it. Okay. Release this guy, and everything will come to an end. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will go to, hold on, guys. I'll go to, Chike, you have 1 minute so that I will make room for other people. We have about 20 more minutes on this.
Oh, yeah.
Chike, you are 1 minute, okay? And then we'll get rid of, we'll get other people in. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Chike.
Okay. The reason we are beating about the bush is that the major problem Nigeria has, we left it and talking about marginalization and the rest of it. If you read the Nigerian constitution, you find out that all the senators and the governors, they are telling to do this, do that. They don't have the authority and power to do that. Telling the governor to come together and go to the president and ask him to release is abject stupidity when you read the constitution. They don't have that power and authority. So until you change the Nigerian constitution to be a constitution, you are wasting your time trying to find government to upgrade or find a state government to do what they're supposed to do. Because the constitution does not authorize them to do that. All the constitution gives them power to do is to embezzle money, period.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. We have to move on. Okay. Thank you. Electricity, you have finished up your thoughts, and then we go.
You see, when it comes to issue, I think we should check every one of us should check the definition of marginalization. Then it will help us very well. And I've also already told myself I'm not gonna dwell on that issue of marginalization because everyone in Nigeria there is. I'm from the riverine area, for crying out loud. I work in the oil rig. My cousins, for my late cousin's husband was chairman of the NDDC before. So if we're talking about marginalization, we need to put things into context when we're speaking. Nobody's marginalized in that country, with due respect. I don't care who says they're marginalized. There's no evidence to show that you are marginalized in that country. Two, I don't know if KJ is listening. KJ, the issue of checkpoints is everywhere in Nigeria. If you travel from Lagos to Warri, I can tell you I was fed up with the amount of checkpoints that I saw because I go on the road. So don't come here and say, oh, there are more checkpoints in the east or whatever it is. Some of us go to Nigeria. We don't just read the news. We go, we see what is going on. And nobody is happy with the situation on the ground in Nigeria. And that is why I offer that recommendation. You want your nation. You want a nation of your own. Mark your territory. And just go. Let peace reign. I mean, I think they are doing it already when they're asking people to sit at home and other people use those military people to mark that Dr. Damage. With due respect, you hold on for me, wife. When I ask for 1 minute, it's use 10 minutes. So if you are going to be fair to me. I know I'm part of the house, but in this regard, I am going to challenge you, please. So echoing what John Abbas said, for crying out loud, you're losing the battle. You ain't gonna. I said this 6 years ago. I said it 7 years ago on my channel when Kanu started. I said this thing will fail, and I said it. I put it on live YouTube channel because you're going about it in the wrong way. Yes, we want change in that country, but there's one thing that is dividing us. One thing. You will come to your turn, Mr. the priest. The one thing is dividing us. We have to identify that thing. We are not against each other. It just seems as if we are against each other. Everyone is marginal. I am more marginalized than you.
All right.
I am more marginalized than you. So don't come here and say, oh, the Igbos are marginalized, this and this. In fact, go your way if you want to go. Nobody is stopping you. Print your currency. You have a Mefele there. You should have asked him to print your currencies for you. Set up your army and go your way so that we go and sleep. Not disturbing the peace of the nation all the time. Don't know what it's called. We are this, we are that, we are that. Make an army. You have youths who are strong. Make an army. Mark your territory. Then tell Nigerian government, this is our territory. If you come, we are going to fight you.
All right.
I'll go and sleep there. But if you don't have anything to say, blow whistle, please.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do, we have about 10 minutes on this topic. This is about 2 hours on this topic. I didn't plan it that way. But I want to hear everybody here, and I want to hear their view. So I'll give everybody 1.5 minutes. AY, you're next.
Ooh. Dr. Damages, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I think you are, first of all, I want to stand on what forefather said and electricity. The truth is, each time we've discussed this topic a lot of time, each time I hear people from the Southeast say, oh, they are marginalized. it makes me sad somehow because that's not a statement of fact. Especially somebody like KJ, I expect KJ, I know he's quite knowledgeable. He should be able to put facts to the public. But what he's doing is actually misleading the public. First of all, the job cutoff mark he was talking about, in Nigeria, the way the education system is set up is job cutoff mark. We have educational less developed states, which are mostly the northern states. I personally don't think anything is wrong with that because anybody here that knows the North, the education is bad. When I mean it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. And in the South, nobody discriminates against the Igbo. I graduated from University of Benin in my first degree. The Igbos we have in University of Benin, we actually more than Edo State indigents. So I think we should stop misleading people. That's one. The second thing is issue of the marginalization. Still, the governors in the east, the south, the eastern states, are they receiving the same allocation other states are receiving? What are they doing with the money? Are they marginalized? Are they not giving allocation? Ask questions. Ask questions. We should keep asking questions. The last one, because I don't have time, is issue of Nnamdi Kanu. Let me finish this, please. Issue of Nnamdi Kanu. What I think should be done, Nnamdi Kanu at this point, I think the federal government should look into Nnamdi Kanu issue and release Nnamdi Kanu. Let's see how the system is going to proceed. Because what is happening with IPOB? IPOB is a divided organization. Nobody will tell you that. The Simon Ekpa camp are different from the other camp in UK. This is what is happening. Even if Nnamdi Kanu is out today, a lot of them will disobey him. Okay, thank you. I don't have enough
Thank
time.
you. Yeah, it was more than 2 minutes. But
Okay.
let me go to the priest of peace. Just so the topic we're talking about is the situation in the Southeast vis-a-vis the issue of sit at home, which Simon Ekpa is saying that it's going to continue, and that the lawyer for Nnamdi Kanu issued a statement and released notes from Nnamdi Kanu saying that it should stop. That's the conversation. So I'm going to the priest of peace. Just 2 minutes, please.
All right. Thank you so much. You know, many times I have said it here on this platform that going by what AY said, IPOB has never been divided. IPOB, take it from me, IPOB has never been divided. If you listen to what Abaribe said on the Senate floor, go and look at that statement, and you will understand what is going on. The agitation for for freedom is something that people really don't even understand the whole situation or the whole how these things are playing out. Because if you listen to Nnamdi Kanu, he said he wants a referendum to renegotiate how we are going to live together. If we are going to part ways, we part ways. Coming to because I don't have time, you know, just 2 minutes. If I had time, I would have gone further. Now, coming to the letter, you see, when Simon Ekpa made statements, I have to take you back to 2001, Anambra State election. Nnamdi Kanu said, stop the sit at home. And Mazi Chike doesn't call that sit at home up, period. But because the government itself has intentions to jeopardize the security, the economy of the Southeast, they recruited Simon Ekpa, take it to the bank and do it with cash. So how come Simon Ekpa will not listen, even when Nnamdi Kanu has made it clear on video before, last year or so thereabout, and the court said he wants peace, he wants tranquility in the East. He's here because of all of us. Even you that is talking about marginalization. What is that? Marginalization is just when you can assess opportunity. Every evil man, just 30 seconds, let me round up. So when it comes to this issue of sit at home, let us use our common sense. How can you issue that kind of order? From where? From who? Nnamdi Kanu has made it clear. The only person that will represent him is Mazi Chike, and whatever he says is what he stands by. So the issue of the sit at home is a wishful thinking, and it's not going to stand. I wish I have more time. Thank you so much.
You can hang on, down the road. If you can join us later, we can go back to the topic. But Buddy, next.
All right.
Hey, good morning, Doctor. So, yeah, I don't really know more because the concept, the kind of feeling I'm getting from here, the concepts around here is that like our Igbo brothers are fine the way they like sanding. The people that are so much concerned are the rest of Nigerians. If they say they are okay, they are okay. What we don't understand between Nnamdi Kanu and Ekpa is this: we don't understand the politics of terrorism. If you actually understand the politics of terrorism, you should know whatever Nnamdi Kanu say. If they release Nnamdi Kanu today, Ekpa will still not agree. We will find something else to say. For KJ comes here to mischaracterize facts. Even most of our Igbo brothers don't even know what they are fighting about. To say the truth, our university system are catchment area universities. So I can't go to the Federal University in East from West and they will admit me ahead of someone from the East. No, it doesn't work that way. I will advise my Igbo brother to go and study our system very well. Some of them have never read Jambo Cure before. That's the issue we are having. We have a catchment area universities. We only have 3 or 4 national universities, which are the University of Ibadan, University of Abuja, and University of Lagos, whereby you can apply from anywhere and be admitted. We have state university. We have no universities in Nigeria today. No one is marginalized. So our brothers should find a reasonable argument. If they say they are okay killing their brothers, they're fine. We're okay. The rest of Nigerians are moving on. They should realize one thing. They hate the facts. Southeast is a conquered territory. Federal troops went there. And they want that territory. The way they like it, they might mischaracterize the facts. It's a fact. And the governors in the East are Igbos. They are not Hausas. They are not Yorubas. They are not Southerners. So they should hold their people accountable. They shouldn't hold Nigerians to ransom.
All right.
If they hold Nigerians to ransom, they see the other side of Nigeria. That's the fact.
All right, Buddy, thank you. Let me do, there are people I want to hear from. I will skip man of prestige and everybody and go to Alexander because, he's a fellow doctor. No, I'm just kidding. He's actually at work, and there's another doctor who was actually going to join us. He couldn't just come in because there's no room for him to come in. But I recognize people who are at work and they want to really say something. Alexander, go ahead before I get it up.
Yeah, Rudolph and Dale, okay.
Is he here? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I can hear you very well.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Okay, good.
Yeah, and there, okay. What's wrong?
Oh, we can hear you. Go ahead. I think my computer froze here.
Okay.
I'll get the other one.
I'm calling in in reference to Mazi Kanu. I think for peace to reign in the land, for us to be able to move forward as a country and get our country back to where it's supposed to be, I think that man should be released immediately and handed over to the British government. Let the British government take care of it diplomatically between Nigeria and Britain. He needs to cool down his rhetorics because it's insightful. But I think that he's been locked up for too long. If the court, if the appeals court is released him unconditionally, I think there are ways and means that we can go about releasing him to the British authority. After all, he's a British citizen, and the Nigerian government and the British government can go into dialogue into what he can and cannot say moving forward. I think locking him up is causing disarray in the Southeast. The Southeast is in tatters. I get a lot of calls from Olu all the way to Etiti about how poverty has taken over Imo State because people can't come out to earn incomes because it's just not happening. The Nigerian army is taking over the East now. This Adela Lagbaja guy is something else. He's not playing. He's a hardcore military man, and lives have been lost unnecessarily. So that's my position. I think it's way overdue, and I think it should be done. I think I appeal to the good conscience of President Tinubu to release this man immediately and forthwith. That's my submission. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. I appreciate you coming in. Man of Prestige.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me start with the point of marginalization. Then I will go to Simon Ekpa.
No. We don't have time. Go straight to Simon.
Just give me a minute, please. I need to respond to some people here. Criticizing about the Southeast. Protesting about the marginalization. That is their opinion. Whether they are crying wolf like some of you have stated. That is the opinion. They have a right to cry. I'm not one of those people that come here and talk about marginalization, but let it be what it may be. So nobody can come here and say, why you're crying for marginalization. If you don't want to cry for marginalization, that's your own problem. That's your own prerogative. So we have a right to do that. So it doesn't really matter. You say we are in a democracy, it's a public, you can say whatever you want and nobody can stop it. They're not hurting anybody by saying they're marginalized. So if you don't want to speak for your own self or whatever, that's your issue, okay? So don't be coming and saying we are complaining. No, we are not complaining. It is what it is. If you want to complain on your own part, go ahead and do that. But anyway, let me proceed to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu and something like that. This is the real truth. What Simon Ekpa is doing is kind of racketeering. So it doesn't really matter if Nnamdi Kanu is released today or whatever. Simon Ekpa will continue from there because he's benefiting. Have you been on his website? People contributing money. It's all racketeering. It's not going to stop. So it's not about Nnamdi Kanu, not Nnamdi Kanu, but he needs to be released like the doctor properly stated. Having said that, let me talk about Enugu state governor. The way he's going about it may not be right or whatever, but he has the right to do whatever he's doing. He's in control of the state. He needs to try to stabilize. I support him, but it may not be in the process that he's using, to achieve his goal. So you shouldn't come here and castigate him. He's the commander-in-chief of Enugu state. He wants to stabilize that state. So I can't see any reason why he can't do anything possible. Everybody here may disagree, the process is going to achieve whatever he wants to achieve. But he has the right to do that. That's all I'm going to say for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We're rounding up on this topic. Niger man, Minister.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. I don't want to just go far because sometimes they only want to bring the thing to tribal, so I only want to be dodging those things. I don't have time for all those things. But only what I can say about this Simon Ekpa. But if he doesn't need to have a good clarification that the letter is from Nnamdi Kanu or not, if he really mean well for his people and he mean well for Nnamdi Kanu, so if you really have the order, like Fabio said, when they present because you just played the short video, the full video, the way it started, when they presented everything. So Fabio tell them the truth. So Simon Ekpa is the governor in the Southeast. There is no governor there. If the executive governor of a state cannot do nothing about internal security, you are waiting for federal government. I don't know how that will happen. Because if federal bring power, they only bring military. Military is coming to destroy. They don't know how to make peace. And the governor is there, they are not doing their job. So what Pablo said is truth. So as Ekpa is the one ruling there. And those who are criminal believe in it, like the way most of them said here, is not our problem. East Nana doesn't call them for our problem. But we are all the same. Most of them married from there. We have children from there. So they cannot say it's not our problem. Only what will baffle me inside all this problem, if you want to fight for your own agitation, your own Biafra, fight for it. Nobody is holding you. But don't involve other people. Edo State is not a Biafra. And I don't want them to be putting that into it. Benin is not a Biafra. We are not Biafra. We are Midwest. We were never part of that. But this marginalization, I don't know where all the old people in the federal government is from Edo State or from South South or is it from Yoruba or from the North. So I don't want to go to what I just want to say that is more concerned to me. If that guy really know that is love the people of Southeast, he doesn't need to wait for forensic evidence of that letter. He saw when Nnamdi Kanu was in the court, when he said, all we need, Biafra land should come down. We are here. We are fighting for that. That is enough for him. to give order and let people, if you really, because he's not the governor there, he said he's the prime minister, to tell the people, please, come down. So let the government help them, the governors help them to fish out the criminal one out of it out. That is it, my brother. Sorry, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Ngozika, and I want to hear, because she's in Nigeria and she's in Enugu. So Ngozika, welcome. Ngozika, can you hear me? Ngozika, can you unmute yourself? You are next. All right. I think we have been problem with Ngozika. Let's go to Nathaniel. You're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damage, and thank you to your parliamentarians. Those of us that are saying Ekpa is wrong, whether the letter is right or not, do we have a country? Is Nigeria a nation? That place you are in America, the way they treat Germans, do they treat you like that? Why are we against what is true? Why? Are we not ashamed of ourselves? We are in our 40s, 50s, and nobody have 60 itself. Nobody have regard when it comes to that name. And you don't want to respect what the truth. We don't want to respect it. We don't want to respect what is true. And that is why black people are suffering all over the world. The least people on earth. Because we refuse the truth. Let me tell you, Nigeria is a captured nation. Who is your president? Drug addict. Who is your vice president? Boko Haram. Who is your Senate president? Escobar II. What are we saying? Let me tell you, Nigeria doesn't go away. None of us will have what we call dignity. And if we that are in this Europe, America, everywhere, we die. We don't know what will come for our children, no matter the passport they have. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? I'm 100% in support of Ekpa. And anything that want to eliminate Nigeria, I am in support of it. As ambassador, the ambassador in the nation I am, I've always saw him twice. When he appeared before just a district government, he's shaking. He can't even speak because on Nigerians we're having problem. A district governor convocated him. He was shaking. We don't have a nation. We don't have anything that will put the nation down. Support that thing so that we build our own nation. That man that is saying Edo is not a Biafra. Let me tell you, the Biafra court is a cause for every black person to be released. From that construction, British colonized construction den, where they are killing people. Your people from Kaduna, who is defending them? Your people from Ben, who is defending them? Who? You are talking about Simon Ekpa. Who? If Biafra comes,
please, I have my thought. Have your thought. Don't mention my name. You don't have the right with the fucking the hair. We are tell me what to say.
I did not mention your name.
Don't tell me. Have your say and get out of there.
You don't know what your children will become in America. When there is racism everywhere, we don't have a nation. There is no value. Nothing. And you go siding these criminals who capture. Now they awarded 70 billion to themselves. How much do they give to your people? How much do they give to Nigerians? How much did Akpabio give to Nigerians when he awarded 70 billion to Senate and National Assembly?
Nathaniel, where are you in the world?
I'm in France. I'm in France. Yes. Here. I have free education for my children. We all have free health care. If there is no job, they support us little by little. But since we have been selling crude oil since 50, 60 years ago, what does this criminal, what have they done with the oil money? What have they done? And we are supporting them. You people are supporting them. Let me tell you, you see your people back home, Fulani terrorists will kidnap all of them, and you will pay millions to obey them. Support the truth and be free. Thank you, Dr. Dami.
Thank you. Hanksman. I'll come to you next, okay? But before you come on, let me go to another doctor that joined us. I knew that you would join, and I knew that he's at work. So let me go to him so that he will wait before you. OC, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Can you get me to speed because I just came in?
We're talking about Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu, and we're rounding up on what happens next. You know, being that Simon said he's not going to call off the sit at home, which will start tomorrow, I believe, or next tomorrow, for 2 weeks in the Southeast. And that the letter that was released by Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, that it's an insult and that it's a joke, that it's fake. So that's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's very unfortunate, but anybody who has been paying attention knows that this is not unexpected. What has happened is that Kanu, of course, he got in trouble and somehow relinquished power to somebody he feels like he trusts. And this is where we are now. There is no doubt that when you give a man or any person for that matter, if you make gun available to them, and together with money in addition to those guns, then you've given them all the power. And as human beings, nobody wants to relinquish the power. Not many want to relinquish power voluntarily. When they have them. If you see what has been playing out since, it's been going on for months. When the IPOB spokesperson in the name of Emma Powerful, when all these things was trying to get out of hand, when they start realizing that, they're losing power to Simon Ekpa, he started giving some counter directives that anybody found trying to enforce a sit-at-home order will be met with all the firepower of IPOB. But that ended up just being an empty threat, because Simon Ekpa has, in one way or the other, has been able to convince, mostly Nigerians in the diaspora, mostly in the UK and America, that he's the Kanu alternative. And with that, millions of dollars and millions of euros is pouring into him. He has a massive following. So what I tell people is that the genie has already left the bottle. Now, IPOB is trying, mainstream IPOB, led by Kanu, they're trying to rein him in. But no way. So when they tell him, of course, he still want to piggyback on Nnamdi Kanu's support. And so he still calls his name like the spiritual director of the movement. But he knows that he's fighting for the power. He wants to take over everything. So initially it was, okay, Ekpa, this Kanu sent message through him, are powerful. Ekpa will ignore it. Now, Kanu has gone to the extent of scribbling notes just to show, okay, it is coming from me, it's nobody else, and then made his lawyer who has been defending him all this while, to come and make the statement. But Ekpa still looked at it and said, no, I don't believe it. It's not coming from you. The only way which he said he's going to honor what Kanu said is for Kanu to be released, and he will make the journey to Finland, meet him as the prime minister, as he addresses himself, the prime minister of the Biafran government in exile, and make his case. That is the only way he will listen. You and I know that that's not possible. You can't expect Kanu to come out and then start looking for Simon Ekpa to say, hey, Simon, I'm released now. Can you listen to me? So we have to get into the mode now of knowing that IPOB is going through another phase of a transition, a phase of moving from a leadership of Nnamdi Kanu to a totally uncontrolled and unhinged non-state actor in the person of Simon Ekpa. If we realize that, I think we need to, because without that, we'll just be chasing shadows. Well, so what do we do with this? How do we go from here? It boils down to the same problem of leadership. Simon Ekpa and his goons are criminals, and they should be treated as such. The other day, what's his name? The one of the senators, the guy from Abia, what's his name again? I forgot his name. Abaribe was making a case because he went to the Finnish embassy and made the case and told them, please, this guy is causing problem. He's hiding in your country, causing problem in our place. But I told him, look, as strong as your case is, you have to realize that this guy is a Finnish citizen. It has to be government to government intervention. That's the only way. So I think the Southeast governors should meet. I mean, I say that they have to meet and try to work with the federal government towards effecting some kind, even if it is maybe trying to rendition him or having to make him come home and answer some of these charges. Because when we control him, of course, all the problem is not going to disappear, but at least getting to the head of the problem will go a long way. This guy is unhinged. This guy is not controlled by IPOD. This guy is not following any ideology. This is a naked power grab by a confirmed criminal. So we do that. And then on our part as individuals, I think what we should do is keep on making the case to our brothers, especially those of us in the diaspora, telling them, please, stop sending monies to terrorists to kill our people. Okay? The guy who you say you're fighting for, he has told you, this is not how I want the fight to go. You don't want to listen to him. Okay? So these are the things. I think it's a multifaceted problems, and I think that the solution has to be multi-pronged. Everybody has to do their own part. I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, it's not me. It's the Igbo elites. They have to do something." Who are the Igbo elites? It's all of us. We all went to school. Some of us actually have more than one degree and all those. But the problem is that we always look at things from, it is them. It is their problem. It's not mine. I'll do my. We have all to do our. Whether you're writing, whether you're crying, whether you're, talking with everybody involved, we all have to get involved because this is a criminal takeover of the Southeast that we all have to arrest. Let me stop so far. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Elsie. Huntsman, you're next.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I want Igbo people to know that although I'm also Igbo because I'm from Delta State and Yoma side, no part of Nigeria is marginalized. I don't know why it is hard for some of us in the east or part of southeast to understand that. Because Nigeria, we need to speak to liberate Nigeria from all these political people who are disturbing the peace of Nigeria. If with your credit card, international credit, you can't even withdraw money in Nigeria. This is what people are facing in Nigeria. You can't have visitors come to Nigeria; they will enjoy Nigeria. It's impossible. But we are talking about marginalization of the Igbo. Nobody look at how everybody youths in Nigeria fought for P2B. This should tell Igbo man that nobody is marginalized. Bring out somebody who Nigerian people will support. Everybody will join hands together, just as they did for P2B. This is what we should be talking about. Somebody sit down in Finland and giving uneducated people in Nigeria chance to sit at home while your business is crumbling down. This is unacceptable.
Hans, where are you? Hans, where are you?
I'm in Austria.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So this is what we should be fighting for, not marginalization. Biafra is this thing is not going to work. I have always told many people it's not going to work. We should fight for Nigeria. That is a great country.
Thank you, Hans. Let me skip you over here. I'm just going to people who have not said anything because we're running up on the subject. But let me go to someone who has been here before but left. Mohammed, I'm coming to you. You're next.
Oh, hello, doctor. How are you?
Good. Welcome.
Yeah. So the topic is Simon, right?
Yes, Simon and
yeah. So I only ever heard of him a couple of weeks ago on your show. So I want to understand that he's some guy from Finland, right? Telling people not to go to work or something. Yeah. So I don't get it. Is it the objective is to release Nnamdi Kanu if people sit at home, or what is the issue?
No. He's saying that Nnamdi should be released, and before he will call off the sit at home that he ordered from his national.
Okay, but I don't see how this will work though with the federal government. So if people are sitting at home, unless you are doing something that will like disturb the federal government, just you sitting at home and not going to work and not getting money. Like I don't see how that will yield the results that they want anyway. So anyway, I don't know much about this issue, but I will just let other people talk about it. But that's what I think. Like, doctor, if you want me to change my behavior and you go and slap yourself on the face, well, I will just say, okay. But I have to care about you a lot before I will care that you are slapping yourself. Unless you are touching me, what will that? Why will I change my behavior? Basically, I just don't understand the issue. If that's what's going on. And by the way, who gave him the authority to give orders to people in the southeast? Like, how does that happen?
I can't hear you very well. Who does what?
So like, how did he get his authority? Like, apparently people are obeying him, right?
Yeah. People obey. Yeah.
So how does that happen? Will they obey you if you say something now?
Maybe I will try it one day. Maybe one day when I wake up, I will give another phone.
Anyway, I just don't see. I'm just imagining how that will work. You say he's in Finland, right? So he just tells sit at home and people will not go to work. I don't know. Anyway, I will just stop talking before.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me get maybe if you can hang out. We'll get to other topics as soon as I get everybody who is here to say something. Obi, I'm coming to you. Okay, yes. Is that Obi?
Assalamu alaikum, ya Jama. Remove magic from your name, not Igbo, okay?
Today we are. Let me start by. We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. I joined when AY started speaking, so I don't really go here much. But this is my take. I'll start by quoting one of the most popular books known to human race, the Bible. Ecclesiastes chapter 3 to be precise, verse 1. So it says there's time for everything. A season for everything under the heavens. There's time to celebrate, there's time to rejoice, there's time to kill, there's time for everything, right? And I think at this point in Nigerian history, unless we are deceiving ourselves, this is no longer about Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is due for renegotiation. Not necessarily what they are asking for. Nigeria is due to renegotiate how we govern ourselves. I see no reason why me from that small village behind my bar, no matter my qualification or whatever, I have to actually be looking up to the next rock that look like my own, Zuma Rock. When are we going to practice the real democracy? Let every state actually say, you know what, this is what I'm giving to the center. So everything that is happening, the Nnamdi Kanu, the Simon Ekpa, everybody that is actually in grievance or whatever, it's obvious that the system, the people who actually designed the system that we are in today, done it deliberately to cut out for just a few people. So what we are seeing is overproduction of the elite. You can say you are not elite, you are educated and you have nothing to do. You can classify yourself as an elite just because you are not living up to that your qualification. That is why you are doubting that if you are an elite, right? Rudolph is introducing good doctor. In a normal society, those people should belong to the 10 percenters, even if they don't even aspire to be the 1 percenter. So it's due for a negotiation. The land was negotiated in what? 100 years ago. It was renegotiated in 1960, about 63 years ago. The Bola Tinubu negotiated it during the June 12th. As far as I'm concerned, it's time to renegotiate the country. How do we want? Because this is not going to work, whether we like it or not. Those among us who are in their 50s, if they have kids, their kids are teenagers. They are going to graduate very soon. Where are they going to even work? Forget about the ruling elite now. Where are they going to survive? So as far as I'm concerned,
a lot of people have been saying it. Whether Nnamdi Kanu go today, Simon Ekpa go today, somebody else will come up. What they are asking for is obvious to the blind. Everybody can see it, right? Even to the politician. So, but at this point now, the average Nigerian man on the street is seeing it, is asking, in my lifetime, will I even experience democracy? Because that's the real question. In my lifetime, will I experience real democracy? I don't want to be president. I don't want to even go to Abuja. I don't have any reason to even go to Benin. Ososo is big enough for me. Everything I want is in Ososo. Everything I want is in Ososo. So as far as I'm concerned, it's beyond Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, that's just the politics of things. Everybody want power. It's obvious, yes. But rightly so. Every Nigerian should expect to say, yes, I want power. I live in America. No matter how good I am, I can never aspire to be president, even if I'm qualified. Even if the whole 330 million people want me, I can't be. The only place I can hit my chest, say yes, even if I don't want to, the fact that I know that I can be fulfilling. Our president that we have today, he said, it's my childhood dream to be Nigerian president. That is because he's from Nigeria. Everybody should be able to dream, have that kind of dream, regardless of where you are coming from. So as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is due for renegotiation. However we want to renegotiate it, it is due. I'm tired of looking forward to Abuja or Benin. I want to look toward to my Ososo Rock and be okay. I know that, yes, my children can also dream beyond that. But at this point, there's nothing for every one of us. So, yes, even the elite, they know. They know, but they just keep pressing us. How far can we go, right? How far? So they know. If you look at the election that took place, it's all about negotiation within themselves. Because I keep saying it, 99% of these elite are already key into the administration, whether we like it or not. They can pretend that's all they can, but they're already in. Contract is being given, everything is going. So they're negotiating within themselves at the detriment of every one of us.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that is why I said Mazi will be. Everybody need a little bit of Mazi in Nnamdi Kanu himself at this point in our country. It's due for a negotiation.
Thank you, Ovie. I think something is happening to Ovie. We'll get to that, but we have to finish up this topic quickly. So Ismail, you go first, and then Ngozika, and then Christian, and that's it. And Scribe. So we can go to another. There are very important topics that we are touching on. It's almost 3 hours. Go ahead, Ismail.
Today I'm not even going to say greetings because I'm not in a good mood. I was watching in the background and some people were just making a big difference.
We can hear you very well. Can you adjust your audio?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I said I'm not saying any greetings today because I'm not in a good mood.
Go ahead.
In the background, I was hearing people don't even have rights to speak about Igbos in a despicable manner, just raising their voices, ugly voices. Why would you, if you don't know anything about the Igbos or what they're going through, you don't have to speak in such a manner. You have your voice to speak. No one is going to take it from you. But don't stop others from speaking out. If people said the country is not favoring them, let them speak. I don't support any sort of killings in any way. Okay? I don't support what is happening in the southeast that most people are being maimed for some reason, maybe sit at home or not. That's not my point. Now, my point is that leave and let leave. I can't come now and say Yoruba should not speak because Yoruba said they are marginalized, so they are shouting and crying and waiting on the floor and saying they are like kids and saying their areas are conquered. Whereas when there were cows walking on the road during the Buhari time, everyone was in the social media calling him all sorts of names and saying the whole Nigeria is conquered. How come today is the Igbos that are conquered? I'm asking whoever that said that. I'm asking you, how is it that it's only Igbos that are conquered? Other parts of Nigerians not conquered? Are you not conquered as a human yourself? If you are not conquered, why are you there raising voices talking about Nigerian problems that is involving you and your family members? members wherever they are. People should be sensitive to other people's pain. If you have 10 children, they are not going to all behave the same. Doesn't mean you should condemn them when they are throwing pranks. Oh, I'm not happy the way you don't give me enough of it. You don't remember me. Because they want a better place for themselves. It's just like here in the UK, in the parliament, you see the Welsh people, anyone representing the Welsh, I know you can say democratic is a political arena. They come and speak on behalf of their people so that their people can get what's due for them. Whether our politicians are corrupt or not, other politicians in other part of Nigeria are equally corrupt. But I don't know why everything is like is zooming in on just the southeast. Southeast, for goodness sake, is not the only tribe in Nigeria. The way people talk about southeast as if we are the only people in Nigeria. If we say we are marginalized, we know why we're saying that. I might not be saying that now, but if some people are saying that, you can listen to them, but if you don't want to listen to them, you mind your business. If you're happy with no social amenities in oil is in every of Nigeria, what are you talking about? How old is Nigeria now? How come you don't have universities? Why are you not speaking up? I'm just hearing it for the first time. What happened? Why haven't you spoken about it? If you don't ask, you're not there. But maybe the way they're going about it is not civil. It doesn't mean it's not speak. Don't their voices and silence their voices and call them all sorts of things. You don't have that right, okay? To call people, you can't catch people. That is disrespectful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ngozeka, go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everybody in the studio. Good evening to our viewers.
Go ahead.
I'm a bit subdued because I don't even know what to say. On Wednesday, Enugu State made the headlines for very, very, very sad news. And with this one, they've declared again. Who knows? So we might as well sit here and people will call themselves victim mentality. And people will say that people are crying wolf. It's not their fault. How do you go call that? It's not their fault. It's a pity that that when things like this happen, those that feel they have it easier, or those that think they're not directly affected, point fingers and go ha 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 ha. Look at them. It's a pity. They don't realize that they're mocking themselves. Because I know this is cliched, but what goes around does come around. And being that we're in the same proximity, it's going to come around pretty fast. So while you were celebrating the insecurity in the southeast and the havoc it is working, I hope you know you're not safe. I hope you know. You can laugh all you want. You can throw jabs. Say all you want. I just hope you realize that it hand could touch everybody, it could reach everybody. Not the Nigeria day. Nigeria happens to us whether we pray against it or not. So unless you're going to relocate your entire lineage out of Nigeria, don't worry, continue laughing, Abi. Keep laughing at the marginalized, the people that are saying that they are marginalized and calling them victim mentality. You'll be fine. I'm here prepping myself for the upcoming 2 weeks sit at home. We don't want it.
So Ngozeka, let's zero in on that. How are you preparing?
What? I'm stocking up. What can I do?
So do you understand the two arguments from the two sides, which is the argument from Nnamdi's side, which is that it should stop, and the argument that Simon is making that he doesn't trust anything coming from Nnamdi from Nigeria? Do you understand that? Where do you see?
I think it's been clear from day one. Simon has been working for himself. I mean, I've said this on this show that the camp has been divided. The IPB camp has been divided on this very issue for the past 2 years, since 2021, when the main faction called it off and said we should be sitting at home on only Mondays when he goes to court. And the Simon Ekpa faction decided that no way, they're not calling it off. And I didn't know what thing they get. Because I don't see why the main people that started this thing called it off almost immediately, and he stuck with it, and that has been the bone of contention. Anybody in the East knows that there have always been two factions, Ndikwe and Ndekwero. So, and you, since you don't want to be, you know that thing they say about two elephants fighting and the ground suffering? That is exactly where we are now, because you don't know which. The two camps here right now is no longer the infighting between the IPB people. The two camps here now is the people that are insisting on keeping the seat at home going, and government. They are the two elephants fighting now. The average citizen of Enugu or the southeast at the ground. Case in point, Wednesday, people decided that they were not going to obey the ban on sit at home and stayed in their house for good reasons. I have said this before. Mr. Peter Amba has no right. He has no right to go locking up people's shops. When he made that declaration that everybody should come out on Monday, I was one of those people that vehemently said that he was just setting people up. I said it, that things could go south easily. We had a Twitter space, we argued about it for over 4 hours, and the majority opinion was that he was just trying to settle the Enugu up. And look at it. Look at it. You have these two people fighting. I was supposed to go out of Enugu sometime this week, and I can't because even though the government is telling you you're safe, you don't play chess with your life like that. The show of force I expected that he should have bought people's confidence with, he didn't, till everything escalated to this point. These people, I've said this thing before, they thrive on attention. When you give them this night, look at what they did when Soludo told people not to come out on Monday. They thrive on that. They are like, okay, so you're not talking to us, let's face you. They thrive on that, and that is now Enugu is now their focal point. So me, these 2 weeks coming, if you pass the front of my house, I'm not going anywhere. I am not. My own is just to go and be doing video. I'll be doing video anywhere where my leg feel I can't go. I'm not going to enter any car. I'm not going to enter any keke. Anywhere my leg feel I can't go do video for now. Say no, see. For the people that are still laughing, let them continue laughing. Hand will touch everybody. Mona, calm down. The Southeast never believed they were having this difficult. If you had told anybody in the Southeast that would be in this kind of dilemma in the last 3 years ago, would have laughed it off. But look at us now. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Mazik, right.
Oh, I thought you.
Yeah, Christian, I'm coming to you next.
Yes. Yeah.
Let Christian go first, please.
Okay, go ahead, Christian.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Damages. First of all, I want to make a request from you. Okay. If you could one day organize the benefits, for the restructuring Nigeria out of existence, I would like to contribute to that debate. And the reason why I actually come in here is when somebody was electricity or so said that you were discussing with him and said, what is dividing us? Now, the issue today is, to answer that, you have to go to the science of taxonomy. That is classification. So when you now go there, now I want you also to look at the word nation and the word tribe. These are English words. One is used to demean and the other one is used to uplift. Okay? So when you also notice that, I want to just itemize these things because this is not the time for expansion, trying to expand it, So what I'm trying to say in effect is that the reason why Nigeria is divided is a whole lot of things. It's a whole lot which can be ascribed to, or when you now start trying to find them out. You first of all, the problem of Nigeria is that we are diversified, completely diversified, and don't take the word when they say diversification is a strength. The word that diversification, when they make that statement, diversification is a strength, a lot of people don't understand it. If you have to be a genetist, you will now understand why diversification is not necessarily a strength, or the meaning of what they really mean. The real meaning of diversification as a strength is when it is hybridized. Okay. Now, I want to put that one aside. Now, coming to the issue of this sit at home and the Southeast political elites, actually, everybody should understand this. One, that sit at home was a masterstroke that was designed by the Directorate of State of Indigenous People of Biafra to keep Nnamdi Kanu alive, and it worked perfectly. That day was the day that all the political elites in Igbo land were shown that they meant nothing to Igbo people. And this, what they are now trying to do is reactionary. So I'm not really worried about whether they go to the states or to the, whether they call Simon Ekpa or later whatever. Those things are just trivial. We don't really need to discuss them. What we really need to understand is that there is a law in that country. And that law says that, that constitution says that if you are discharged and acquitted, the government has to obey. So, but we don't have, we have lawless nation, they are lawless government. And therefore, we are waiting for the Supreme Court to do their final thing before those in the IPOB will now decide what they want to do. So let me put it this way. The word marginalization, I don't like using it because it is a symptom. It is not a disease. It's a symptom, it's not a disease. The reason why it is not important is because if you go to Igbo nation now, for instance, and have a government that is bad government, you'll find that people will be marginalized. So the symptom why the politicians use that word marginalization is a way of telling the government or those in power, look at me, give me power, then I will be able to tell the people that we are not marginalized. So that's why they use the word marginalization. It is a symptom of bad governance. And the governance that you get is based on the social, social, political, economic experience of a nation. That's what when you have governance. So, but when you don't have a nation in Nigeria, then it's difficult to have to just start thinking of governance. There's no governance in Nigeria because Nigeria is not even a nation in the first instance. So right now, what I'm trying to say is in a very small time you give me to just to say, look, we have been discussing Nigeria, how to revive Nigeria. But the truth is that what we need to be discussing is how do we, the benefits of disintegrating Nigeria or restructuring Nigeria out of existence. That's what we should be discussing. And believe me, everybody, if we start discussing it, maybe people will start understanding why Nnamdi Kanu is not even asking for Biafra, he's asking for referendum, and referendum is just something to determine, for the people to determine where they belong. Christian, so when you are now, yes.
I want to, let's go back to the Nnamdi Kanu.
Sorry, Dr. Damage. So, Dr. Damages, so many people have been calling my name because I've been behind listening. If you just give me like 2 minutes to respond, I'll be happy. I beg you. I just stepped out of a function. I'll be very happy if I can contribute and go.
Okay, I'll give you. But before Christian goes, I just want to hear this from you. Christian, what do you think will happen next now? You're looking at a situation where the Southeast members of the National Assembly, they are now at loggerhead with Simon, and you're looking at where Simon is essentially standing against every other group in the Southeast. What do you think will happen now?
Well, first of all, they are not being sincere. They are not talking to Simon Ekpa. If the Southeast political people or the elites of the Southeast, if they are sincere, they set Simon Ekpa up first in the first instance. People, they made mistake. They made this big mistake of trying to set up a parallel IPOB or whatever they think they can do to checkmate IPOB. That was a very big mistake. And now, so it's for them, they can find a way to retrace their steps. In the first instance, IPOB is not even after them. Maybe they are afraid or something. IPOB is not after them. They should understand this. You know, the people who are, in fact, as a matter of fact, people who don't understand why that agitation, that sit at home was first called, is to show the people where the center of gravity of agitation of this referendum is, and it's with the people, not with Nnamdi Kanu or IPOB or just only this thing. So if they understand this very well, what they need to do is, first of all, go back, talk to themselves, and accept that they have been defeated by the people. And now they can now tell to the people, talk to the people and say, okay, come, let's find a reasonable solution. You cannot negotiate with somebody who is inside the prison. When Nelson Mandela was when the South Africa wanted to negotiate, they released Nelson Mandela, put him out somewhere and started negotiating with him. So they know what to do. They cannot negotiate with Nnamdi Kanu while he was inside the prison, or negotiate with IPOB while Nnamdi Kanu is inside the prison.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do now is,
Thank you, and I'm leaving. Thank you.
I will let KJ, it's been mentioned several times, KJ will round up and forefathers will round up and change topics because we have a lot of topics to address. Go ahead, KJ.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Damages, I think sometimes when we discuss, some people choose not to see the point, and they go on, to throw some venom that probably will agitate everybody. And I'm not going to be that dog that they are blowing his whistle. Now, electricity, the way he has spoken, I really feel sad that he could actually talk about a people like over 70 million in that order. But I chose to go on the side of not taking offense. You see, this is the challenge we Igbos talk about. You can just stand up and address the Igbos and talk anyhow. Who are they after all? There's an outside adage that says, a policeman was standing at a checkpoint and a lorry carrying some cows got there, and the policeman asked, he said, say Nyamini and the cows. In other words, they're just only cows and Nyamini. So Nyamini will be Igbo. So Nyamini will be my person. In other words, we're nothing. You can just get up and go your way. Organize your boys, do this. How callous can one be, But anyway, I chose to not respond to that. I just want to say something. Like I said earlier on, and I want to overlook what AY have been saying. If we chose to be fair, listen, is there any state that we can say should be educationally disadvantaged after 60 years of independence? Can you honestly, in your heart say this state is disadvantaged? Come on, let's face facts. If you don't want to develop, I want to develop. And that's why I took my kid out of Nigeria. Okay? Not because, I can't survive there. Okay? So the things are simple, simple. And I like the submission that Ngozika brought. You are celebrating it. You see, normally when a bully in this, the one who defends the street is defeated. After that, they will take the smaller ones. So keep celebrating. When the Igbos, like somebody said, they are conquered people, when they finish conquering us, you will be the next. And you are very little compared to the Igbos. We are 70 million. You are even less than 50 million. So it will take them lesser time to conquer you than it's taking them to conquer us. I just want to say something. People keep making this mistake. It's not everybody that should be in the fight to get Biafra or get Igbo as a nation. Nelson Mandela, and when the ANC were struggling for the freedom of South Africa, not all the ANC members were in South Africa. So people come and say, if you want to fight for Igbo nation, why don't you go back to Nigeria? It wasn't everybody. For your information, and Thabo Mbeki, who became president of South Africa, was living in Nigeria. In fact, in Nigeria, majority of the leaders of ANC were residents in Nigeria. Nigeria have hosted many other people who are dissident fighters, including Charles Taylor. So now when we come and pretend as if we don't know what struggling for freedom is all about, what Nnamdi Kanu is doing is not the same thing Awolowo did, it's not the same thing Nnamdi Azikiwe did, it's not the same thing Tafawa Balewa did, it's not the same thing. What is so strange that somebody is saying, look, if you do not want us to restructure so that we can have our own way of our life and our development in our own hands, let us go a separate way. What's so difficult there? Okay? And then some people have claimed to know more than the justices of the law court, who sat and said that this man will have found nothing in him. All that you have accused me of, you have not been able to prove even one. Allow him to go. Which I keep asking this thing, the chicken and the egg, which comes first? Which is easier to say, Nnamdi Kanu, your people say you are the one who is the problem. Oh yeah, go to your own wire. Let us see whether peace will come. Instead, the army is not mobilizing. It's the same way I'm talking. Say, please follow me. The army is not mobilizing to go to to Zamfara, where they're killing people, or to Nasarawa, where they just finished adopting people and making them speak in their tongue. The video is trending. Or to Plateau in Mangu, where they've been doing all kinds of stuff with people. They're not mobilizing to go there. They are mobilizing to go to the east. 2 weeks ago, about a week ago, I brought a statistic. Sorry, 1 more minute and I'll be gone. I brought a statistic to this program of an index analysis of a security NGO that did a research on the percentage of violence and the casualties in Nigeria. The Southeast was the least. The Southeast, among all these other things. But we get the number. It is us they are mobilizing to deal with. It is the East. It is the East. And we have funny politicians who sit in the National Assembly and can't even, sit and make, say something that is reasonable that the people. So somebody says, yeah, we have elected officials. Let the officials speak for us. Look, when you elect an official, it does not take away your sovereignty. He's elected to speak on your behalf, what you want. That is why America is working. The people say, the constituents say, we don't want KJ. The House goes and say, we don't want KJ. KJ is removed. That is how governance is done in developed world. And that's why the people are moving forward. Not that when people say, we don't want KJ, then you insist, KJ is my friend, let him be there. What the people, if people don't know anything, then how come you're one of the one leading them? If you know so much.
I just have a question for KJ,
please sir.
Just a question. Okay, KJ, I know, like I said, I know you are learned. So I want you to tell this parliament, what is the process of achieving a referendum in a country? What is the process?
Thank you. And you see, that question has popped up many times with many forums and many people, even the so-called presidential candidate they call Adamu Garba has purported that many times. Okay, man, this Adamu Garba, who is the one who said 1 man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist, and he said, I quote, Boko Haram is our own freedom fighter in the north. It's on the newspapers, you can check it. But today, IPOB or the East ASN is the evil in Nigeria, and so nobody should talk about them or identify with them. To go back to the question you asked, what is
the processes of achieving a referendum?
The processes is that you invite you make a presentation which IPOB or and can have done severally. Make a presentation to your government, and the government say, okay, so they were putting it, which the government has refused to do. The government has refused to say, they say there's no provision for it in the constitution. But we all forget that the Southwest, that is the Southwest now, the Benin and all that, got their Southwest region through a referendum. So it's not a strength in Nigeria. However, where you are going, and I want to say where you're going there because it is not in Nigerian constitution, as many people will say. But are it not people who amended the constitution and have been amending it even after that? Why can't it be amended and say that there should be a referendum for those who do not want to be part of Nigeria, or for even making your views known? Why should they be there?
A follow-up question. Who removed the referendum in Nigeria Constitution? Who was the president?
You see, it does not matter. You see, that's what they say. People come and it does not matter. Look, you people said you can run quickly and go and say it is Nnamdi Azikiwe Abi what's his name? Okpara that removed Aguiros that removed it from the same unity government that he introduced. People have not stopped using it. You are still using it. Abi, you have not changed it. You haven't to change it. Is it the same system that we're running now? No, you have tinkered with it. So if you have tinkered with it, why can't you tinker with other ones? Why is it difficult to tinker with other ones?
So
when Nigerian Constitution was written, I'm hearing you.
Very clear to the public, right? So non-state actors. Last couple of weeks, we criticized Asari Dokubo on this platform. Non-state actors are non-state actors, no matter where they are coming from, no matter any part of the country. The leaders of a region, the leaders of a state, you have elected leaders, senators, rep, governors, they are leaders. You accept it or not. That is why
no. We don't. I don't buy to that school. I don't buy to that school. I don't buy to it.
Your old dictionary, according to the country.
No. I don't buy to it. Let me tell you. You see, that is a mistake we in Nigeria make. You tell yourself people you elected into office are leaders. They are not leaders. They are political office holders. Our leaders are our leaders. We know who our leaders are. And I'm not only speaking for the Igbos. That's a general mistake people make. And go read up leadership texts. Okay? People who you elect are not necessarily your leader. You only elect them because they presented themselves to run. After 4 years, will they continue to be leaders? Will they continue to be in that position? But there are people in your community who have been speaking on behalf of your community for years, and they are speaking, and their voices are still being heard. One of the difficult things the Eastern politicians have refused to accept is that there are people who can speak and Igbos will listen without them, and that is a painful thing for them, especially people like David Umai. Okay, these are the people who have decided that. Excuse me, hold on. That Nnamdi Kanu, who is this small boy that will come and talk? Look, let me tell you, like I keep saying, we're not here to say non-state actors or state actors. It is no country that's working well and non-state actors will get power to do all these things. No country. And it's only a human being with brains that will say, okay, what have we not gotten right now that has brought up all this agitation, north, south, east, and west? What can we do better? When you say you cannot negotiate with reasonable people who you know who are well trained, but you can go to the forest and pay money and negotiate with Boko Haram. Come on, guys. And you tell me there's no two-level system in the country? You cannot negotiate with the IPOB.
May I respond to the matter of the law of the constitution, if that is okay, in respect to KJ's this thing. KJ, number one, your claim that in respect to checkpoints in Northeast, that your claim, I'm stating for the record, your claim is false, misleading, because there are checkpoints all over Nigeria, and that should be beneath you. Number one. Number two.
Sorry. I want to speak. Let's go one by one. I want us to go one by one. I want us to go one by one. You see, I would have refused to respond to you.
You responded to me. You called my name.
I would have refused to respond to you. But why I'm going to respond to you is because I want you to understand that when you get up and speak, you're not my headmaster. When you wake up and say Igbos, they can do what? That was very callous of you.
Allow me to clarify myself.
I am quoting from research done in Igbo land. I'm quoting from research.
May I clarify myself?
I'm coming. Listen, each month that passes, Igbo traders and Igbo people living in the East lose 100 million from checkpoints. It is on the record. Do you lose 100 million from checkpoints in Delta State? Do you? So when you wake up to say, you also know that some of us also do research. We're also in the research industry. We do the research. Okay?
Have you finished, KJ?
I'm finished, my brother.
I don't have the figures as per how much is lost in terms of checkpoints. But what I am trying to tell you is this. If you travel from Lagos going to Warri, Delta State, where I am going, from post to pole, there's checkpoint, and money is being lost because the drivers complain, the marketers complain. Everybody, I don't have the figures as you do. But what I am telling you is that in respect to checkpoints in Nigeria, you will find it everywhere. That's number one. Number two, the recommendation I made, you can shake your head to heaven if you want to. That's entirely up to you. The recommendation I made, AY asked you yesterday on this show, I asked Biafra one question. As your legislator, like Ife highlighted, the 5 governors in the East and the legislators, have they raised a motion of referendum on the House? If they have, they should push for it. But rather, we have Oji Izokalu, whatever his name is, crying like a baby that is not being elected, not crying for a Biafran state. And I make the it is a recommendation. You want your nation, which is not a bad thing. I am in support of you. Mark your territory, set up an army, print your currency, develop your region. I have not said anything out of point. So I really do not understand why you are picking on me. We said it yesterday. Madam Nelly asked a very vital question, which has been disturbing me. And I spoke with Rudolph about it. What is that one thing that is dividing us? Even in the same Biafra camp, there is no unity. Come on. Let's wake up.
Sorry, let me respond. I'll be true, sir. Electricity. There's never been any nation on earth, including Israel, that is seated and surrounded by enemies that are speaking with one voice. Not one. Why do you always expect it from Igbos? When Obasanjo was elected to his presidency, it was Igbo that put him there. You, the Yorubas, were not together. You never had a majority vote from the Yorubas. It was from the Igbos that they got it. Why do you expect this different from Igbos? You see, you always run to that. Any issue that has to do with Igbos is so sweet for people to talk about, and that is one of the things that is even irritating, because you forget your own history. You want to write the issue of Igbos. You want to advise us. You know what is best. A friend of mine once got up and said, "I want to advise the Igbos," and he's not on this forum, in the National Assembly. Okay, and I told him, you see, that's the problem. That's always the problem, because you guys think you know what the Igbos want and how the Igbos should do it. You don't think the Igbos have enough sense to know what they want, but you can advise us. You can say how it should. It's wrong. We don't come and advise you how to do the Yoruba nation. We don't talk about that. We're not telling you how to go about their life. So let's get it. Let's get it.
We advise each other.
There's never going to be any time. Listen, there's not going to be any time that a nation, everybody will be saying of one voice. No. Even Jesus Christ didn't have one people. The 12 they selected were not speaking in one voice. Why do you want Igbos to speak in one voice?
That is incorrect. It's only Judas that has betrayed. The other disciples spoke with one voice. That is incorrect.
So is Judas not among the 12?
The 11 disciples, the 12 disciples, only one betrayed Jesus Christ. The 11, they all spoke with one voice. Don't push a narrative that is not correct, please.
If 1 out of 11, what do you expect to be? 60 million people.
Listen,
how many people out of the 60 million? Please. You know something. I have never really come here to try to either shout. Don't make me go there. All I'm saying is that Igbos know what they want, and we are going about it. Don't tell us that we should now go and form an army. If the Igbos think it is time to form an army, you won't be the one to tell them. They know what to do. So far, the way it's going, that's the way it is. Now, let me respond to Rudolph before I go. Rudolph, if I was in the shoes of Simon Ekpa, if I was Simon Ekpa, I will still also not take that letter. You know why? 2 things. The lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu had come to say they don't even allow them to go in to see Nnamdi Kanu, even with ordinary biro. So now, how come they got a paper? And then Nnamdi Kanu was able to articulate his thoughts on a letter which they are now displaying. So it is a bit suspect for me, if you ask me. However, like I've said on this forum, I do not agree that Igbos should sit at home for 1 week. It is a region that you eat from what you make. You do not have a regional offices that give you people, largesse or free bees at the end of each day. So only when you go out, you trade. Igbos are traders. Okay, they are business people. So when you say they should sit at home without any adequate arrangement, what about people who will be sick? What about people who have emergency? What about people? So there's so many things at stake that I will not accept that. Okay, and that like Isimiri pointed out, earlier on. Some of these things, you see, this Simon Ekpa that I'm talking about now, it is the federal government that gave him this authority because they thought they are driving a wedge into the middle of IPOB members. They created the Simon Ekpa. They created him. It is not IPOB that created him. It is the federal government that created him. Okay? And all of us know that. So now that he's no longer dancing to their tune, let them sort it out. Finally, when the Nigerian senators sit in the chambers and say they should go to Finland, they speak out of ignorance, and it's really painful. They don't know that Simon Ekpa is a citizen of Finland, and just like the woman, the ambassador responded to them shamelessly, to them and to their own face, that Simon Ekpa has the right to say what he thinks. He has a freedom of expression. So I think that some people who were acting unreasonably would have thought of other ways of reaching out to Simon Ekpa, other than going to go and pass a motion that is powerless to say the government should negotiate and repatriate him. That's how it's done. What is easier? I keep asking this question here. Is it easier? It's not easier to say federal government release Nnamdi Kanu. Let us see what's happening, than to say let us now negotiate with the government of Finland to go and extradite him. Come on, guys. Let's face fact now. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the time.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
No, hold on. Let me go for Scribe. Are you there? Forefathers, go ahead. After you,
Yeah.
Have you finished?
This idea that people cannot prescribe things to people is just false. This is misplaced because otherwise you will never listen to your doctor again. And I hope you, KJ, don't. I think KJ is an intelligent person, but I fear that our people are being misled by terrible, awful people that use their intelligence to manipulate people. They have tribal supremacist instincts and they want to divide. They are not there to build anything. They are not there to build anything. They are results. Look at it. That's what we have in Nigeria today. We have African leaders begging nations that are at war for food. These kind of people are the ones that gave us that kind of situation. They've made us beggars of the world. We are begging nations that are at war for food to eat. That is how bad our situation is. We're not even at war. These useless people, they come out here and they they sell lies to the people repeatedly, and you hear some of them saying, "Oh, the South belongs to them." They are poisons. They don't care for their children. They don't care for the future of their people. I don't even know whether they are recruited by foreigners. These people, they lie to their people repeatedly. I saw this in Burkina Faso head of state the other day asking in Russia when they were having the Russian summit, why is it that we have all these things and we can't even make a living out of it? Another older African president said, this is a problem that even young leaders are concerned about what is going on the continent. This is a leader of a country complaining about the same thing. Because these people, they will just divide. When all of us are in a mess, if you break away now, let's say you break away, what makes you different from Cameroon that is not in part of Nigeria? What makes you different from Benin Republic? Are any of us enjoying ourselves? When Russia calls us, all of us run like house boys and go and listen to them because of these useless people that don't have any ambition for their people. They would just rather answer a name. They are not in this century at all. They are still living in 14th century. The world has moved on beyond them. There are people, even India sent a mission to moon the other day, and these people are still arguing amongst themselves. These men, the most useless men on the continent, in short, in this world, black men, we keep acting like babies. Other people, we are about 1 billion people in this world, and they want to just argue among themselves. Even when they are told that look at the game, all of them are playing on you. The politicians and these non-state actors, they are playing games. We are stuck in the middle of them. Instead of you to find strategies to defeat these people and reclaim your country and your lands, and you are busy trying to divide people and carry on their own job. And that's why I ask myself, whom are these people that keep doing these things? They say this will have, you know what his KJ said? These were our leaders, but they are not elected. But somehow they are our leaders. We know who the leaders are. Whom are these people? That don't exist from anywhere. Who are these people that call themselves leaders that have led this country to this, or the Southeast to where they are today? Whom are they? Let them come out, because some of them need their head chopped off. Given what is going on in Nigeria today, bring them out. Because I'm sick and tired, and I'm not even surprised Ekpa is rejecting it, because it's the same thing Boko Haram does. Federal government will reach a peace deal with Boko Haram, and then they will just renege on it. Can you imagine a state reaches an agreement with a non-state actor, and a non-state actor rejects the deal? I think those people are there for peace. They are there to destabilize your nation. That is the name of the game. I've said this to people several times. You need to go and study how the world works. All these things these people are doing is to keep us underdeveloped. Their strategy is keep us strong enough not to collapse, and definitely weak enough never to develop. And the way they keep us weak is to keep us divided until they return. And when they return, believe you me, if you think this problem you're having is a problem, you will see something even bigger. I don't even understand how people can't recognize it. Look at the Niger Republic that just lost their president, their leader. And immediately the army just came, cancelled everything. All the nonsense you just argue about every day, when true power shows up, all will disappear. All the long talk will go away, and then reality will kick in. And this false narrative we have that this world owes us a living, that is a kind of padded world. It's not padded, it's based on power. And if you don't know how to acquire power, you're going to suffer. And our generations are going to suffer. We will never come out of it. The whole world I'm really exhausted with our men doing this. And they don't have any shame. They really don't have a shame. Where do you have time for all these petty arguments? I don't have time for politics. I don't have time for tribalism. I don't have time for religious nonsense. Our survival is the only thing that should matter to anybody. Right now, nothing else should matter, because the rest are all details. Because these people, the rest of the world, they are strategizing every single day on how to get one over us. If you look at the data, it's just disgraceful. It's just disgraceful. We are asking nations that are literally bombing each other, killing each other for food. That's how bad our leader. This is where all this nonsense has gotten us. And I'm just exhausted. I don't even know where to start. So I'll just leave it out like that. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, I need to step away, Dr. Rudolph, if you don't mind, please.
No,
I just want to summarize.
We're moving now on to another topic.
Yeah, I want to leave. I just want to summarize my summary, please.
I say it's bringing whole of government and bringing regional solutions to our African partners when asked.
Yeah, I'm not here. Oh, no.
And then at the same time, the neighboring country of Niger, Mali, we've just seen now that the US there also have placed sanctions on some of the military officials. What does this all mean then for the ECOWAS region?
It's quite unstable right now. And unfortunately, you have the chair currently, it's Nigeria, and the president of Nigeria. You know, he's also facing a lot of pressure in his country in terms of how the election panned out in terms of the results. Some questioning the credibility of the election. He issued a strong statement yesterday, but already when you read the reaction to that statement, people were already saying, you yourself, you are not legitimate. And therefore, this time around, ECOWAS is not as strong as the ECOWAS that we are used to. You'd recall when there were challenges in the region previously, they were quick to react and to respond. And there was that credibility because those who were speaking at that time, who were leading the regional body, had credibility. But right now, it's on a very shaky ground.
That's the situation in Niger. Okay, so let's move the conversation.
That is last supper, Dr. Damage. That is the last supper.
Who was the last supper?
The financial minister is facing fire response or explain So he drinks
Sorry,
water, the last of her.
Dr. Damage, can I go up,
Okay,
please, so that please.
Okay,
Just for the record, please. Niger man, what's his name again? Man of practice, Isimiri. We had, and Mr. James, we had a show here yesterday, and one of the shows I'm proud of. And at no point did we say nobody has a voice or to say, KJ, I think we are going to be on opposite end henceforth. From now henceforth, I'm stating this for the record, because as long as I do not insult anybody or use a derogatory word on anyone, like Isimri said, I have a voice. But anyone who takes a position that says that nobody can advise them, then that person should be looked at carefully. That is just the truth. Advice is just there. You can take it or not take it. Even if my doctor tells me, take this medicine, I've been to my GP, say, take this medicine. I say, no, I don't want. I want to continue on the one I have. That's the doctor's advice. I reject it. So when I give an advice or a suggestion, a recommendation, you don't have that audacity to tell me that I sit there advising people. It's an advice. You don't have to take it. And for a mature person like you to be saying that we advise each other in this life. I'm concerned about Nigeria. I speak about it. We spoke, there was no Igbo issue or Yoruba issue yet. Even I appealed to Niger man that there's no ambulance here. We're not going to call ambulance for him. So he better calm down and not run his blood pressure high. We had a good program yesterday. And it's a shame that we are debating and arguing this, and KJ is telling somebody not to express his voice or express his view. Who is he, by the way? I express my views. You don't have to take it. It's freedom of expression. Like Forefather said about the people in the Senate said that Finland, the minister says freedom of expression. So if you don't like me expressing myself, we're going to have issues. Thank you, Dr. Damage. God bless.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Thank you, everybody. Let me say this. I don't want us to move away. We move the topic, but let me say this. On this show, we talk about everything, and anybody can air their view. So of course, people can disagree with you on whatever you say, but there is nobody who will stop you from airing your view about anything. Any topic we pick up here, anybody can talk about it. That's why we pick up on them. We are not going to say this topic is about Catholics. If you're not a Catholic, you are not going to talk. That's not true. It's not going to happen here. You should be able to talk. And I understand why people are always on defensive when they feel that this is about them. But it can get to the point where you feel that nobody should talk about you or advise your group, whatever group you are, because we do the same every day. We talk about people in government. Otherwise, we're not senators. Why are we talking about senators? They can say, why are you talking about us? Anyway, there's the point is this, any topic here is open for discussion and anybody can weigh in, irrespective of whether you are part of whatever group we're talking about. All right, Niger Republic. Unfortunately, Buhari cannot move to Niger anymore because I don't think they want him that this is happening. So, Mr. James. Yeah.
That is very interesting.
From what you said, I was just laughing. Say you are not nice to boy.
Anyway,
he was planning to run them. Go ahead, James. Let us into what's going on.
I know,
That lady you showed just now, her name is Sophie Mokoena. She's in the international desk of the South African Broadcasting Corporation. She has granted a lot of interviews on this problem of Niger. She's a well-read woman. I encourage people to endeavor to go on YouTube to listen to her analysis. She said quite a lot of things about Africa. Okay, now there's a military coup has taken place in Niger. At first it was rumors that there was something like a coup, but it has been confirmed, and I think a new government is already in place. So let me start this way. On September 5, 2021, there was a coup in Guinea-Conakry, here in West Africa, because the president was going for a third term in office when there's a constitutional provision barring him. Then after that, on May 24, 2021, there was a coup in Mali, also a French territory. On September 30th, 2022, a coup occurred in Burkina Faso, also a French territory. Now, on July 27, 2023, a coup occurred in Niger. These territories I've mentioned, they are all contiguous. That is, they have boundaries with each other. And the implication is this: if, let's say, they want to impose sanctions on any of them, they just import their goods through the port of Conakry in Guinea and transport it by road all the way to Niger. So it will be very difficult to impose sanctions on them. So that's that. Now, French countries have been having terrible problems which we in the English-speaking countries know nothing about. Majority of us know nothing about what they are grappling with since the end of colonialism. There's what they call the French Colonial Pact. That is the name given to the agreement between France and the African colonies. The goal was to maintain the continuation of French colonial rule in Africa. The pact was first established on April 9, 1944, but it wasn't until December 1947 that it became effective. Now, this pact we are talking about created a legal mechanism under which France obtains a special place in the political and social life of its former African colonies. Now, the summary of the pact, as it is, the most essential parts that is disturbing the African colonies are these: 65% of their foreign reserve must be in French treasury. That is the Bank of France. Must mandatorily, harbor 65% of their national income, plus another 20% for what they call financial liabilities. This means that only 15% of their own money that is available for their use. So no matter how wealthy a former French territory is in Africa, only 15% of your wealth that is directly available for you. Now, if they have need to borrow, they have to borrow from France at a commercial rate. That is, if the 15% is not enough to run your country, you have to go and borrow from France. That is, you have to go and borrow your money from France, and you pay interest on borrowing that money. So this has been the case since 1960. This is what we are going through. Now, another problem is any mineral resource, be it gold, diamond, uranium, or whatever it is, that is found in any former French colony, that mineral resource must, in fact, mandatorily be mined by a French company. Unless there's no French company interested, then other countries can buy, in most cases, through French companies. Now, any contract that is to be awarded in any French country must be awarded to a French company. Now, unless there's no French company interested. Now, the CFA zones, that is the former French colonies, they are expected to contribute to political campaigns during, France, whenever there's election there. So if, for example, there's election in France next year, the Senegalese government, the Malian government, the Mauritanian government, they are all expected to contribute towards that election in France. So this is the situation they've been grappling with all along. Now, let me digress a little bit. There was a time I went to Senegal from here to renew my passport. While I was there, I seized the opportunity to meet an optician to get me a pair of glasses. They did they tested my sight. They did everything they were supposed to do. Then I asked them how much is the money. They told me I was to pay them in CFA francs. They said, no, I cannot pay now because they have to take the prescription to France. It is there they will prepare everything and bring the pair of glasses before I pay for it. I said, why? They said, that is the law. No Senegalese optician is permitted to dispense glasses. So I told them, in the Gambia, we do these things virtually by the roadside. They said, no, that is your English-speaking people. Here in Senegal, in French countries, this is what we do. So that tells you what these people have been going through. Now, they are saying enough is enough. And to make matter worse, in the the Sahelian zone, they have these Al-Qaeda problems. Now, the US government, French government, and other European government, I think Germany as well, they have military bases in these countries. Now, at the end of the day, they will tell you, we spent $10 billion or X billion dollars giving aid to these countries. Now, what are these, what kind of aid do they give them? The problem is military hardware. Now, even the military hardware, as I was saying yesterday on a different program, if, let's say, an AK-47 is given to a country, it is they, the foreign troops, that will determine the price of the AK-47. They will tell you an AK-47 costs $1 million. You cannot dispute it. So this is the kind of aid they have been receiving. And in Niger, as we are speaking right now, and in fact the Sahelian zone, there is chronic problem of climate change. Climate change has converted almost all these countries, with the exception of Guinea-Conakry, into desert. They can no longer farm the way they're supposed to farm. They have internal conflicts. Then the troops that are there, the foreign troops, they are engaged in what I call nefarious activities. Why nefarious? Niger as a country is the second largest uranium producer in Africa. It's the second largest uranium producer in Africa. Now, but it's seventh in the whole world. Now, because of this colonial pact, the people don't even have enough money to feed themselves, let alone embark in, on development programs. Now, it got so bad that they even, they were working on a plan to leave the CFA zone and join Nigeria to be using Nigerian naira as their currency. That is the plan they've been working on, which this coup has somehow truncated. So these are just some of the problems they are encountering. And of course, the presidential guards are not taking proper care of. And they have chronic economic problem, military discipline, tribal problems. So the center can no longer hold in the Republic of Niger. Now, the problem is this. Nigeria as a country, what we did before, like in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, Angola, what's called Mozambique, Southern Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, those things we did before, we are no longer in the position to do it. And this is what Sophie Mokwena was saying on SABC, that even the legitimacy of, what's his name, Mr. Buhari is questionable. So Nigeria can no longer live up to expectation. So this is why military coups are springing up. If not, Buhari, Mr. Tinubu has the powers to mobilize Nigerian military, invade the country, or give them 72 hours notice. If you don't live there, we will remove you. And this is what Buhari did in the Gambia. When Yahya Jammeh was not willing to leave, he came here on his own, took Adama Barrow, the president-elect, and left the country with him without what's called permission. Bola Tinubu would have been able to do that. Obasanjo did it in Sao Tome and Principe. It was a coup attempt. Obasanjo just sent a warship to the waters. We give you X number of hours. If you don't leave, we remove you. Nobody told them to leave. So, we have regressed. We have collapsed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Even the AU can no longer do what they are expected to do. Look at the war in, Sudan. They are unable to stop it. Gaddafi was killed. They are unable to do anything about it. Now, military coups have infested the whole region. So this is the situation in Niger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James, for the backdrop and background information, those who may not know. So let's, weighing what's happening there and the implications for Nigeria, because that's the angle that is of interest to a lot of people, and their opinions out there, and whether who are the people behind it? Are the Russians behind this? And what is the role of the Americans who have the base in Niger? What does it all mean with the call from the Vice President of America, Harris, to Tinubu?
It's a pity that the West have been very hypocritical in their dealings with African countries. This is the root cause of the problem. A country producing such substantial amount of uranium to be living in misery. The West has been very hypocritical. That's number one. There are rumors that Russia is behind it because the people were showing, flying Russian flags and things like that. But for now, the Russian government has not come out openly to say that they are behind the coup, but they are very strong suspicion. And one thing I failed to mention, or I forgot to mention, when the government of Mali told the French to pack up and leave their territory, all their troops, embassy officials and everybody, they were relocated to Niger. So the people of Niger are telling their government, if your brothers in Mali are telling these people to clear out of their country for reasons which they all know, why are you receiving them in our own country? So when the coup took place, initially some people were supporting the ousted president. I think it was the following day, the ruling party's building in Niamey was set on fire. Vehicles were set on fire and they went haywire. So the people are really tired. There's no doubt about that, but we don't know who is behind it. And one thing again, how will it affect Nigeria? Nigeria should be extremely careful, extremely cautious in handling this matter, because if they send military troops there, if they send troops there, it's going to be an unmitigated disaster for one reason. These Al-Qaeda boys and Boko Haram and others, some of them are recruited in Niger. Others recruited from other West African territories, they pass through Niger. If there are US troops, German troops, and French troops in Niger, how were they able to, why is it possible for them to be using that country as a recruitment ground? That shows that those troops are there for nefarious reasons. And another reason why they are there is that they are stopping these backway boys from using their country to the Mediterranean. Anyway, the impact on Nigeria is this. If we go there militarily, in fact, the terrorist organizations of all over the world, they have enough reasons to close their operations in Somalia, in Sudan, everywhere. They come straight to Nigeria. And if they're able to ravage Nigeria and take over the country, it's a bonanza. There's nothing greater than that. So they will do everything humanly possible. Standing army is not their problem. The troops are there, the boys are there, even the women, they are all over Sahelian zone. They will pour into Nigeria. Weapons is not their problem. And they will ravage the whole country. So Nigeria must be extremely cautious. In my opinion, they should allow these military boys to set up their government, negotiate with them, they return the country to democratic rule, and we end it at that. If we do what we did in Liberia and Sierra Leone and the Gambia, it's going to be something else.
All right, thank you so much, James, for this information. Let me come to you, Ovie. Ovie, what is your take on this situation in Niger?
Well, I think just like the lady said in that interview, she said that even the chairman of ECOWAS, which is Bola Tinubu, is having a problem in his own country. Rightly so. I'll come from this angle. The Senate president said, let the poor breathe. And I take it personal. And there's a statement of fact too. We've been put on chokehold by them. And as far as I'm concerned, the only way we can breathe is for us to renegotiate the Nigerian states. Let every state has its own autonomy. That will be the reversal of the nail on our neck. That will be a full stop. Then we now start thinking of what direction are we going to breathe. The man from Enugu will determine how he or she is going to run his or her state, determine how much he or she is going to contribute to the center. Right? The man in Zamfara will be able to practice the Sharia freely without any criticism from anywhere, because that's what he or she wants. Right? I should be able to serve my Uruku without any fear or favor of anything. As far as I'm concerned, that's where we need to be shooting at. They have already given us the blueprint. The poor need to breathe. And that is what we say. The poor need to sit on the table and renegotiate this thing politically. Because they don't negotiate Nigeria, they come. As I earlier said, Nigeria are 16. At a point, it was how many? 9 states, 19 states. Now we have 36. So product of negotiation, right? The amalgamation was product of negotiation. Independent was product of negotiation. Bola Tinubu coming to power.
Who negotiated the creation of states? Nobody did.
Nobody did. No, we are not involved. That's why.
Right. So we didn't negotiate it.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what we, because as they said, we are not able to negotiate because there was a nail on our neck. Rudolph, there's a nail on our neck. We can't. If you can't breathe, you can't negotiate. That's what the Senate president is saying. I'm not the one that said that. Let the poor breathe. And it's a statement of fact that we have 130-something million poor people in Nigeria. Let them breathe, right? As a fact, we want to breathe. I sleep on when Buhari say, oh, Nigerian youths are lazy. I'm not going to sleep on this. We need to breathe. And as far as I'm concerned,
I thought we're on Niger Republic.
I don't know. Ovie went far away. But Ovie, hold on.
Whatever that is happening in Niger Republic is a blueprint. Is for us. Why do you think the international, whoever you are going to accuse in Niger, why are they there in the first place? We are the target. Nigeria is the target. So if we don't renegotiate the state and own everywhere and everybody own its own, I don't want anybody to be negotiating the farm on my land. I don't want one person to come and tell me what I cannot plant in my land. So whatever that is happening in Niger, it's coming now us. It's happening because of me and you. It's because of what is in our possession, the land called Nigeria. So yes, I understand your question, and I know why I did not just stick on that. What am I going to say, right? That Mr. James have not said.
Okay, thank you.
Right?
I hear you.
I'm a Nigerian at this point. How do I make sure I am not a victim of what is happening in Niger 20 years from now? Not even now, 20 years from now. How am I going to make sure I'm not a victim of that? How am I going to make sure my children, my grandchildren, are not going to be a victim of what is happening in Niger 100 years from now? So we need to breathe. The president, vice president say, let the poor breathe. So, as far as I'm concerned, I interpreted to be say their nail has been on our neck. That's why every negotiation that is going on, we are not involved. Bola Tinubu becoming the president, we are not involved. We all know the ordinary people we are actually chatting for. So, yes, it's all about product of negotiation. We carry negotiation. As far as I'm concerned, we have 4 years to plan that negotiation. We have 4 years to take these men who put their nails on our neck off our neck.
Thank you, Ovie. Thank you so much. Let me announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to have David Hunde joining us. He will talk about some of the topics about Nigeria, the problems of Nigeria, and there's an essay he wrote called "The Conversation We Don't Want to Have About Biafra." So he is very important essay coming from somebody who is an outsider. He had a unique view of what's happening in the Southeast, and I want him to talk about it. And I want you guys, anybody who can join us tomorrow at 11:30 New York time and 4:30 Nigerian time. And in 2 weeks' time, we're going to have Professor Sam Amadi. He will also join us from Abuja to talk about the role of public intellectuals in the failure of Nigeria to launch. Yeah, can you go ahead?
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Before I weigh in on this Niger Republic's coup d'etat.
Okay, I'm giving you 1 minute. I thought there's a point.
Oh Lord. Okay, I really wanted to correct some misconceptions.
what I'm trying to say is that I want us to have a pattern so that I don't skip people. If I pick you without, I want to go round, and there should be a pattern. So if you don't mind waiting, I thought you are just trying to point at something that I missed.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just point at something that we've already, passed it, discussed here, concerning what KJ said, and I think I said something like that as well. The fact that we try to say do not advise Ndibo doesn't mean that you don't have your right or your opinion on this panel. You are free to say what you want to say, just the same way when you don't agree with a panelist here, you say, oh, I disagree with you. So literally, what I meant by your advice is not needed is we don't accept, or I don't accept your advice, meaning I don't agree with you. That doesn't mean that you have no right to talk. So that misconception of, somebody is trying to shut you down, somebody is asking you not to talk here. I don't think that's what KJ meant. It's simply, I disagree with you. That's what it basically means. You are free to say whatever you want to say. You are free to advise the Igbo people. That doesn't mean that I have to agree with you. I can say, no, I don't agree with you. Or maybe use another, phrase. Oh, maybe I disagree, don't advise me. That's basically, you are free, electricity, to say whatever you want to say, but we are also free to disagree with you.
All right. Thank you. All right.
So I still have my time to talk later.
Yeah, when I get to you, yeah. I'll go to forefathers, but this is I mentioned that. Is it showing on the screen or is it only here? Yeah, I mentioned that. Okay. Okay. Sam Amadi will be here on August 10th. He's the director of the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought. So he will join us, and we'll continue this conversation on Nigeria. And yesterday, I had an interview with Bobby Wine, the former presidential candidate in Uganda, and he's a musician and superstar. And he had a documentary on his life that premiered in New York yesterday, no, 2 days ago. And he performed at Central Park. So that interview will air it sometime this week. I'm not sure. We are trying to make some things happen. So we air it, and then he will join us live on this program down the road, I think, sometime in August. So just wanted to mention that. So, forefathers, what do you think about the situation in Niger?
Regarding the coup, generally, as a democratic nation, one should not support such things, like what happened even in Mali before. But what seems to be happening in those regions is that they are trying to shake off some of the these issues that Mr. James eloquently highlighted, that African countries that are francophone, they tend to be subservient to the French interests. Many of them, I think recently Mali even brought back they got rid of the French language as their official language. So basically, these people are actually doing stuff to reclaim their nation for their own people. And we have had a long debate, big debate with East Africans that were saying these coup plotters were correct. That was about 2 years ago. They were saying they were correct. I was saying, yeah, but for the stability of the region, you can't just have people coming and taking over power and all the rest of it. But like I said, in the end, who is taking control of their nation? They are the ones doing it. And these same leaders the Burkina Faso one was the one that went to the summit recently and was complaining that why is it that we have all these resources and we can't enjoy it? And these people that did this thing in Niger, the Wagner leader was saying that this is a long time coming, that it's way overdue. That's what the Russians believe, that they believe in what is happening now, because this same leader that was in Niger was the one that invited German troops into his country just barely 2 years ago. It's like, why do these people keep inviting foreigners into their land, and these people are compromising Nigeria's security? American military base now is packed up in Niger Republic. If they want to send their drones to Abuja, within hours they will be right there. Can you imagine the level of the way it affects our leaders when they are thinking? when they are about to make decisions, knowing that their rivals, their potential rivals that they could be making decisions against, is right next door to them. Why do you think Russia is fighting this war right now? It's because not because a military base is coming there. It's because they fear that this Ukraine was going to join NATO. You can't allow foreign interests to surround Nigeria like this. And Nigeria is an important country in Africa. If the black man is to be free in this world, you need Nigeria to have space. And yet these leaders all around Nigeria keep inviting foreign troops. They are so shameless. What kind of people are these? They are so shameless. Like, if I was watching a German channel the other day, the German lady, the reporter, was asking the official that, why didn't you send more troops? That this stuff wouldn't have happened. Then the guy was like, because he was in public, he's like, you can't say that like we are the ones controlling the country. Like, they are talking as if they are the ones controlling Niger Republic. Like, why did the Germans not send more troops? Why did the French not send more troops? What are the Americans doing there? Why this coup is happening? Like, I see the people are not even free at all. Look at how poor their lives are. I believe that these people, what is happening right now is a movement that the Russians are backing in the Sahel, and these people are taking over their country. They're taking back their country from these traitors. Because if you look at our leaders right now, look at Tinubu. He's basically every day in France and in the UK and all the rest. And we think that this country is going to do any better. Our country will never do well if we don't have a way of taking control from over our country. The same thing that we say is happening in the French countries is similar to what is happening to us. It's just that it's happening in a different way. It's not that different. This Commonwealth thing that we have, it's not Commonwealth too. It's only their own wealth. It's not for us. Because look at our nation. Life expectancy is 52 years. When most of the countries in the world is some 70, 80. Can you imagine? Women in Japan, their life expectancy is 87 years. All of us, we will be lucky to live past 52 in the context of Nigeria. Many people are losing their life before they even make it there in Nigeria. And because of this nonsense that we have signed up to, and we refuse to shake it off. And if it takes military leaders to do it, so be it. Because many Africans are tired of it. Because in the end, all these democracies thing, and I fear that this democracy that we are running is a trap. Because it enables our leaders, it cripples them. They follow processes, they do things with processes, and it cripples them. They are not able to function. Because how is it that these small countries are able to shake off foreign influence over their countries so quickly, but while democracies are not able to? What is the point of having democracy if you are not prospering? I don't understand though. What is the point of this democracy if it's democracy for poverty? Because these foreign powers, in the end, you follow them all you want. They are not going to do what suits you until you decide that, you know what, even if I'm a democracy, I'm going to defend myself. Israel is a democracy, but it defends itself. It doesn't care what America thinks so. When Israel wants to do stuff, they don't consult America. They do their own thing. They don't allow American troops into their country to come and tell them what to decide and what not to decide. If we are a democracy, we have to start thinking for ourselves, and we have to. I believe that those military bases in Niger Republic, they need to go. They really need to go. If Nigerian leaders want to have freedom to exert their influence and be able to make decisions on behalf of this in Nigeria, they can't be afraid that there's a military base right next door to them that is going to come and do something to them. I don't believe in that, and I really think that we should give these leaders a chance to see what they are trying to do. If they are trying to, like, make things even worse, like bring the French troops in, bring every other troops in, the Russian troops, then we can condemn them. But if they are trying to remove all these controls that James described, it's a good thing. We have to take control. This is what I've been talking about. We have to take charge of our destiny. Instead of begging people for everything and being afraid to speak our mind and being afraid to defend ourselves. All these countries that remove their foreign democratic leaders, guess what they went and did? In Mali, they doubled the military size. In Burkina Faso, they more than tripled it. They had about 5,000 something soldiers. Within a month or so, the leader went and recruited 50,000 soldiers. Why do you think the leader did that? A military leader came in overnight, decided that he was going to increase the military size to about 50,000 because he knew these Democrats are useless. They sit there and leave their country defenseless. I've been talking about this in Nigeria. They leave our country defenseless too against foreign influence. And this is why our nations are often compromised. Whatever we do seems to fail. And we are always divided. We need to do studies about these things. Don't listen to me. Don't take my word for it. We should be doing our own homework, checking what we are all educated here. Check, do your research, find out how other nations get out of this mess. Maybe you come up with solutions that I have not even heard of. Thank you.
Thank you, for this. Similarly, you're next. I'm going that way so that I'll get to you down.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't know much about coup, but I believe it's illegal.
You don't know much about coups? You've not planned one? You look like you can actually lead a group. So.
I can't even reply, so I don't know anything about coups, but I do know that it's some sort of an illegality of someone taking power by force for some reason. Specifically, it seems as if without the people closest to this president of Niger Republic, whatever that is happening to him wouldn't occur. He knew the people that surrounded him. That's why I believe when someone is forming a government, they should be careful to surround them. Seeing him so like that, like a child, it was a bit nice to see. Supposedly that president should be the front of a country, stand tall, head held high, with tears. He doesn't speak good of that country. I wouldn't want Nigeria to get to that level, regardless that most of Nigerians don't agree. They are highly divided. But I don't want to say much about it. That's all I have to say. I have one more thing to say about let the poor breathe. I think it's a very downgrading kind of tagline. Let the poor breathe.
Thank you so much. I'm actually surprised that we have found it something positive about that, but we can get that next time. One of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I completely agree with your point of view, about that statement. Let the poor breathe. It's kind of disrespectful. All Nigerians. Let's be realistic. I think the people in the Congress, they have this impunity. Somebody may come here and say, it's a banter, but it's not a banter. This is how they feel. I mean, they may laugh at it like it's scary or whatever, but it's not. This is exactly how they feel. I mean, they laugh over it like it's comedy or whatever, but actually, this is how they feel. I mean, because they do everything with impunity. But anyway, let me go to what we are talking about right now, about the coup in Niger. People are not really, I know this is the next part where forefather come in, he has made some very solid points. Most of the time, I don't agree with his military, exposed here. But having said that, this could be a dynamic change in the West Africa, because I think right now there's about 15 countries in West Africa, but we're not taking it, to the serious. But it's very serious, because this military coup, is going to change the dynamics in West Africa, because of the insurgent, that has a very good point to make. Right now, I think the Wagner group or the Russia, they're in support of what's going on. If you look at what happened in the last, I think since 2020, you have Guinea, you have Mali, and you have Burkina Faso. They have all had military coup. Now they are being joined by Nigerians just since 2020, which is not a long way. So in the West African region, there's a lot of stability. I mean, why is this taking place? What just happened in Niger, which is a neighboring country to us, I mean, they are probably, exploiting the situation in Nigeria because of the statement Nigeria has about the present government. So Tinubu has no credibility. He might be the chairman of ECOWAS or whatever. And they're not going to respect him because they're going to say, you don't have any credibility for your country. Who are you to come and tell us what to say? No, that's not going to happen. So it's going to be a very toxic situation coming. That's what I'm thinking, because they're kind of destabilizing the whole West Africa. So it's a dynamism to come. What does America look at the US and the France? They back, the so-called Democrat government, that we have in West Africa. But there's no true Democrat. What is their benefit? I mean, they have, I think, over 1,000 soldiers. I think about 110 soldiers stationed in that region. But what is their motive? It's for geopolitical reason and because of the resources they have over there. and they're very close to Nigeria. So it's going to be a very dynamic change in that area, because most of all that, I think all that three region, they have aligned themselves with Russia, and they send most of the peacekeeping force out of that region. So we should expect the worst to come, because they're not going to relate of what they're doing right now. And I'm very much concerned what's going to happen to, even to Nigeria, by the insurgents and everything that's going to be happening. It's going to get worse, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria, but that's part of this country. It's not going to be easy. That's all I'm going to say in this. So let's just hope, the situation is not as terrible. It just subsides to a minimum level. But my own forecast is going to, it's going to get worse before it get better.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Before I go, thank you for taking me off, because you make me sleep off on myself. Marginalization starts from here. The only voice of the North that speak here, or the middle belt to the North, because when it comes to politics, we are 90 states of the North. That's what they say. It's not my word. But when it comes to this platform, even when I have the chance to speak, you let me sleep off. My wife is here today. She will take me inside and flog me, but that's okay. I want to thank James and all of you. James is a very good guy. There are many reasons why I respect James. He disagrees with the existence of God, but he understands Bible. People like James are not that much. I thank you for your expertise, but most of the things that I would disagree on so many levels is that the West are no more interested in Nigeria, because the crude was one of the things that they were importing. So West interest in Nigeria is no more. It's not as much as it used to be. When it comes to the French colonizing state or country in the Africa, West Africa, it's the same thing. It's divide and control and to maintain each other's lane. Colonization is modernized. There is not going to be any way until Black people realize themselves and figure out how to govern themselves. But as far as they allow this low self-esteem, that's another person how to determine how they live their lives and how they manage their resources, is going to be a long walk to freedom. Let's come down a little bit. Let me come down to a little bit to where we are talking all this morning for the past 3 hours or more about the Eastern Nigerian and what it is to other part of Nigeria or to the Black nation. We cannot still have an alternative that, okay, we give here, rather than to all of us fuel our angers and what Dr. Rudolph should say, rant. So it's a long walk to freedom. The coup in Niger is nothing but what Black people do to themselves. I was trying to wait longer, but I have to step out. If I come back later, I will join, where we talk about what is our belief system. What is the word of Black people? What is the value we place on ourselves? In my own community here, when I mentioned that we are 24th century slaves, they don't want to believe it. They think they are living their lives. So I asked them, how many people willingly from this part of the world want to go to not only Nigeria, want to go to the Black country or want to go to Africa as a continent, want to go and live there? And you will see that it's either they go on diplomatic reason and operate under the control and the constitution of their country, or they don't go. But we do without even full airport, or go to and stay in embassy gate when we don't even have an invite because of what we do to ourselves. So, and that is the gullibility, and how this is how they see us. We are a deplorable people, even though we claim to be eloquent. And what is the Western education, and what is the value of Black people on themselves, and what is the rule of law formed by Black people how to govern themselves, or what is the system, whether you are talking about the political system. The political system, did they grow to establish their own rule of law, or did they just imitate one that is given to them? And what is the worth of a black man or a black woman in their own nation? So we can't figure out who we are. So when the coup, and now some people come and say, oh, they could not listen in the Niger will not listen to us, but we don't have a legitimate president. That is all baloney. That's not how it is. If do you think now if Tinubu ordered the military to interfere or to do something, they will say no? They don't have that. But the issue is that that is not even the issue. If Tinubu do and the France say no, it's a conflict of interest right there, because there is all about divide and control to make sure that the black people are never together. And as far as we cannot figure what we want, black people cannot figure out what they want in this life and how to govern themselves, this to and fro is bound to happen, and our people will continue to suffer it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kenneth, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. You see, Mazi Ovie was making a statement trying to, I don't know, maybe he was trying to commend the Senate president for saying, let the poor break. So this is it. I see that as more of a travesty or mockery than being genuine. If he was genuine, he knows what to do. But I hate it when the so-called leaders are making mockery of the citizens. Now, this is it. We're talking about what happened in Niger Republic. I long foresee that coming, and I'm happy, very, very happy that it's coming gradually. It's a breakfast that will reach everybody, whether you like it or not. Some of us here applauded the Buhari's regime in 2015 when they hosted or seized power from Goodluck Jonathan. We're talking about military coup, but we're not talking about political coup in a democratic administration. 2015, Niger Republic, the current government in Niger Republic, in collusion with APC government, seized power from Nigerian citizens. Some of us commended them. They even went as far as coming to Nigeria to pay homage to their master, Buhari, their brother, actually, Buhari. In 2019, same replicated itself. The same Niger Republic government played active role in our 2019 election. They even came to Nigeria the second time to greet their brother. In 2023, this year, on the February 25th, APC and Tinubu seized power from the citizens. Is that not a coup? And we are surprised. And we are scared of other country, military doing what they are known for. See, it is even better we have military coup than to have political coup in a supposed democracy. Let it take over. Are you surprised to see what is happening in Niger? That the citizens are even supporting the military. It tells that the citizens are not happy. They need change. These are gangsters. It's not only Nigeria, in the entire African region. Most of these leaders are criminals. They are not for the people. The people are now enjoying the supposed democracy. And that is why you see the citizens on the street. Oh, I saw a video. Dr. Debe shared a video where the Minister of Finance was crying. And I was like, why is not somebody giving me a slap there? What kind of useless cry? Who cry? When you were busy embezzling money, did you remember cry? And that reminds me of our Minister of Finance, the just exceeded Minister of Finance under Buhari. That lady looted this country dry. And I'm surprised that the media is not even saying anything about it. Jamb looted the Nigeria. Oh God, where are we going to start? Buhari was the master looter. Nobody's saying anything about it. So it's even better Let them keep coming closer. It will reach everybody. It will reach everybody. Well, we've not even started crying.
All right. Thank you. Uzo.
This is it. I'm going to Kene. This is it. Yeah, okay, we use that as lamps for some comedy skip. This is it. Now, my own take is this. And remember, I don't know which of the Q, Nigeria Q, one of the key players say why we strike. That is this thing, why we strike. Why did this Q keep on occurring? What's going on? You know, yeah, I know we are only talking about nobody. You tell that the Q is good, No. I bet you go to Nigeria right now, interview 10 people about me. They want me to come back to Nigeria because of the nature of the country right now. If we that are learned that know that military takeover is not a good thing, go to average man in the street right now in Nigeria. Go and interview them. I call so many. They say if military will be rude, but be better for them than what they are seeing right now. So we are not even addressing why is the military taking over. All right. If the government is active, if the government and do what they're supposed to do, why would the military come and take over? Because the government failed the people. As far as a no-state actor can raise ammunition, raise weapons against the government, and government are not saying anything. What of the state actors like a general in Nigeria army? He can take over a country. And Nigeria is so close to that, and we are not looking at that. Niger is not here. If you put I and A to that Niger Republic, it becomes Nigeria. Only 2 words remain, it becomes Nigeria. With Nigeria is almost there, and we are not looking at that. We are looking at look at the finance minister crying. What is he crying for? People, I'm happy for him crying. So people should learn. When you are doing stuff, you don't know what tomorrow will become. So as according to the Q plot, I don't know which year, they say why we strike. They always cry for something. Tinubu think that he's removing all generals. He saw it coming, remove all generals in Nigeria army. All right, we can do something. They also it coming because they're not doing good. They saw that everything will not take over. They saw all this coming, all of them. So they know that it's coming on their way. That's the way he goes there. What we do, he do this. It retire all generals and all generals, so that before the new ones will be able to put them together and do anything, it was too late for them. So it comes. Yeah, that's one thing they're doing. So in my own opinion, though, I don't support the military takeover of any nation, which is not good. All right. But my own thing I'm saying is this: if the country is strong whereby the government, the military are getting what they're supposed to get in, I don't see reason why they be plotting kill. They are also human beings. So I don't pity for the president holding hostage, wherever he's holding hostage, and I don't see Nigeria going to that battle. Nigeria are going to with which money? Which money are they going to fund the military support in the Niger Republic? And which boundary? Where is the boundary? The Niger Republic and Nigeria have a boundary. They have a 1 million crossover from Niger Republic to Nigeria. It'd be, as Mr. James said, it'd be a disaster to Nigeria if Nigeria try to do anything. Let them stay and watch and see what is going to happen. What's going to happen is this: let war not to break. Because all the refugees that enter from Borno State all the way to Nigeria, they will all come back to Nigeria again. That's what will not happen. And the massive people coming to Nigeria, you can't come from them. Both the terrorists and everybody will go to march to Nigeria. Because there's no boundary, nobody checkmate. It's a free pass for everybody. So let's just be careful. Let's Nigeria government.
All right, thank you. I don't know what happened to you, but you froze. Ismail, go ahead before I go to Max.
I'm not going to take long. Just to correct myself, I said I didn't know anything about coup. That man crying, was that a Mefele?
No. That was Minister.
The finance minister crying. Is that not the president of Niger?
No, not the president. The Minister for Finance. According to the story, which I can confirm, he was asked to account for the money the country has been spending. So.
Minister of Finance for Nigeria.
No, Niger Republic.
Oh dear.
Or face execution in 48 hours. That's
I don't know about that story, but
that's what they are saying.
that's what it's about.
How are you crying? A big man like now. Wow.
Right.
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, Doc, thank you so much once again for having me. My elder brother, Mr. James, made a very salient analysis of what is happening in Francophone countries. And I would like my elder brother, James, to research how much these Francophone African countries contribute to the French Reserve on yearly basis. If I'm not mistaken, it's over 30 billion. It's over 30 to 40 billion dollars. That is what they contribute to French Reserve. Okay.
More than that.
Okay. It's huge. I have been to Niger because during my active service, military service, I was in a place they call Nguruyobe State, just about 25 kilometers to Geshua Training College. And the operations we had within that Niger Republic border was so massive. That was during Abacha's time. It was hot, that place. My brothers and sisters and those that are listening to us, I would have loved people from that particular area, the Bronu side, the Brini Kebi side, to come out here and tell us how wide that place is. Even if you station 1 million soldiers, ground forces at that place, they will not be able to man it. That is how vast that place is. And Nigeria is going to face a serious problem if they venture using what we call unilateral action. If you remember what took me to Liberia, where I fought for 3 years, 8 months, in Sierra Leone as well, it was an agreement from the ECOWAS. And within 1 year of that insurgency in Liberia, Babangida, as at that time, organized and formed what they call ECOMOG, ECOWAS monitoring group, ECOMOG. That was what took me to Liberia. But that potency in Nigeria now is no longer there. Nigeria has been badly exposed militarily. I will tell you today, Nigeria has been badly exposed. Don't have troops anymore. They cannot. You said they sent troops to Sao Tome. Sao Tome is just less than 200 people in that place. They can ransack them. The Gambia, Nigeria was the former, a Nigerian general was the former chief of army staff of the Gambia.
Yeah, you are correct. Lawan General Lawan Guadabe. It's frozen.
Come again? Yes.
Lawan Guadabe.
Yeah,
General.
Guadabe. Yeah, Guadabe. Nigeria controlled the Gambias at that time. Today, can we say of that about Nigeria? No. I am not a fan. Despite that I was a military man, I am not a fan of coup. But when you make the environment suitable, when you water the ground for all this coup to take place, then who are you going to blame? I do not know how many of us has visited Niger Republic. My brother, when you get to Niger Republic, you will know how bad that place is. They are below. In fact, 80% of Nigerians are below poverty level. France control everything. And what is coming now in these Francophone countries is the wave of chasing the interests of French government in their land. And I'm in support of that. I support that. But I do not know how these khaki boys will deliver. I don't know whether they are going to come again to do worse than the civilian dictators, as I call them, did. You see, when you come to Nigeria now, when you look at, compare all the money Abacha looted and now equate it with all these civilian dictators in Nigeria have looted. Can you equate them? And nobody's talking about them. It is only when they are dead that you will now begin to quantify how much this person looted. Looting is going on in Nigeria, and that is why Nigeria is at the vantage point. If anything happens, the mistake Bola Tinubu will do is to unilaterally send troops to Niger Republic. It is going to be disaster. I am talking from my own point of view. It will be disastrous. French government is playing a very dangerous role when it comes to Francophone countries. Most of you, Brother James, you will realize, I think you know what they did to this guy, the Ivorian man, Gbagbo.
Laurent
Gbagbo. They single-handedly removed that man, chase him away, and bring Alassane Ouattara to be there. And that was what, caused the riot, the deadly riot that happened at that time. The influence of French government in this Francophone country is very, very horrible for these people and for the citizens. I am talking about the citizens. When you look at them and you look at their level, you know that these people are suffering. And that goes also to Anglophone countries, including Nigeria. Barbados, the prime minister there is a woman as we speak. And when he now declared Barbados as a republic, I was there, I think, for about 2 years. I stayed there in 2 years, Bridgetown, Barbados. That was where I stayed. If you go, the woman removed the influence of the the monarchical system over there. Jamaica is also doing the same thing right now as we speak. What has Nigeria done? I called what the British people are doing to these Anglophone countries, bureaucratic enslavement. That is what they are doing to our people, and our people have refused to understand that. You just imagine when they were campaigning. You just imagine when they were campaigning to become the presidents of Nigeria, all of them, they ran to Chatham House. What were they going there to do? If they are not still, having the influence of these people around them. So Mali took over and they threatened. Mali is there. The military head of state is there. Burkina Faso did the same thing. They threatened fire and brimstone. The man is there. Now Niger, what makes you think that it will not come to every other places within this area? Nigeria is just, with the way Nigeria is structured right now, it is going to spell doom for Nigeria if Bola Tinubu will unilaterally send troops to Niger Republic. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you, Maxi. Femi, you're next.
Okay, so just to take it from where Maxi spoke about, I remember from living in Kaduna, one of the trips that my uncle was, I think it was the equivalent of a lieutenant general in the Air Force at the time, that he took to Niger, because what he typically would do is whenever he went on trips outside of the country, when he comes back, he tries to explain, give us a pictorial description of whatever places he had visited. And I remember him mentioning how backward Niger was at the time. Fast forward to today, because we had this discussion, it's long been retired. We had this discussion recently when this coup happened over the phone. And it was like, if anything, it's actually worse now. And this is despite the fact that Niger, if I recall, is the country that has the largest uranium deposit in the world, which is one of the things that France, of course, in addition to the right to you,
is the world. Not in the world, but go ahead.
One of at least one of the largest. Yeah,
I think number 7 in the world.
Yeah. So, in the world. Yeah. Okay.
Second in Africa.
Okay, great. So, yeah, thanks for the correction. But in any case, because of how easy it is to, I think it's one of the easiest to mine because you literally could be picking up deposits. That's not to say that that's how it happens. But in any case, there's a lot of politics that goes around, especially when it comes to foreign countries. In fact, I am trying to get a clearer picture of what's going on because I've always known about the fact that the impact France continues to hold when it comes to French-speaking countries, except for I think Guinea. It's kind of Conakry because and there's a reason behind that as well.
Yes,
Because they fought to Secretariat and all that. Yeah. So I was surprised to actually know just recently that 60%. And again, I start to be corrected. I'm sure that's what because I was watching this guy's one of these guys YouTubers what's it called? I got to realize that 60% of their monies actually is deposited in the French central bank. I'm like, okay, now, and to the point of what's happening in Mali and Burkina Faso, because there's a trend, because it all started from when whatever happened when NATO first tried to get involved in Libya, and then, of course, during Obama's time, we all know the story. It started from there. And all of a sudden, it looked like a lot of these French countries have been looking for a way to align more, move away from the West, France and the rest of them. France, of course, doesn't like this, but Russia has always had their own interests as well, whether one wants to go with Russia or not. And it seems to be a pattern. And I kind of sense that someone like Tinubu, for example, basically, I believe a lot of African leaders, especially in West Africa, including the Felix Houphouët-Boigny, who literally is definitely going to die in power the way it's going. I'm sure they're going to start getting scared. If they were not scared before, they're getting scared now, because all the ingredients that would necessitate a coup or protest that will lead to a coup, they're all in play in virtually every country that you can think of in Africa, especially in West Africa. And the signs are ominous. I'll just keep it that way.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Nigerman. From there, we'll go to Show and then Michael. Electricity too. Okay, Nigerman. Was he sleeping? Unmute yourself.
Nigerman, talk now.
I think he has earphone on. He has his earphone on.
Okay. We skip him for now, and we'll come back to him. Let's go to Show and then Michael. And
almost be there.
Come back to him. Let's go to Show.
Okay. I think the German is speaking now. So I'm not sure if he's all right. Good evening, Rudolph. Good evening to everyone listening. Comment section, I've been there all day. I've listened to everything. Good evening, Rudolph. Good evening to everyone listening.
Okay, Nigerman, I just took you out. You have two. I think you have the YouTube on, and then you have StreamYard. So fix it before you go ahead, Show.
Okay, yeah. So good evening, and it's been a fantastic show. I've listened from the beginning. I'm sure who was there? I think Paul was there with myself and yourself. We were the first three in the backstage. But when I realized the topic that was going to be discussed, the first topic, I just opted out because it's not the topic I'm really vast on. And, just maybe advice to some of the panelists now, not calling names or anything, but, it's not, I don't think, personal opinion, I don't think it's every subject that you have to weigh in on. There might be some topics that, you're not very vast in, or, you just feel like, with this one, I'll sit it out. You don't have to say something at all times, because the way the conversation went at times, I just felt like there were people that were just saying things for the sake of being heard without saying much. So maybe going forward, we should take that advice, some things, just sit it out, let people discuss it, listen. You might not learn anything from it, because I don't think I learned anything. It was a lot of shouting and bickering. I didn't learn anything. It was I mean, not waste of time, but it was like BS really. But sometimes sit it out. This Niger issue, it's not a surprise because the way African leaders or rulers, the way they treat their people, you can't. I mean, I saw the minister, is it the minister for finance crying? And somehow I was wishing that was Nigeria. No, now I was wanting that experience for our leaders, not the coup itself, but I was wishing that our past political leaders would be held to ransom with a gun to their heads and be asked to account for every penny. I put it up on my status on my WhatsApp to say, would your favorite guy be crying or would he get to work if asked that question? And these are the questions people should ask themselves sincerely. This is not anything to do with your party. This is not anything to do with Labour Party, Obedience, Atiku. If they ask your favorite politician in Nigeria, the people you support, if they ask them to account for every money that's been, entrusted into their hands, would they start crying or would they get to work and start, producing documents? Because if they give you 48 hours, I don't think 48 hours is sufficient. But there's an amount or body of work that you'll produce in 48 hours that would give the military guys, reassurance to say, you know what, we think this guy is serious. He's actually giving us what we need, so we'll give him more time. But when you start crying from when they ask you for something, it tells them straight away, you've been a crook all your life. I was hoping, I was wishing that was Nigerian politicians. Because look at the guys that were saying, let the poor breathe. Yeah, they have it. Nays don't have it. They were having fun. See, the minute they were saying that, there were Nigerians that were dying or, crying in agony because of the actions and inactions of those idiots that were laughing at the Senate. Now, if that was to happen to them and somebody was to point a gun to their head and say, account for every penny, sorry. It's just very loud. If somebody was to say, account for every penny that you've handled, Nigerian money, they will now start crying and people will feel sorry for them. You don't feel sorry for such people. These things that they do or that they don't do have consequences on people's lives. So I don't feel sorry for them. I don't like a coup. I'm not wishing for one. But we need to start understanding that African leaders are worse than military dictators. What's the difference between this guy and Abacha? And nobody should tell me about, you weren't there. I was there. I mean, that I remember very well. I remember IDB days very, very well. And I remember Abacha days. Wow, how's it different? How many people were being killed in Nigeria on a daily basis during Abacha days? How many people are dying today? People died. 21 people were beheaded only 2 days ago. It didn't even make our headline here. People are being pied every single day, but we don't care anymore. You understand? So how is it better than military? This democracy that we say we practice. How is it better? Election day, people will be killed. And you have Nigerians telling you, oh yeah, but that's the level we're at right now. It took America 5,000 years. It took America 3,000 years. It's fine. You have people who are accused of killing people during election. And their chairman, Kwakwansu, is negotiating with APC for positions. And the APC guy went to your secretariat and burnt the place down with people inside. But Kwakwansu is there negotiating. And we say it's democracy. You don't want military. How bad can it be? How bad? Really, tell me, how bad can it be? For those of you who are older, who saw the earlier coups, how bad can it be? I saw IDB. I saw Abacha. Yes. Well, at least we knew who was responsible for the killing. It was only one group of people. But now, so many different people, so many factions. You see people like Asari Dokubo wielding a weapon. Do you think the Nigerian military boys are happy with the way Asari? I'm not saying they were innocent or they are innocent, but the way Asari dragged them and said they were the ones responsible for this, they are the ones. Do you think they're happy? And him wielding weapon, having a soldier or having an army of his own, do you think the boys are happy? No, they are not. We're indirectly calling for a coup. But if we say it here, you say, oh yeah, because your principal lost, you want to throw everything away. No. But when Asari is doing it, and because it favors your party, he's saying he's defending your principal, you are happy, you keep quiet. You call out evil wherever you see it. If they say, account for the money and Peter Obi cannot account, take him. I won't miss him. Take him. It's beyond parties, beyond anybody. It's about Nigerians. But we don't think that way. We're easily, or as far as I'm comfortable, my party is winning. Everything is cool, hunky-dory. No, we need to start thinking beyond our parties and beyond ourselves. This thing that happened in Niger, it won't be the last. It will keep happening as long as. Did you see the Nigerians celebrating? You think if their politicians were treating them right, do you think they'll be celebrating? These people are not stupid. Do you think they'll be celebrating? But they were happy, at least temporarily. They might go home and think about it and say, oh, you know what, this military boys, whatever. But for that, just get rid of these guys.
All right, sure. Thank you. You mentioned that nobody has asked politicians to show the money.
No. We've asked them. I'm saying I wish the guns were pointed to their heads and given ultimatums.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying we don't ask.
Let me show you the one that happened and how it ended up. Watch.
Okay.
Oh, why is it not playing?
Oh yes, this one. Oh God.
I'm sorry, it's not playing here. I don't know.
Yeah, so this video, I mean, I can sort of talk people through it. So Shewa Kimberly of Channels was asking former Governor Fayose, about how he made money, how he, amassed wealth and all of that. And Governor Fayose went to say, I've been making money, Shewa, before you started journalism or before you started earning salary. That was the way he answered. And on this show, I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe last weekend, Dr. Damages, you will have left, who was late in the UK, maybe like midnight. There was a particular guy that was challenging me on this show, saying that I'm dragging Fayose, lumping him with the likes of Ojus or Kalu, that we Yoruba people, we don't do that. I said, I don't protect people who are considered criminals. I don't. It doesn't matter their tribe. I'm a Yoruba man. If Fayose is a Yoruba man, it doesn't matter. If I feel like you've cheated the people, I'll call you out. It goes beyond tribe. Don't mollycoddle your own and say, this one is our tribe. We have to protect. I said, see, people like Jack Conley, I can see Jack Conley. See, there's no saint. Politics is a dirty game. There's no piousness in this. But there are levels to these things. People like Jack Conley, you can defend them. People like Bola Tinubu, you can defend them. That's it. You can defend them to an extent and say, this is what they did. They put the people first. It's like the UK, it's like the US. There's corruption everywhere. But there are levels to it. And that guy was saying, Baba Jack Conde went out to work for Abacha. I said, okay, that was bad. But we talk about Jack Conde estates today. We talk about the level of education in Lagos State, what he did. We can talk about Awolowo and the free education. And he was saying, I said, see, all these people you're mentioning, BC Onabanjo is my first cousin, or was my first cousin. Like when I say direct, he's not street cousin. The actual first cousin, blood, DNA, first cousin. You can defend what they did. BC Onabanjo was my first cousin. So don't tell me about these guys. I know, I read what they did. You can defend them to an extent. How do you defend people like Fayose? How did you make money? You're defensive. All of a sudden, saying, I made money before you started earning salary. Sorry, why are you angry that they asked you how you made money? You understand? So these are the things we need to start calling out. It doesn't matter where you're from. I don't care. See, some people have accused me of looking for Igbo sympathy on this channel, like I don't have a life outside this. No, I don't care. This is the one I like. You can't talk to me about Ojus or Kalu. You can't talk to me about Maruchas. You can't talk to me about some of these people. I don't care for them. I just feel like Peter Obi's level of corruption, whatever you want to call it, is not the same as these other guys. If they were to call Peter Obi and point a gun into his head and say, account for every penny in Anambra State in those 8 years, Peter Obi won't cry. He might not be able to give them every money, which might land him in trouble, but it's not the same as a lot of your favorites. That's what I'm talking about. You understand? So when people start doing all this nonsense and saying military, if we are inviting the military because of the way we're treating our people. If you were treating us nice, if we had Bola, if we had Awolowo in charge today and all these people, and the military took over, the people will protest and say, leave us alone, we're happy, we're going somewhere. We might not be there, but we're on a journey. We can see where they're taking us to. But in today's Nigeria, can anybody even say where we're going? They are laughing, they're having fun. Yeah, let the poor breathe. The years have it, the years have it. Those people are, they're sons of. Anyway, I came here for, this is not what I came here for. I came here for the next topic, just in case I've spoken for too long. Yeah, I came here for the next one that we wanted to discuss. So, right. Yeah, I'll let you carry on.
Thank you. Let me play that. I really want people to hear that because I think it's important to see. Hold on, let me see.
Our governor first, I left after 8 years, I came back. And do you think I'm a pauper? You are a salary earner now. I made money before you became a presenter.
So this is what you get in a country, and we're asking for accountability. Just imagine this wherever in the world you are, CNN. Just think about this, Larry King or whoever talking to a politician, and this is the answer they will give. Apart from Trump, I don't think anybody can give this answer. And continue. Okay, where am I? Who is the next person online? I forgot the line. I think electricity. Let's go to you, and then Niger Man.
No, it's Niger Man. Sorry, apologies for that.
Okay, Niger Man.
Good evening, everyone. We are about the coup, but you know, Nigeria, we are planning. People, sometimes I wonder people will say, "Let the military come back." Maybe majority of people experience the military regime now. But for the problem of Nigeria today, if the military is to come back and clean all this mess, I think it's better. Everybody will support it. That is number one for that. So the Niger Republic coup, the fear I'm having, these people is just our neighboring. So what is the fear of Nigeria? Because when I watched the South Africa, that is the journalist yesterday, that interview of that, the one you played first time, when I watched it yesterday. So I was just so very, I don't know what, the way I feel, just feel cold all over me, because if the world can see our president that way, and they say the world that is the world doesn't have weight for them because it's battling legitimacy, that is the way they replied, they say what? You have sent a delegate to there, we have nothing they can able to do there since then. So if the world can see him that way, and we Nigeria here are defending it, so if they are going, and they say Russia was waving their flag in the government house the other day, so if they invade Nigeria, so where are we? Our president don't even have word. They don't even believe in word because of the legitimacy. So we are in big trouble in Nigeria. That is our big problem. Because what happened in Niger is closer to us. Even the Buhari have issued a statement that Tinubu should lead, but how? And they are not respecting the order, nobody. So this is a big problem for Nigeria, honestly. This is a big problem. But the military should come. I didn't support it, but if that will be the remedy to clean this Nigerian mess, I think that is the only way. Because the military, when they come, we don't know when they will leave. That is another problem. That is just another problem.
All right.
I experienced military regime. Babangida, Abacha, all of them. So I know.
Who said one of them is here?
That is true. When they will come, but when they will leave, that will be the problem. You will know the start, you will never know the end again.
He's smiling now, laughing, but when he's in uniform, you won't see that laughter.
Yeah, you won't see that one. So that is it, Dr. Dame. So our war, the president war doesn't even have weight, number one. That is just the number one problem we are having. Look at America. America is not too associated with Nigeria. People are not noticing many things. Those ones are just waiting maybe to see after the court. If the court rule and say this president should continue, we see America, they will start withdrawing most of their team from Nigeria. Tell you, so people are not, there's many things we are not even looking at. So this is a big problem. And the problem we are having in Nigeria, the lawyers are even problem to us. I saw they were interviewing some lawyer, asking them, why must it be that the judiciary, 5 people or 7 people, will decide the fate of 200 and something million? They too should have be telling some of these candidates, this case cannot make anything. This guy he said, how are they going to make a lot of money? This is the time they make money. They have to tell them to go to court. They should not channel that one. Nobody should go to that way. They should leave them to do it. You see, this is the problem of the Nigeria. I see this one. This one the ones who leave his job. This one the one to lose his own job. Everybody. So that is it for Babio. We should leave that one for the other one, because that military, I'm just so surprised. I'm just so weak. I don't just understand, because when the time of Obasanjo, I can remember the coup that happened. Obasanjo went there, and Tell them to stop and negotiate and tell them, you know, there was respect. Look at the lady yesterday. That is what he's saying. He said because the AU, because he's the leader now, the chairman is Nigeria. Because it doesn't, the AU is not strong. It's not strong. But now, because when the statement he issued, what they say that you that is battling with legitimacy, how can you come and be telling us what to do? So you two, you are just you plan a civilian coup. So you see, you can't accuse me of what you do. That is just the answer. And we are afraid. So if those people are already in Niger are just Daura. They're already in Daura like that. So nothing more. They're already in Nigeria. So we don't know the next place. Look at the way it started. I think it's Guinea-Bissau. It started in Mali. It started in the other one. Where is the other one? The last one. Now is
Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso.
Now it's in Abakia. So that is a big problem, honestly. Thank you.
There's some, sorry, let me, 15 seconds. There's something peculiar about African military leaders. They don't tend to want to transition to civilian ones, which is very, very weird because, like Egypt, they had a military leader and he transitioned to civilian president. And even Putin is a civilian, but ours, we stick and remain military. We don't move from that military position. So that's something that I find peculiar.
But that's not true, though.
Abacha tried it. Everybody, you know.
But the interim government in Nigeria during the Abdul Salam, and it gave away during Abacha. So we cannot say that Nigeria didn't work.
No, the point I'm making is that they didn't transition. That's the leader, the military leader didn't transition to civilian, but they remained military leaders for 5-6 years. When other countries, they would just transition to civilian. Even if the Egyptian leader, the election, he won 90-something% of the vote, but still, it's still democracy nonetheless. So that is the point I'm trying to make. That why is it that our military leaders don't transition to civilian? They just remain wearing a military uniform for 5-10 years. They will not go. So,
but
sorry,
in the nutshell, let's look at it in a broad way. I'm sorry to interject. I'm not talking to you in person or arguing with you. But when we look at the military and the civilian government, what are we growing in our own space, or we are being forced to accept a civilian government that one person can or few people can just select? So all of that is not really. It's about the citizens know their worth and follow and push for it. In America, we all almost. You don't have to be in America to see that Donald Trump don't want to go. January 6th was a big thing, but nevertheless he left, because there is an institution. So that's what some of us are saying, is that whatever he takes, whether it's Africa, whether it's Nigeria, whatever it takes for us to move on from this detecting a wolf in the sheep clothing, meaning that we, the people, we are not really in charge. Even the people that are so-called the president are not in charge of their own country. If they are being influenced by negative or other foreign country, that's why we have to come to a place to push them out.
All right, thank you. Maxi, 30 seconds, and then we'll go to...
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to make this final submission, then I go and attend to my people. The fact remains, there is no difference between the civilian leadership that we have in Africa, cut across all the African countries, and the military head of states that has ruled Africa before. There is no difference. They stole money, they launder money. Today, as you see in Nigeria there, the newcomers in the National Assembly were given, is it over 50-something million, 26 or 50-something million naira. There is no worker in Nigeria that his or her salary has been, increased. But these people make a lot of money. And these khaki boys are watching them. They are watching. They know whatever that is going on. When you create an enabling environment, they will come. It might not be now, but they are bound to come. I said it before. I said, what is going on? What these civilian leaders are doing to Nigeria? Be careful. Maybe in the next 4 or 5 months or 1 year, I might be wrong. We will be talking just the same way the Nigerians are talking today. And you will see people celebrating on the streets of that country. I hope it didn't come. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
All right, thank you. Electricity, Ernest.
Yeah, thank you very much. According to the Telegraph, the American, it's a quote and unquote, I beg your pardon, an entire belt of African land and power is falling into the Kremlin's hand, with the coup in Niger presenting yet another opportunity. Right, Max Almond, quote and unquote. The question before us is this. We don't want such things to happen in Nigeria. What are we going to do about it? Mr. James, yesterday you said the West is on our neck. If I'm correct, I guess I'm correct in that sense.
Yes, I said so.
Okay, I just want to be sure that I'm quoting you right.
Yes,
and I said after yesterday's program, I did a lot of thinking. So literally, Mr. James, if I am standing on your neck, literally, there will be a level of resistance from you. Am I correct?
That is, if I have the power to resist.
It depends on who's bigger.
Regardless whether I'm bigger, at least there will be this movement. You will want to push and you want to push, but you may succeed, you may not succeed. Am I correct in that?
You know, when the policeman's name was on the neck of
Mr. James, let me just keep saying what I'm about to say, but let's leave that. Okay. I love Mr. James because he was with us. In fact, he kept the show going yesterday, 5 hours. So I'm not gonna. You see, if I am standing on your neck, regardless, you will put a resistance. You will want to push me off. So it's down to the same thing. We always come and appear to be helpless, that we can't do anything about our situation in Nigeria, which is not the case. We can do something. I played Dr. Damage's video yesterday over time, and I told this video that you made Wednesday sermon, that video will haunt you. I will use that video to haunt you, and for the rest of my life, as long as I know you, Dr. Damage, let that be on record.
What video?
Now your midweek sermon, Wednesday sermon. We played it over time on the show yesterday. When he asked the question, he said, we must do something. We have to do something. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? I experienced the coup. When the coup happened, everybody came out to rejoice. At the end of the day, the story was still the same thing. Our lives never get better. We still have not had, we didn't have electricity during the military era, and we've not had electricity up to this very moment. I've not been able to talk to my people. After yesterday evening, they said, listen, they can't run the generator. I said, you have to make that decision whether you want to run generator or not. That is entirely your business, not my business. Because someone gave a 30-liter petrol at the cost of 18,600 naira, which I have to pay for anyway. So what are we going to do? Are we going to be treading this line of division or tribe or ethnicity? Or is that the line we will be treading every time? Creating more confusion? How would that help us? How would that bring us to that point where we're going to fix the country? There's still some good things happening in Nigeria, even though it's rare to see, but it still happens. But like I said, I'm going to repeat again. We in diaspora, we sit in a privileged position. Our generation will soon pass. And if we fail to act, especially in terms of education, creating awareness, that is what we can do. Creating awareness on the ground, pushing the Nigerians on the ground for that change of mind and start to ask questions, the legislators, and put things in order. We're going to be saying the same thing all over and over and over again. So I'm not I don't tread. I don't like treading party line. I don't like treading tribal line. I don't like if I religious. Mr. John Abba will know we always fight on religious matter, but at the end of the day, we still come to certain thing. So we have to tread according to Madam Nelly. I wish she will come here. I've mentioned her name several times today. And she made a very, very strong argument yesterday. Niger man was there as well. In fact, I don't want to say certain things, so I will leave it. The comment that some people put there was one of the best comments that we showcase and everything. So the question before us, which Dr. Damages himself is asking us, is we have to do something. We must, he used the word, quote and unquote, we must do something. Rudolph Okonkwo is the one challenging us. So, what are we going to do?
Can we speak from you? Way forward.
Come again, I didn't get
electricity.
Something. Let's start from you, then give us the...
No. We're not moving in that direction. We're going to.
He has told us what to do. Recall our lawmakers.
No, because if you say what to do every time, the only thing we have to do, look at Peter Obi. He said you have to involve in the politics. There is no way we can be blaming those people. We cannot remove them. If we know we really mean well for our nation, we have to involve in the politics. That is it.
No, that is you're right in that angle. That is one aspect we have to tread. But the legislators at the moment, you saw what happened at that Akpabio issue. Let's even take away, let's take away that is mocking the poor. Let's just take that away for example. Let's say that was a motion they discussed. The question we should now be asking them is, or each of their constituents should be asking them is, now that you've passed this motion that let the poor breathe, how do you intend to implement this thing that will allow the poor to breathe? Those are the questions we should ask them. But they make fun of it. But we forget that. Look at the man sitting by Akpabio. I don't know whether it's from what section of the country is from, but it appears to be an Hausa man. Now Akpabio is every one of them laughed in that place, but we've never laughed together to say this is the thing we want to achieve. And let's pass that motion and say, let's do this thing. Let's do one thing so that history will say at least we did something. Whether it worked or not, which I believe it will work. Anyway, let's do one thing. It's one thing to talk, which is good. It's another thing for us to act on something. Education, awareness. I've hit the Dr. Damage head on this thing several times. The other time we passed a vote, jokingly, we passed a vote to do a fundraising. I asked few people here, and we appointed Dr. Damages as the collector general of the fund.
For what? Nobody told me. I'm not going to collect any money, of course. But
okay. Oh, thank you. You remember the day you said it jokingly? Rudolph, you were not here on the day.
Sorry, Rudolph, why did you ask?
As soon as electricity raised that idea to say fundraising, the way of trust Rudolph, I said, go and speak to Rudolph. I can guarantee you Rudolph won't handle any money. Rudolph that does not say people should do super chats. Rudolph that does not sing super chats, like and subscribe, will not collect people's money. Rudolph is not caught up for this money business.
But you know why I asked that, because there was this issue that forefather raised in terms of trust. And I asked forefather, do you trust Rudolph? I asked you, do you trust Rudolph? I asked you,
but I'm saying I know Rudolph enough to reject it, that I'm not handling anybody's money.
Yeah, but you see, we have to come to a point to do something.
You can give me the money, bring the money. Don't worry. You people trust me.
I trust you.
I need to change my car. So bring the money.
Are we all have spoken on this, so we can move to the next?
Yeah, we have to move to the next one. I think everybody waiting.
Because Dr. Rudolph, you didn't bring Peter Obi. It's on Twitter Space in 6 o'clock.
So if you have given to Adamawa, you given to Benue, you given to Delta, won't you give Rivers? Won't you give Rivers? You take, this one take, this one take. What of Rivers? What do they take? Just you come and collect vote. Fa fa fa. Tierra bara, tierra bara, tierra bara, tierra bara. Yes, Jesus, tierra bara, tierra bara. Tierra bara, tierra bara, tierra bara, tierra bara. Yes, Jesus, tierra bara, tierra bara.
Things will change. We don't see it happen.
I get malaria. My cancer they find. Why they talk like that? I get malaria. Where they easy to treat. Now one man got cancer. Why I go die immediately? Which party? APC. I'm not really talk like that. Party we don't kill Nigeria. Where we go now? Every fight where they fight my PDP, I go fight them there. If they win me, they win me. If I win them, I win them down. I think they run that, but they are not saying they don't fit to win me. I will like that. We'll fight them there. But to leave PDP, we get malaria, go APC, we get cancer. Ah. Come. And the stage of the cancer, whether for APC, now the fourth stage, where they say, doctor the talk say, if they have. If I want, they say, now first stage, make it call God, say, okay, it don't happen.
Worship you, Jesus. I give you all the praise. I give you all the adoration. In the name of Jesus.
bayan shekara 20 kana 63 sai ka dawo kai minista ƴaƴanka ba za su yi ba ƙanninka ba za su yi ba kai kaɗai za ka yi ta yi ba na son kan to Allah a dai bar magana amma ka gane abin da nake domin ni alhamdulillah na yi sa'a ina shekara 43 ne ministan Abuja ka gani to yanzu baƙi shekara na 63 sai kuma in koma ƙarni na ba wanda ya iya ƴaƴana ba wanda ya iya ba wanda ya taso ya aikin nan haba ai duk abin da kai ba kai training wanda za su gaji.
All right, these are some of your incoming ministers of the Federal Republic.
You didn't give me a chance to speak on the democracy in Africa. Can you give me a minute, please, before we proceed?
I thought you did. Sorry, I thought you started at the beginning. No?
Yeah, but I didn't elaborate. I just came in.
We can't go back.
Just a minute.
No, you start this conversation now. You are not. Let's start with you on this conversation. We're not going back to that. Let's move on. It's not like. Go ahead. So the ministers, because we spent 5 hours now, we just touched on 2 topics. We still have so many. So the ministers that Tinubu appointed, we're discovering that some of them are. With the woman I played the videos, tell us somebody, okay, something I just forgot the name. She has issues with certificates, I believe. There are people who said they will never be ministers. They've been ministers as 40 something now. Why would they be ministers? And they're back. Including Wike. But in general, what is your take on this? So let me start with you.
Dr. Damages, her name is Honorable Stella Okoteti.
Okay, exactly. So let's start with you, man of prestige. What is your take on the ministers that have been named, and are you hopeful?
I've not been able to review ministers, to know what their credential is for that long.
You're an international commentator, public affairs commentator, and you wake up in the morning, the show. You should know all these things now.
Well, hold on. Let me finish, okay? You didn't allow me to finish mine. So you just truncate what I was going to say. You don't know what I was going to say. But anyway,
I'm just. Go ahead.
Next time, come back again. Just say what you want to say.
Be quiet, Obiena. But like I properly stated earlier, we had a conversation, I think, on a channel about, the ministry. I don't have any problem with it. I mean, this election has consequences. We are serving on his mandate, so he can select anybody he wants. But I'm kind of surprised that he selected Wike and El-Rufai. I mean, I guess he's trying to pay them back. So it doesn't really matter what their qualification is. Look at look at the former Minister of Finance. I mean, he has all this degree and everything. I mean, so the antecedent doesn't really make any difference. It's what they're gonna do. They're gonna be able to change the trajectory of Nigeria. That's what I'm concerned. It's not whether they are qualified or not qualified, but this is who he picked to, for his ministry.
How will you know? How will you? No, man of prestige. Hold on. How will you know that they will be able to make impact if you don't?
I don't know. I say I don't think they're going to be able to make impact.
Okay.
I mean, we are starting on Tinubu Monday, so he has the right to choose whoever he wants. Like I properly stated, I don't have any issue with any of them. I mean, I was just surprised about Wike.
You don't even care if they forge their certificates.
Forge their certificate? Didn't Tinubu forge his certificate or whatever? So what difference does that make?
Okay.
It's not about it's what you can do for me. That's all I care. I mean, you can be somebody with secondary school. I don't really care. It's what you can do for me. I mean, everybody there has has a degree or whatever. It's the antecedent. What have you done before or whatever? Sometimes that doesn't come to fruition what you have done before. Like I said, I don't have any problem with whoever he pick. He can pick whatever he wants. I mean, we will come here and say this person has this education or this person is capable of doing this, and they fail us. How many times they fail us? So why do you think anything is going to be different? I mean, there may be a surprise. I don't know. So I don't really know their mind, but what has been going on in Nigerian politicians. All they go there is to go embezzle, is go embezzle Nigerian money, So nothing makes progress. But I don't know. That's what I'm going to say. I don't know what trajectory they're gonna be going through. So nobody can come here and practically say this person is going to do this based on his antecedent. Yeah, his antecedent may have been good before or whatever, but at the present, the antecedent may not. I mean, whatever they're going to do, is kind of future. I mean, they may not yield any good result. So you can forecast what's going to happen in the future based on antecedent or education. I don't know, but I don't have any problem with whoever he pick. That's the way I look at things. It's what you can do for me. That's what I care about. So this is more of a futuristic, thing we are looking at right now. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, someone said that certificate forgery has ceased to be a crime. All right, Janaba, what do you think about the cabinet?
Just go back to your word that you are saying that you do not care about the forgery. The most educated people in the land are professors and the judges, and the professors are ringing election for uneducated. I think it's not about the question of whether you forge or you are educated or not. It's about do you have the mind of your citizens? Do you have a conscience? There are many people in that country. The Bible says something in the book of Ecclesiastes. It says that a man delivered a nation, but because he's poor, his work was not recognized. So the notions that he said that whether you forge or you do not forge, all of them they are all crook. 99% of Nigerians are crook and in the wrong direction. And it's a long walk to freedom that the 1% can actually turn it around. It's very difficult. So there's no question about that. The issue is that they're rewarding themselves for what they have done. Wike was one of those people that even bought Koboko for the citizens of Rivers to flog anyone that comes to vote against whatever he wants. That was not even for against his own party. It's just against is who he don't want to become a president. So what difference does it make really? They are rewarding themselves. It's left for Nigerians. I believe that this shege that we're all going to see in the next coming years will unite us, because that will take away the notion that one party is suffering than the other, rather than we all realize that all the elite hold us hostage, then they are taking us to wherever we want to if we do not resist them in one way or the other and free ourselves. That somehow a slave master will let you go because they pity you. That is mean that their plantation will not will not grow again. That means that everything that they have a plan that you will work for them for the rest of their life will come to stand still, and they will not. So it's left for us, the Nigerians people, that are trying to bring this light, risking your life, risking everything, to speak to those things. I don't know how many of you here, but to some of us, speaking against this thing is not a cheap thing. And it's not cheap. There is a consequence, but we cannot just fold our hand and just let it go, because we will be afraid about of the thugs that they will send after you, whether they give them something to hide them with one chemical or the other, to numb their conscience that it's okay to go after those that speak for the good of all Nigerians, that we are all in this together. So I think this shege in this time will unite us, and then we will all come to our senses to say that this thing is not about tribe, this is not about one ethnicity, this is not about one region, it is all about all Nigerians, and we all have to understand that they are all united against what we call the Talakawas. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Femi, you're next.
Okay, so the list is not too unexpected in some shape or form, especially when you consider the number of governors, 4 in total, that he has, and of course Wike stands out as well as El Rufai. And of course, like a lot of people could care less, because just as my brother just said now, it's at it's at the behest of the president to nominate who he wants. And keep in mind, there's still 13 more coming. So it's not unlikely that if Ganduje, for example, doesn't eventually become the chairman of APC, it's not unlikely that it could be on the nomination list. And but there was a couple that caught my attention, too. One of whom happens to be Professor Pate, who's quite well known in international medical circles as well. I totally forgot, by the way, that he'd actually been health minister during was it Yadura's time or so, with Jonathan's time, apparently, or Minister of State for Health, one of the two.
During Jonathan, Minister of
Jonathan's
State.
time. The other one that I hopefully you would actually do, because it's one thing to have all these degrees and have done some things in the past, because Nigeria is such a complex place, and of course we still have the situation of the fact that we actually do not know if there's a possibility that the Supreme Court might do some kind of magic that's never happened before and upturn the elections. But in any case, the other one that stands out for me personally, again, and I may be biased, is the guy that the guy that probably might man the technology or the ICT sector, if that becomes a ministry, because there's also talk about new ministries being carved out of the present ones, and probably also there's also talk about the Orosanye reports being considered in terms of trying to move around and cut certain departments and maybe merge some ministries. One again, something else that stood out for me, because it's been heavily reported, is the fact that the Ministry of Education is likely to be split into two. One will take care of tertiary education, and the other will take care of the rest of the educational system. So basically, I just thought to point those out, and of course, people were. There's also news about the demography in terms of age range. That's when you go as far as starting from the upper range, where I think maybe not Dele Alake, Wale Edu, one of the two of them, is probably the oldest, about 60 something. I don't have the exact age. Down to that lady from Cross River, Dr. Beta Edu, who came to limelight when she became first minister for health at I don't remember the exact
Commissioner.
age.
Commissioner.
For health, sorry, in Cross River at that very young age, and later the youngest woman leader for APC. So I kind of found some. It's a variation, but I'm not. For me, it's really not about the minister. After all, we've had ministers, right, starting from Obasanjo's time when they came back. The fact that we're even discussing it is because we don't have a choice. This is what we have right now. Whether one likes it or not, Tinubu is the president, and we'll see what happens.
All right. Thank you. Over here.
Where are we?
Minister.
You know the list. Where are we?
Minister. What about the ministers? I don't know. There's nothing. I don't know why people are talking of expectation. Expectation based on what?
What happened to all the politics, and what happened? Did anything change?
Yes.
It's still politics.
Something changed. No, as I started, there's time for everything. But this time around, something actually changed. There's nail on our neck. We need to breathe.
Oh, well, explain that to me. What is it?
It was confirmed by our leaders that let the poor breathe. Sarcastically, wittingly, whatever objective you want to use to describe it. That's a fact. That's what they believe. That's what they think. Those are the people that are making law for us, right? Let the poor breathe. You understand? It's not a question that we are asking. I didn't go to the Senate to complain. Say, hey, Mr. Senate President, please allow us the poor breathe. That's not the case.
No, but don't you think that they had people saying that and they wanted to make fun of the poor? Is that not what it is?
We are saying the same thing. So it is fun for them, right? And they are not just saying it, they are acting it before us. They are acting it before us.
What do you mean acting it before us? I don't get you.
They are appropriating the words to themselves and expecting us to be patient. We should bear it. At what extent? If there's anything at all this ministerial is showing me that there's trouble ahead. And our job is to capitalize on the trouble ahead. Anywhere, just nowhere, any revolution that takes place anywhere in the world that just happened from the streets. There has to be a crack within the elite. And this ministerial position and the way this government is going, that is exactly what is going to happen. So the question before us that they say we should breathe, are we going to capitalize on this opportunity and say, you know what? We don't just want to breathe, we want to stop it. You understand? Everybody that is aggressive out there, this is the time for us to key in. Problem is ahead of these guys that we are seeing. I mean, somebody is saying, oh, from governor to minister, minister to governor. For God's sake, 12 years. Are you telling me that these are the only people that just continue to be, sharing the cake within themselves? I'm not speaking for the poor now. This is the conversation that is going on at the top. When I mean at the top, Rudolph, you always ask me, what is elite? You are elite. Anybody actually who is conscious enough, who can actually read and write, but has nothing to do, Nigeria is an elite. You are supposed to be an elite. You might not be among the 1%, but you are supposed to be an elite. Why are you not an elite? That's the question all of them are asking themselves. So we should help them, we should push them to that bridge, but we should be ready to take advantage of it. We want the whole system burnt down. When I mean, politically speaking, I'm not saying Moko enter should have begin burning everything down. These people who, because now they actually believe it. It's a fact now that yes, they need to let us breathe. And the only way we can breathe is that if we don't even see them in our faces again. And we can do it, it's possible. Because as I said, there's trouble ahead. Within themselves, there's trouble looming. A few people, they chop everything. So everything that is happening is at the result that everybody is asking questions. And for them to unveil it before us, I mean, this is not a part, they're not gathered for party, or like when some Cameron that say Nigeria is fantastic. No, they don't insult us abstractly. They are in our house. Like, who that actually, this is what they are discussing about. Let the poor breathe. So for those who are expecting wonders from these our ministers, based on what is on ground? They don't remove subsidy for the past 2 months. What is the evidence we are seeing? They are allocating money for them to buy bulletproof against who? I mean, obviously not against me and you, because we no get AK-47. Against themselves, because now them they compete.
All right.
So when you say, oh, waiting change, not say anything change. It just it's an opportunity that we have to capitalize on. It doesn't happen all the time. It's a generational thing. So it's not about what has changed. Nothing has changed. It's just that now we all can agree that yes, there's a nail on our neck. Everybody across, it doesn't matter where you are coming from. It's obvious. They say it in our own house, at the Senate, the sacred house. They were laughing about it. And if we then, I know, it's not normal. As far as I'm concerned, it's not normal. It's not normal. Something
All
can
right.
be.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that. I'm still not satisfied. Isimile, you're next.
Well, somebody say my mood on do. Maybe are you going to agree with that? Are you satisfied with that? My mood on do. You agree with that?
It's not about that. No, I really want to get to the bottom of it. Did people call you, or were you looking? You talk about that. Isimile, go.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I didn't look at the list, to be honest. But
You didn't even check if your name, if you were mentioned.
I don't want to rule Nigeria, but I just want to have a voice because I've got.
As a minister, you have control, not a voice. You have control.
Isimiri, I saw your name there.
Minister, there's nobody will live in Nigeria because our minds are so bad. So, I'm just kidding. I didn't check the list. I'm busy. My life is really busy. I don't have time to check that list. But I know that Tinubu is there doing whatever he wants to do. As I said before, I wish him the best. I would have preferred someone else, but he's there, whichever way. I just hope for the best that those ministers would remember why they are there. People in the background, some of you may laugh, that's your prerogative, but the truth is that this is my voice and I have to speak it and you must hear it. So let them say whatever they like. Abio can mock whoever, because I don't like that tagline, let the poor breathe. Who are the poor? Making people, who are the people constructing poorness, who are responsible for those social constructs and labeling and grouping for their own purposes, because it's like in Nigeria, we have said it in Nyendeba, who are they giving to themselves? So we shall see. I hope for the best. I will always be positive regardless, even if there may not be lights at the end of the tunnel. Nigeria is there for a purpose, and I can only wish it the best. If they fail, they're not the first to fail. I still will wish Nigeria the best. That's my voice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There is a clarification from the Senate President saying that we misunderstood him. That what he meant was that they had a motion saying that the
electricity bill,
the tariff will not come into effect. So that what they were doing is they were saying that they are trying to reduce the hardship on Nigerians, and so that was why they just said that, this excuse they gave. They were laughing. The way they were laughing is like this. I cut off your finger, I cut off your leg, and then I would say, you know what? Give them ice. Now give them something. Make them.
Okay, so now you know why I change. If you say I change, is that what the good reason for
Were
me to change?
you expecting something else from Ababio and the gang that are there? Was it that you were surprised that they would do something like this?
That they are laughing at us?
Yeah. Were you surprised?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because I think the majority of Nigeria are questioning how they even get there in the first place, especially him in particular. There's question mark how he become the Senate President, right? How he become a senator, become a Senate President. Now, with all that, I mean, that's to tell you, man, we ain't shit, right? Even though I know that has been their language all
What
the way.
happened? That's politics.
Yeah, it is politics. So that's why I said, let's play it. It's politics. That's why I say we have the chance, right? Let's capitalize on
Oh God.
All right, I'll still come back to this.
way. I'm not choosing any other way to play it. It's a game. I'm glad that everyone has begun to see that it's a game. So if they are saying it within our face that we should agree, then fine. But it's a game. Let's play. Let's stop being spectators. Let's play. Let's get into the arena.
Something happened to you, but we'll find out very soon. Mr. Nick, James,
I don't know say like did my neck before. I was very happy
Yeah, you know, it was on this program, this platform, I asked Farotimi a question about a revolution, and he made it clear that the country is already inching towards a revolution. I'm not quoting him directly. He said that the day America invaded Iraq, that day signaled the fall of the United States, the decline of the United States. What is happening now, these are just prelude to what is coming. But in the history of man, the last straw that brings the camel's back is normally not fully responsible for whatever action or whatever show is unfolding. I think it was an obvious platform. I was mentioning something about the First World War. Now, the Archduke Ferdinand of Austria was killed on, I think, June 28, 1914. When the man was killed in Sarajevo, I think modern day Bosnia and Herzegovina. So anyway, when he was killed, the whole world, the death of the man plunged the whole world into a world war. But in actual fact, the war did not start on that day. You can trace the war back to the French Revolution of 1789. From that revolution, the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte, the reign of terror, unification of Germany in 1870 or so, unification of Italy, arms race, colonialism. You know, one event leads to the other, just slowly like that, till eventually the Archduke Ferdinand of Austria was killed in Sarajevo in 1914. Secret alliances too was another cause. You see, things pile up, and at the end of the day, it will just burst. And this is exactly what happened also during the Shagari's administration. They came to office in 1979. The misbehavior was so glaring to everybody, even the blind could see it, till eventually, I think it was December 31st, 1983, or I can't remember, the government was overthrown. I told Ovie some time ago that I have some traces of doubt in my mind if Mr. Tinubu will complete his tenure as president of the Republic because of the unfolding events. Well, it's up to him. As for the ministers, to mind, they are all birds of a feather. If you're a professor at Harvard or wherever it is, it means nothing to me. Because we've demonstrated in Nigeria that your academic background has nothing to do with the content of your character. So that is just it. No confidence in the cabinet. I have no confidence in the presidency. Neither do I have confidence in the judicial system. All I'm envisaging is a revolutionary government. How it will come, frankly speaking, I cannot explain it. You know, in my lifetime, I've witnessed so many things in the history of man. In my lifetime, the Berlin Wall collapsed. In my lifetime, the Iranian Revolution erupted. In my lifetime, apartheid in South Africa was brought to an end. It is my wish that in my lifetime, I will see how this Nigerian problem will be resolved. So that's just it.
Thank you.
I have to go because it's nearing bedtime in the Gambia. I'm in my office at the moment.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
We appreciate you.
Sure. I have a proposal to me. Sorry, before show. You understand? As long as on our politics, let's start this way. I will propose we should start boycotting all our billionaires' products, or the damn good idea, or we start boycotting their product. That will hold them the more, and that will trigger that crack that we are all seeing. Because now their money take most of those legislators behind.
No, we don't even need to go through that route. Look, the government is already crumbling from day one. So why punishing people? But you know,
Mr. James,
No. Instead of buying something, buy something else. You buy
Mr. James, I support that motion. We don't need to overflow it. It is a good motion. Let's start from somewhere. I support that motion.
Mr. Ovie, I've been telling you something from the word go, almost a year or so ago. There was no need for the election. The election has created more problems in the country than that we imagined. There was no need for it. The resources we spent, the effort we would have channeled it towards reorganizing ourselves if we are serious people. Unfortunately, we are not. So good night. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. James. Before you throw anything out there, you're just sounding like Simon now. You are abroad. You don't buy all these products. You want us to buy.
I do actually.
How do you buy? Do you buy cement from here?
They buy online now.
Let the poor breathe, please.
Anyway.
Let us be a breathe.
Mr. Show your net.
Dr. Dameji, if I say don't buy Dangote, there's an alternative that will even promote our own local manufacturers, right? That mala where they corner where they agree buying bread, they run, they go shop right. You go patronize them now. I'm not saying you should not eat. I'm not saying you should go fasting. I'm saying there's other option out there. If you support this man, you actually give him your money to use it to support people that will oppress you, that will be mocking you. That's what you are doing. It is your money they are using to mock you. It's bad enough. So let's challenge the resources to something else.
Hold on, Ovie. Is it because this is on video? Do you know what they talk about when they meet at home at the golf club, or do you know the kind of thing they talk about?
I don't, just like when Obi tape come out, yes, I don't care what anybody talking about in his privacy. You have the right to say whatever. We all say all this. We say whatever we want in our private. If you listen to what I talk for my private, maybe you don't go like me, right? We all have this, but I don't care. You are in the public as a public officer. If Namito say let the poor in the northeast or southeast breathe, people will console me, right? That's exactly what's going to happen. So let's start just play the game as they play. It's as simple as that. Let's beat the way they eat most, their money, their pocket, without necessarily sitting at home or beating anybody. Stop buying their product. Patronize your neighbor instead. You will see confusion will start from the top.
All right, thank you. Sure, go ahead.
All right. Once again, thank you for the time allocated to me. I'm going to go through a few things quickly. The book, like I said a few times, I've got my copy. I ordered it on Amazon, came the next day, and the ones we promised. Thank you to the guys who've told us in the comment section today. I think in the comment section, Chioma said she's received a copy. George received his copy. I think Yemi received his copy as well. About 3 or 4 people have said they've received their copies, and I believe the rest of the guys would have received their copies as well. They actually said, I think Chioma mentioned especially the way it was packed and wrapped and all of that. So Rudolph, thanks for the proper wrapping and the packaging. You know, it was noticed. You're a very meticulous man. Pardon?
I have not received mine.
Yeah, you didn't win now.
Why is that? You see me make me visit you.
Yeah, so I mean that's that for the book. Thank you to.
Even though we did not win, at least it should be for encouragement, for patronizing Rudolph, for crying out.
Exactly.
It should be given to our panelists.
Go on Amazon. It's on Amazon. It's about £6.50. You will come the next day if you have Prime. Okay, so moving on from that, there's something I was going to even mention, and honestly, coincidentally, I've seen a few people talk about this in the comment section. I've not seen Mama H.O. For a while. Hope she's well. Since I've been coming on this channel, you know, YouTube algorithm has been suggesting some other Niger channels that I didn't even know existed. You know, who do similar shows. They run theirs every day. So I've stumbled on those channels from time to time. I would watch. I'll stop in a second. Let me just finish my thought. So you know, I've seen Mama H on some of those channels in the past, but I've not seen her in like a week or two, and she's not been there for a while. If she's watching, I hope she's well, I hope she's fine. Mama H, we miss you, and we'd love to have you back. You know, when you feel ready to come back. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe you've traveled or something, but I hope you're well. Also, there were 2 ladies who used to be here prior to the election, Queen S and African Queen. It was good to have them. You know, it was different. vibes and all of that. I know Chioma is the queen of the comment section. She's got like 300 men chasing her in the comment section, but she's got eyes for someone on the panel who is not here today. You know, very soft-spoken gentleman who is not here today. I won't cast that, but you know, she's not interested in the guys in the comment section. There's a panelist who's very soft-spoken, and it's not Sydney, by the way. Let's just take that out. But anyway, so back to important matters. The ministers. A lot of names I'm not familiar with. The ones I'm familiar with didn't surprise me. That's what the sort of names you expect. Tinubu has the right to choose whoever he wants to choose. The only thing that let me backtrack. So there are some names that we saw, or that I saw that I expected, and there are some names that were missing that didn't surprise me that were missing. Okay, so someone like Ganduje that's missing, for instance. I know they've not given out the Kanu name, but Ganduje is at least Kanu, missing so far. I wouldn't expect to see Ganduje. That video, you can't wash it away. If it was the days of relying on NTA only, they would say it didn't happen. But there's social media. You can't, there's no erasing it. It's there. Now, if they go and make him APC chairman, I think it would fit. It would be like a proper identity for the party. Ganduje with the money stuffing. Buhari said it's some technology. That's their business. They can deal with it. If that's the image that they want to have, for their party, good luck to them. But I wasn't surprised to see Ganduje and Femi Fani-Kayode and Keyamo. The fact that their names were in the EU report as people who are peddling fake news, I think that could have worked against them. I didn't even expect Femi Fani-Kayode. I think it's a political tool, someone that you would use. You want to have him on side during political campaign. He's a thug. He's an educated MC Oluomo. That's what he is in the real sense of it. He's just educated. He has residual English accent because he grew up in Brighton, schooled in Brighton. There's a bit of residual English accent there. If you take that away, look deeper. The guy is he's the same as MC Oluomo. What does he do? He fight people through, very obsessed about men's backside and all, calling people guy, all these things. That's what he is. So I didn't expect anything. But the fact that his name now even came up in the report and Keyamo as well, I think that would have harmed their chances. So I didn't expect to see those three. And the ones that we saw there, Wike, I know people are saying, the video, I think I shared it with you, Rudolph, where he said he will never be a minister. See, politics, people will say one thing in the morning, they wake up APC in the morning, they end up Labour Party in the evening. They wake up Labour, they finish PDP by evening. So the fact that he said he will never be a minister, Sapano be your mate now. People will say they are rich. Yes, but if Dangote is still the fine money you get. So the fact that he's rich doesn't mean he doesn't want more. And power as well is intoxicating. Now, my only worry for people like Ganduje, Wike, and El Rufai as former governors, and these were two really strong, they're like alpha males. Not that I agree with that sort of politics, but they're like alpha males. So the fact that they've controlled a state for 8 years, uninterrupted, unquestioned, now they're going to be in a ministry. Residual English, call it. So the fact that they've been in charge of the state for 8 years, and these are key states for 8 years. Now to work in a ministry, it's a big step down. How would they find it where they're not, lording it over people, where they have to report to people and work with other people? Will that actually work for them? Would they find it difficult? That's for Tinubu to decide. There's nothing that I expect from this regime or administration, whatever they do. Like I keep saying, I wish them well. I want them to succeed, because if they succeed, Nigerians will succeed. What I will do after this show tonight is to listen to Peter Obi's, I think it was on his face, or maybe still there. I will listen to it so we can have maybe discussion around it tomorrow. But with regards to the thing, they are saying they might introduce more ministries. And this is part of what we're saying. We're trying to cut down on the cost of governance. And there are talks of, having more ministries. Why do we need more ministries? I think even the ones we have should be merged. Some of them could be merged into, merged two into one. Reduce the ministers that we have. Why do we need so many ministries? We're being told every day that we're broke. We don't have money. But you're creating more ministries. To do what exactly? So the less money we spend on governance, the better for Nigeria. Once again, I wish whoever's in charge of Nigeria well. I want Nigeria to succeed. I don't want to be, oh, I told you so. No, because the minute I'm saying I told you so, it means Nigerians are suffering. And the amount of suffering they're going through right now, I don't think they deserve any more. and they're already experiencing. So I'm not looking forward to I told you so moments. People are suffering. In fact, my daughter's 15 today, so I posted a picture of my status, and one of my boys in London said, your daughter is really pretty. I said, you have a 17-year-old boy, now start preparing dowry. He said, okay. I said, let's start by you sending 500 liters of petrol. We're changing this dowry. Don't bring palm oil and yam. Now it's petrol. Go and drop 500 liters of petrol to my mom in Ibadan. Let's start from there, So people are struggling, people are suffering. The struggle is hard. So, if they can put the ministry, these guys, put them together, I'm hoping. But it's just crazy because I heard John Abba and someone before him spoke and said, it doesn't matter if they forged certificates. No, it matters. You know why? Garbage in, garbage out. You can't expect something good from someone who forged to get there. Look at the lady speaking in tongues. She's in a celebratory mood. That's not someone who's happy to go and serve. If you saw it as service,
go and do work for Nigeria.
You understand? If you want to go and work, if they called you now to come and host Rudolph's show, the first time you host it, you might be very excited, like, oh, I'm the face of the show. But if they're calling you every day, Rudolph said, okay, from now you'll be hosting it. You understand? And you now find out after 1 week, 2 weeks, Rudolph is not calling you to say, guy, this is your salary. Then you'll be thinking, this labor of our love, where is it going? If you're going to labor for the people, you don't start speaking in tongues. Why is he excited? Let's be honest. I'm a Christian. She's speaking in tongues. I love it. I do that as well when there's need for it. But I don't do it because I'm going to go and serve people. When they call me to come and serve people, when they say come and do usher in church, I run. Come and do protocol, I run. Because there's no money, physical cash in it. There's blessing, but there's no physical cash, so I run. So why are these people excited to serve if they're genuinely going to serve? And another thing that worries me is the fact that they've not attached their portfolios. That is very important. I think these are some of the things that need to change in our laws because they're going to start screening them from Monday. Now, if they say on this platform, we want to appoint ministers, let's say, who's going to anchor different topics. If they say Show is going to be one of the people, I'm sure a lot of people in the comment section will say, we like Show. A few people will be like, oh, he's a normal, he's an idiot. But majority will be like, yeah, we're rooting for Show. I know my people like me. You understand? I'm not bragging, but they like me in the comment section. If they say Scribe, a lot of people like he's an intelligent guy. He will tell you about Oliver Cromwell. He will tell you about the French Revolution. He knows history. He will ask questions. He will confuse you with the question. They will learn this question. He's an intelligent guy.
That laughter.
He will laugh as well. In fact, I was rooting for him to talk when they were discussing the IPOB matter because he would have just laughed and people will calm down. So, they can nominate all of us on this platform, the regulars, and people will be like, oh, we know these guys are intelligent. And you nominate forefathers, people will be like, oh, forefathers is knowledgeable. He would check Wikipedia and check Naira Land and check other places and come up with some facts and some other books is read. And people will pass him as a host. But the minute you say, do you want forefathers to host IPOB discussions? It's a different discussion altogether. A lot of people will kick against it big time. And that's why I'm saying that they should put their portfolios next to these guys' names. If you now say, let's do sports, let's talk about sports. Who's going to host Dr. Damage's sports show? If you put Rudolph himself, I would kick against it. He's not interested. I would have Ovi talk about sports or have Man of Prestige. He's interested in football. You understand? So this is why I feel like it will make more sense. It would help the senators, if they actually intend to ask questions. It would help them ask relevant questions. But if you say it now, people will say you're a hater. What's your problem? You didn't vote for him. Why is his prerogative? I know. But even if it is Obi, I will still want him to attach their portfolios. This is why I'm different, and I think a lot of obedience. But different. It's about Nigeria, not about party, not about my principle. It's about Nigeria progressing, making the right steps in the right direction. So going forward, I'm hoping that we will get to the point where if you're nominating somebody, let us know so we can ask you, what have you done in this field? Let's stop putting round holes in square pegs. Going forward, I beg. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Electricity, you are next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I've in respect to the minister, I was talking to my lawyer friend today, and he said this: what we can do, best we can do, is to do a research on their backgrounds and what they have done. And he was particular about El-Rufai. Yes, El-Rufai have this resume of performance, exception of his religious extremist views and all those sort of things. Beside that, I don't know much. I've not done research on their background. So, but whether they will perform or not, I think it would be myopic of me to say yes and no. That would not be fair on them. Like what Show said, I believe John Abba will want to clarify that if it's, I didn't hear that part, that forgery of certificate doesn't matter. It matters a lot. If that is what you said, John, it matters a lot. It's not something we must dismiss. It's very important. We can encourage it. We must not encourage it. Hard work is very important. But I would like to also buttress the point you made, which is in respect to the poor man being able to save the city, which is we'll find ourselves in that position of the poor man for us to be able to save the country. Is it the case that the poor man was not remembered? No, because by talking about it, we are remembering the poor man. It was just not honored, and not everyone will be honored, but he saved the city. Like Ovie raised emotion, which I seconded, I support that motion. Whatever idea we have for us to use to save the city, Nigeria, I beg your pardon, let's pursue it. That is the position I will always take and stand on. Whatever we can do, whatever little thing we can do to help to change the issue on the ground or in the country. Remember this extra ministry they are going to create. Like Show said, it requires money, and it will be approved by the same people that say let the poor breathe. It's going to go through them. Any money they're going to spend, it's going to go through them. They have to approve it. It's crazy. It's madness, to be honest. To imagine that they want to create, even the ones that are already in existence they're not performing. You can't call anybody in Nigeria in the freedom of information office and say, "Oh, I need social information." You have to press and push for it before you get it. You can't call any public service and say, "Okay, what's the phone number?" There was a time I wrote, I can't remember this department I sent an email to. Up to today, I'm almost 3 or 4 years now. I didn't get any response. In fact, no response. So instead of trying to fix the existing one and this patriotism in them, why create extra? For what purpose? If in my conclusion, I still hold on to it. My strong beyond anything that our problem is that red and green chamber. Is it going to solve all our problem? No, but it will start from solving our problems. The red and green chamber. And they hear us. They hear me. They know. They know the problem is there. And not until we come to that point to start solving that problem. That is the one thing. But I have nothing more to say. I've said a lot. And I think that's all I have to say. John Abba. Sorry, I thought Rudolph is the moderator. Apologize, please. I got carried away.
Pictures like feed there.
Thank you so very much. This is the only good thing Rudolph have done today. I know sometimes I think he sit down so long in the seat, and I have to give that excuse for him. It's not easy. I don't know whether it's wearing pull-up, so I give him credit for that, because it brought me to answer to what my brother said. There is no way in what I believe that whether it's forging of any certificate is okay. What I say that whether you are educated or poor or uneducated, as far as you have a power or a position in leadership, have Nigerian people in mind. And that's when I quote about a poor person that delivers a country but is not known in that regard. And that does not mean today we cannot celebrate his wisdom. It was what was then. So the notion that it's okay, whether you, what I say, and I still said it now, I'm repeating myself, whether you are educated, uneducated, whether you are Arab educated or you are a Western world educated or whatever the value you have, all of us here, let's take it further and get deeper. The education you are talking about, forget forging of certificate. I'm not in support of that. That's not what I'm saying in that. The reason why we are even speaking English on this platform doesn't mean we are all English speaking person and that is our original language. It is because that is what is popular and that is what we embrace and that is what we can communicate in person. So any education you have, it does not going to become disqualified because you don't speak English. There are many other nations that around the world, I remember many up to today, Russian and German and all of that, they don't address their own people with English. So and they are educated in their own way. So that is not what I'm saying to. What I'm speaking to show is that let people have their people in mind. There are many people in my own local area, and that's why I say that the 12 million Nigerian poorest people, there is no data that shows that there is such thing. And then somebody came the other day and said that, of course, a young man came and said, oh, the UN say, after 60 years of independence, and we are now saying that UN, we have no data on our own, and I don't believe the last time I see, or I go often, and whenever I go, the last time I see any other foreign thing there in the Range Rover in my village, because that Range Rover can go through those hill area and escape it. Now they use a Toyota, whatever they can use to go that area. So there is no way you're going to tell me here that those data have my people in consideration, and many other remote villages in not only in Nigeria but in all Africa. But beyond that, it's a shame for us not to even have such data, and we believe that, oh, UN say that there are 12 million Nigerians, more poorest people. So that's what I'm speaking to, that there is no any society, educated or uneducated. There are many traditional leaders in the other area in our community who have conscience. That they may not be educated, but you cannot take it to them. And thank God for the brother that speaks in tongue. A show say he speaks in tongue. I used to. If you bring speaking in tongue to me now, it's not the language I want to hear. I don't believe there's something wrong with you and you need deliverance. But it's okay if that's where you used to be. That's where you are now. It's fine. I mean, I've been there and I'm gone from there. So you cannot come and argue that with me here. I've been there, and Dr. Rudolph have shown, said several times, I'm a pastor. Of course, soldier is always a soldier. But all those language of all of that is not where I belong to. There are things that you teach people for so long that when you tell them it's not the right thing, they think you are already been possessed. There is a church in Nigeria that the founder told them that the system you have in place on a marriage council or marriage committee is not the right thing. The church says to him, he's coming to US too much, and now he's backslide. He needs deliverance. That is the forces of imparting people with wrong doctrine, whether you know it at that point or you don't know, but when you get into the people, it's hard to get it out of them. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. I forgot the line now. Who is next? I know Nigeria.
I'm not saying anything. No, I will I haven't said anything. I've been very patient. But Uzo is my man, man. So Uzo, let Uzo go. Let Uzo go.
No. You don't give me PDP today.
Allow us to breathe
many times.
No, hold on, guys.
I will go to court too.
I know. Scribe, this is what you said the last time and we skipped you. So I am giving you
no worries. You know, here is like, well, we are the ones who will stay to almost the end. So I'm happy with people having their say, because there will be a time now it will become a monologue between me and the forefathers.
I want to hear what you have to say too on some of these things.
Yeah, so I don't know where I will start from. I think let Uzo go. I think Uzo,
Uzo go. Mazin with double A. Yeah, you sending your own man with double A. Let's hope you own a 1A. Obviously, can
now. You know how it is now. Mazin na bazi.
Na bazi. Okay, double A, double T. Okay, I want you on a double tip. Thank you for the for throwing the stone to me. Now, I'm going to take this is it. Yeah. No. Let me lay stick. I don't know. I'm going to this is it. I look at the ministerial list. We're talking about this. I don't know what to say, but my own end is after studying the ministerial list. All right. One thing I find that is just like, you do work for me, I give it on part of garage. Like when I say garage, it's like a Oloma. When you deliver for me, I give you some part of motor park to manage and bring return. That's what that thing is all about. No bills in that list, especially the lady Edu, or what was her name? All right, the woman leader. What do you that one there is? It compensated all the whole shots you shot during the campaign. Is it going to go for nothing? All the whole charge, she moved the whole state around two or three times. All right, that's the only way they compensate her. Take this part of garage, make the money there, give my return, and whatever you do, that's their business. That's what it's all about. So this list, I see it as a under 33 list. Most of that follow Nigeria football. Under the 3 lists in a way that when you're going for Olympic, they bring the young boys. All right, and use 3 or 4 senior players to complement them. Now, the men's super list is not yet out. That's where the problem is. Let's watch out for the super ministers. That's where the war is going to be. The 14 ministers that is left, that is the hit. When those come out, that's where we know if Nigeria is moving forward or not moving forward. But this list we just see that's the list of like a minister of state for that, minister of state for that. Only 2 names I see that I can make it: a minister of petroleum or a minister of finance on that list that can super minister. Others will be like a junior minister. But the left 14 or 12 ministers that left, that is men super ego. That is the senior men. That's where you see the senior men are going to come out. That's where you see everything. And Gandola, I was watching a video. Gandola is already the chairman of APC already. I see the youth of APC youth, even Kabaka, visited him and congratulating him and bringing their proposal to him. What he have to do for the youth, because the youth is the umbrella of the party. They're already proposing for Gandola. So Gandola is the APC chairman. That one is left for him. But on our man, Wike is a Endeba. So Imo State, Endabia State, River State. So Wike is not our regular man that we know that, okay, he's time on his word. In short, Wike is the one representing FFK as it is now. All right, it's only where that's anywhere breeze blow, Wike go. Anywhere that is I don't know that he's going to relevance. That's where Wike will be. So let's not expect much from these ministers. They let us expect super minister to appear. When the super minister to appear, with the Avengers is not yet here. That's the Avengers as super minister. Then we see the war of war. That's where you see how Nigeria is going to be. Whether you are going to move forward or move backward. And I will just say one thing here, and that thing will look like this. It's going to be funny, but at the end of the day, we don't take it as it is, because Nigeria is a funny place. That everything goes. Our Senate is like comedy. Watch it out. It's going to be a comedy hall right now. With about the movement. About doesn't take anything serious. Even when things are serious, the guy are joking. Look at what he just said about Sati being rule. He was Senate president that he are in charge. That is been done by from somebody. All the Southeast governors, that means someone ruling the no governor, a whole Senate president. You want to turn that house to a comedy house, all right? Now you say let the poor. What do you mean by the poor breed? The rich, are they other rich? They may have the money, but they're still poor. Poor is not the only way you have money. Some people are poor, but they are rich. They have money, but they are poor. They have money, but they are, those guys that are all poor. They're only rich in that country. One of them cross this my part here, all right? If they cross, enter plane, fly overseas, enter here, they are all poor. They are all poor people. They call them rich. Let them breathe also. They are monks. Let them breathe. They are just rich in that country that I think that they are rich. Let them cross over there. They will know that they are not even rich. So the issue is let's pray. Let that chamber not turn to AY show, because what I'm seeing there is like basket mat and the AY and all these clips put them together and making fun of everything. Somebody talking about national security, they are laughing about it. They think that what is happening in Southeast is not a national security. They are joking about it, laughing about it. I see the way Zokano was relaxing on that day, I see the other man at the back that even sleeping. I was like, okay, what are these guys doing here? What are these guys doing here? Why Zokano was like he's in his inner chamber, telling us how he deal with these people where he was ruling Abia State. We all know what he did. The only legacy he did was winning the championship, the CAF champions. That's the only thing he did. What Aba is today, I realize it's not the kind that made to be that way. He uselessly messed the country up, the state up. He coming out, what I do with them when I was a governor. Do it too. Brother, let's leave that story for tortoise. Only tortoise that we have stories and focus on our own. Thank you.
All right, thank you. AY.
Hey, finally. Rudolph, you don't do me PDP and APC together. Struck to
why are you not recycling over there?
You see now, somebody Niger man is complaining. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Like Uzo said, or what's it called? Akpabio, it's not a serious-minded person. He jokes with everything, but however, Akpabio should not joke with the plight of the poor, because it's quite demeaning, because it's not a joke. They think it's a joke, really, because I think Nigeria is still patient. They will push the poor to the wall one day, and it's not going to be funny, because right now people are really crying, people are hungry. You are making fun of that, but that is unacceptable to me. On the list, actually, the list, I was not actually surprised. If you look at the list, what you have there is two sets of people: politicians and Tinubu ally, personal ally. So he actually used it to compensate a lot of politicians. But however, I think one thing he did, he tried to avoid people that are very controversial, apart from maybe El-Rufai and maybe Wike, he left on the list. People like Fani Kayode, FFK, man, I would have been totally disappointed that they are too controversial. But we have quite a number of people that qualify on the list, in my own personal assessment, in terms of education, in terms of experience. But one thing in Nigeria is, I always say this, Nigeria presidents, they are too powerful. Why am I saying this? It also depends on the body language of the president. That's how these people are going to perform. If you follow up during Obasanjo was able to use the ministers to achieve some good objectives. And if you are not performing, get rid of you. Obasanjo was literally sacking minister every year, every 2 years. If you watch the case of Buhari, even if you are Dodi, as long as you have the key, don't worry, go asleep, don't worry. Buhari don't even want to see you in his office. Just have fun, man. Still, don't do anything. So if you watch him for 8 years, you cannot count more than 5 minutes that Buhari changed. He doesn't care what was happening. So what we need, if Tinubu can actually manage these people, tell them, make sure he's interested in development of the country, then I feel it can use them. If one or two persons, I would say, I don't think maybe they will just put them in a dumb positions. But even like somebody like Wiki, in terms of infrastructure, was able to deliver infrastructure to the state, right? El-Rufai was able to deliver level of infrastructure to his state too. I know some people might not agree, but my only issue with El-Rufai, I think it's talked too much. I don't like that divisive character. But when you talk in terms of performance, I think he knows what he's doing, you know. So we just hope the president is gonna sit up, and if he's gonna be in that office, and make sure these people have project, make sure these people work for Nigeria. Like, let them work for Nigeria. Because the president, they're gonna take instruction from the ministers, they're gonna take instructions from the president. Whatever you say, they're gonna go back and take. If you are not aligned with the president, it gets you out. Yeah, but again, if you one thing Femi said, right? If you watch the list, there is diversity, which I like, in terms of tribe, regions, in terms of youth, in terms of women. We should give them. I will give you some credit for this. The women are very well represented, up to 7 women. For now, we have 28-man list, so we're expecting another 14 or so. So we also have young people. Quite few of them, they are less than 40, you know, but our issue is let them perform. Me, personally, I don't really care about the age of anybody. I just care about the work, the development. Let us move forward. Let the country develop. But apart from that, yeah, I think that's what we'll be waiting for. I don't think we have the president will always have his personal opinion of who choose to be minister or whatever, the portfolio or whatever. But hopefully they're gonna deliver and do something for Nigeria. That's just my prayer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I go, I just want to thank everybody who joined, and I have to go and prepare for tomorrow. But the other thing I wanted to mention, if you received the book, This American Life, please, if you read it and you feel like, go on Amazon and write a review. Whatever you feel about the book, just write it there. That would be appreciated. Once again,
even though you don't read it, go there and write a review.
that's
5 star, 5 star, 5 star.
that one is not accepted well. Amazon, they actually frown at such things. But for those who, if you have the chance to read it and you feel like writing something, yeah, please do that. What else I wanted to say? Just a reminder, tomorrow we have David joining us tomorrow. If you are able to come and stay with us, and that will be fun. All right, I will hand it over to Forefathers Niger and Scribe. Scribe is also going to help, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. Thank you. It's good to see you.
I'm the next person. Let him know I'm the next person. Eh?
Oh yeah, Niger man is the next person.
Yeah, Niger man, you can go ahead.
Good evening. No, I just want to remind you not to start from up again. Good evening, everyone. What I was saying, we are talking about the ministerial list. I don't know why people are surprised debating about the ministerial list. If that is the name it's supposed to bring out, I don't know why the thing have to stay for 60 days, because we know most of all those people already. So if the AU, the president give an order, and they are saying that they cannot obey that order because he's battling with illegitimacy, and some people will still come, and we there in Nigeria, we are seeing that the way the world look at our president, the so-called president, I will be saying that still debating about it. I don't understand the way people want to classify president in their own view. Everybody has his own opinion. Look at Peter Obi. He's on Twitter straight for 4 hours since he just left now. Look, major of the whole platform, about 6 platforms I check, I calculate, he's having almost 100 and something thousand people watching him alone. Most 100 and something. That is president. That's the people who have empathy. The president we have is telling you, I feel your pain, I feel your pain. They are sitting there, you cannot hear. cannot even feel. Have empathy. That is what Nigeria need. Hope. Hope is what the people need. Give people hope. Show them. Making it in their face, 120 convoy, people are floating as so rock. The women leader went there that they start doing I should be there. What did they call it? The student went there, started shouting to the coronavirus for your enemy. That is what this nation want, and people will still be applauding that, rejoicing it. Well, it's the president, you have to have it. But it's their home. I'm just waiting for the judiciary just to do the needful, so everybody will know where it's going in the country. That is only what I consider. Because I don't know why people we see Wike. He was a minister of education, from minister to governor, two-time governor. This is a person that have all the resources, executive governor, control all the resources. What did he do for the people? People are saying he built flyover. Check in your internet the employment rate in River State. Check. I say you don't build any human capital, nothing, no good thing. From the I don't understand those people. That is Rwanda. And you are still bringing it back to minister. Every time we thought we are going to go forward, we go back to the status quo. Every time we thought we are going to break the check, we go back to. Look at Erufai. He was a minister. He was a minister in FCT. Then he went to governor, two-time governor. Look at what happened. What did he able to handle in Sata Kaduna? This is a man that will throw, if you are not his faith, become a religious by God, talking nonsense. He's still coming back to become a minister. I think he told us that he's not going to be a minister. He's going to school. Why he didn't go to school? Then tell him that Wicked has said the APC is a cancer. That is not going to be a minister. Now all of them. So I don't know why we have to be deliberating about Wicked, about all those ones, about majority of them are senators. What the majority are former senator or the list? So what? So we can say about they are good people. They're fine. We should give it to him. But I don't see if those are the people he have. At least from day one, he should have brought that name. He's even bringing the name. It's not even complete. No portfolio added to it. So I don't understand why we are deliberating about those people. Me, I don't see that we have government yet, because even the president, Tinubu, is not even want to give a chance and prove everybody wrong. He's not even want to do that. Only just want to prepare, maybe for a rerun or something, because he infiltrated the judiciary, maybe for a rerun. That's why he's trying to plant everything down for his. That is it, nothing more. Because I don't see him changing anything. They say if your Friday will good, you will see by Wednesday. So I don't think the next 4 years there's something we good in this man. So I don't see anybody there. I don't see, this is just, who are they? Who are they? We know Dele Alaka. We know majority of all those people. There's nobody new to us. And you have to take 60 days, the deadline, the constitution requirement before you submit it. And it's still coming, 28, still have more 14. The chief of staff still telling us that they will create more ministry. I don't understand. This is people, and you said I don't know the way they are going to let us breathe. That's what Akpabio, and we are expecting Akpabio to say something good. What will Akpabio say? Okay, they brought the motion of electricity hike. The man said, okay, he used the word of the president that that is what the Nigerians are using now, that they should let the poor breathe. That is where that is what makes the conversation to Akpabio. So because nobody voted him, he doesn't believe in the next 4 years if he's there, that he's waiting for your votes. That is it. That's why these people know, because they don't have you anything. Not giving a statement after since on Tuesday and Wednesday that is not what he meant. Whatever he meant, because those people don't go to market, they don't buy, they don't know what is how much is Congo of Gary in the market. They don't buy fuel, they don't buy anything. It's there. Only 4 of them.
Niger man, though. I wanted to ask, don't you think that these same people are like every one of us, at least the ones in Nigeria that end up in office and start doing the same thing? Maybe the people themselves need to start changing, because you saw that lady that was praying just because they announced her. You can tell she's just getting ready to go and make her own money. It's just this, they don't go there to serve. So how do we change the mindset on the ground?
That minister from Delta State, they have not even called him. He's just watching it on the TV when they were calling the name. When he start canvassing, giving glory. So expect me, what is that one going to do?
Imagine that.
Expect me, what is that going to do? You see, maybe I've lobbied for that, I pay million for that, for it needs to be there. So automatically come and is happy. What will you make somebody that want to serve? The next is start kabashing. Blah, 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 blah. Is that I don't understand. So that is what we are going to get from these people. We are just going to be getting skits. We are going to have a new Sabinus in the building. That is it. Every day they will
Do you
bombard
have any
us.
suggestion how we can change like the mindset of Nigerians, how we can change our mindset so that when we end up,
That is
like
what
every
I'm
Nigerian end
saying.
up in power, they can change
Because
their
if you watch,
approach?
we have been saying something here, which I make me to always come here, even from you, from electricity, from many people here. That the only way, the most money country who have go through this thing, how did they come? When I was listening to Peter Obi today, so he talked about Brazil, talking about people who have been in our shoe. How did they come out of it? People that went to diaspora are the majority of people that contribute. Anyone now we are seeing it, let's forget it. We have to judge with what we see. We can't say because Bajabi Amila, those that have been there, they are criminal, that nobody should think anybody in abroad should go. Anybody that know it can serve, that you know you have empathy, competent, but now everybody is ready to scrutinize you. Everybody is ready to scrutinize you. Not like before, you just bombard people, say donation, you just go and turn to. No, now people, this election make majority of people now. We have been saying these things since 2007, but the voice was not even most of the time we have been speaking, but nobody, because we don't have the voice, because money dominates it. But now majority of people, the youth are waking and they want to listen. They are making their own money. They want to listen. That is where we have opportunity. Anybody that know they want to lead, mostly with us, if you can come, there are many people in UK, there are many people in Spain, there are many people in, we can come get some good people. If it is a political party, we will register, and anybody that want to contest, it must be from diaspora, and it's free. You don't have to buy form. That is it. If we need to raise fund to support him for campaign, better. But leave that money of form. That because if we put money for form, corruption will come. The bigger pocket will come. When they don't have ticket in the big party, they will come and bribe and take and buy the ticket. No fund, so that anybody, even this person is qualified, we know he's going there. He doesn't go and be telling us, I want to buy for 100 million. Want to buy. So we only know we are going to campaign. We will support you in your campaign. If you are going to Lagos State to campaign, we will organize for you. How much is the hall? Everything. We pay, we make everything. That is it. Before you would know, we have to get the right people in the office to change it for us. We have to, if we get about 100 people now in the house of in the green chamber, we get about 40 people in the red chamber. They can able to work with the rest and get the rest and talk to them and present something good and work so that they bring our interest.
Just to close out, one thing I've observed is that everybody doesn't like how the National Assembly is behaving and how the federal government is acting, and like nobody's holding them accountable. But they all seem to be fine with their National Assembly member from their constituency. Like somebody can be from one town now, and the National Assembly member is there. That same person will be criticizing what the National Assembly is doing, but their own National Assembly member that is in their own town, they'll say, he's the nice one. I like him. And maybe because he gave them a transformer or one thing, they like the local one, but the national one they don't like. So it means that there's a disconnect there. They don't seem to understand that same local one that you are liking because he gave you a transformer has just gone on to pass a law to give themselves high salaries and cause all kinds of problems in terms of corruption in the NNPC and all the rest of it. They don't connect both. And this is why it's very, very hard for people to relate properly. In America, when something happens nationally, the local people start writing to their House of Congress members and senators and start going after them because they are able to link it with what is happening nationally to what is happening locally. But the problem is people don't know that in the context of Nigeria. They just think their local person is always nice. Many governors in Nigeria are actually popular amongst their states. Many of them. But look at the states. That is the problem we are facing. Your local person, they seem to think that their local person is fine, but the one national is not. And yet that same local person is also national. So how do you reconcile that?
I don't think so, Forfad. I'm sorry to interject. Sorry. Your analysis about they are popular in their local area is not that so. It's that they are afraid. of the consequences and the pushback from their political elite in that area. For instance, if you go against your local government chairman, he has the police DPO on their side. They have the local vigilante on their side. They have the people, the thug on their side. So in most cases, people just act out of fear. Are there few individuals who are brave to kick against them, and the consequences is severe on them and on their family? Yes, that is what we see. Not necessarily because they are that popular. For instance, Governor Otto, he was not popular in Benue, but when he was in power, nobody can say anything until he leaves power. Of course, people like us risk everything to talk about it, because for 19 months you are not paying your people. And then for that reason, you are also championing a national issue about Boko Haram, Fulani enhancement. And I'm not discrediting all of that, but you should pay your people, at least let them have food in their stomach. And if there's anything coming after them, whether they have energy to run or to have a local anything to protect themselves. But that is what it is in Nigeria. I don't know about so many places, but I believe that that is the common scenario in Nigeria. People just do what is convenient for them, or are afraid of the consequences, especially when they don't have a protection from the very people that are supposed to protect them as an ordinary citizen. Not like if you know that you play a gamble and you have lost something and holding her head.
See, that's an interesting point that they are scared. The reason why I highlight that point is because when I was in Nigeria, you go locally, they seem to be happy. Like when I go into Delta, they seem to be happy with their governor. In Rivers State, they seem to be happy with Wiki. So it's a weird thing, and I don't necessarily. That's from what I saw on the ground.
Why are you expecting that they will not be happy? You are seeing somebody who have been suffering. Who have been. Are you hearing me?
I think there's echo coming from
people. I think it's echo. I don't know from where.
Let me see if it's. Yeah, go ahead. Let's see. I think it was Ife. Hello? Ife will speak after now. I think when I muted Ife, when I muted you, the sound went away. Go ahead, Niger man.
Hello. So the main problem in Nigeria, like during 2003, I was in Nigeria. 2003. When I went to Nigeria, that time they want to do second term for Lucky Benedium. You know, because it's my brother that called me to come home. I just went to, when I get to, that is my first time go to Nigeria. So we have to, they give them contract to complete. This one was in our house. They give them contract about a week to election. We have been completing the paper. Each one was 20 naira. For good 6 days, we didn't sleep. You understand? Okay, why we make people to do so? Because they will calculate the money. So that kind of people in that area, you are not telling them, each local government we have like that. So you're not telling them the voice of those that are enjoying, that maybe 20 people is the one that we feed them today. You are not telling them that people will not be happy out of poverty. That is poverty. Why do we have voice here in the abroad? Because there's no poverty. Government make a way for you, even though you are not working. You understand? But you that you really know, you do security check in abroad before you go home. Maybe we choose that person and it's going there. We do the security check here. We see this way. I've not have any criminal case here. And it's okay. We have the mind. We know him. We scrutinize him. He cannot be afraid of 100,000 or $1,000 you want to give him tomorrow. He will fight. Even if they want to corrupt, there will be an extent that they will fight before he not become corrupt. That is it. But those one there in the National Assembly, the House of Assembly, they are not there for you. That is why they cross carpet. In abroad, you cannot see people cross carpet in the politics. But Nigeria, all is their interest. If I don't get ticket in PDP, I go to APC. If I don't get ticket in APC, I go to Labour Party. If I don't get ticket in Labour Party, I go to SDP. That is their whole interest. Okay. They are not there for you.
So I take it that maybe I'm not sure who is next, but it seems like Ife is next to you. So should I go with Ife? Ife, please tell us that are you happy with your local House of Assembly members and senators?
Uncle Janaba, good evening. I will greet you especially.
Good evening.
Forefathers, good evening, everybody. Everything is working fine for me. In fact, Nigeria is perfect. I'm planning on moving back to Nigeria. I didn't see anything wrong. Oh. You all are just listening. No, everything is working for me. Tinubu is doing well. He's going to be our best president so far. So I don't see anything wrong going on in Nigeria. Everything is fine, perfect, working. Obi should go and rest and forget about the election because he's not going to win in the tribunal. So I don't even know. If Nigeria is not working for you, now you sabi, as far as I'm concerned, it is working for me. I don't have no complaint. What are you complaining about? I don't have any complaint because then I can afford anything I want in Nigeria. So why am I complaining? No comment. It's working. If it's not working for you, now you sabi. The doctors are strike. And is it not working for you? It is working for me now. 25,000 naira allowance for the doctors. Is it not working for you? It is working for me. Oh. So I don't see, honestly, I don't see anything wrong, being in Nigeria. All of us, we will stay united. My only consolation is that all of us, they buy from the same market. So where Tinubu buys, now the same place P2B go buy. Now the same place Uzo will buy. Now the same place me I go buy. Forefathers, you. Ishimiri, you too. All of us, we go buy from the same market. So why are we complaining? If we go to Ochanja, we all buy from Ochanja. If we go to Balogu, we all buy from this thing. So it's not, I'm not stressing. Have you seen me stress? No. Hey, now Nigeria is good. Everything, dollar is working, dollar is coming down, it's not going up. So I don't see why you people are here every day complaining. Yeah, if it's not working for you, then carry your stuff, go back to Nigeria and fix it. Tinubu is doing his best, and we will write it in history. He will be the best president ever. So stop complaining. Yeah. Yeah, say give him chance. We are all giving him chance. I don't know why you people are not letting the man breathe. Let our president breathe.
Don't you know his new name now? Baba go fast. That is his name now. Baba go fast.
Leave our president alone. Let him breathe. Let our president breathe. He's old. You people need to give him chance, I beg. If Nigeria is not working for you, Niger man, carry your stuff, move back to Nigeria, go fix it. Tinubu is doing the best he can. It's not working for you. So carry your stuff, go back to Nigeria. Leave our president to breathe because he needs some breathing space. So you people should leave him alone. If you don't like it, move. So stop complaining. If you can fix Nigeria, move back home.
I like your president.
I like Tinubu. He will never do anything wrong in my eyes. Just understand it. Moving forward. Okay? I will always support him until after 8 years. Then every fight will take over. We will continue from where he stopped. So why you people complain? I beg, let's go. Which one is the next train that is carrying us? We're on the moving train.
Maybe the progressive minister. Maybe that's why she supported somebody.
I don't even need it, Seth. Everything is okay for me. So why do I need? Do I look like Wike to you? Do I look like every fight?
It looks like Nigeria don't break Ife.
You know? So I don't need anything from them. Everything is working for me.
It's just the way the country. Everybody is frustrated.
I don't have long throat. I don't stay two ways. I say my own straight away. As long as I'm here, as long as I'm breathing, as long as we wake up every morning, Nigeria is working for us. If it is not working for you, pack up and move back to Nigeria and fix it. Period. There is nothing to talk about. If you don't like the fuel, the price of fuel, use your leg and walk out anywhere you want to go.
That was good.
So
that's good.
I don't have anything.
Good one.
Well, it's almost as if you actually transformed to this in a Jagaban supporter.
Tinubu will be my president, whether we like it or not. I will be his #1 supporter now. Whether we like it or not, he will be the president. And whatever he says, we must follow. Whether you like the ministerialist or you don't like ministerialist, it's not going to make any difference. He doesn't ask you for your opinion. So what is your problem? As if this thing you are saying, as if it's going to change anything tomorrow. It's not going to change anything. So what is your problem? We are every day Saturday. Huh?
He's not even hearing me.
Who? Exactly. So why are you wasting? Tinubu doesn't even know that all of us here, none of us here is this. So what is your problem? You can talk from now to tomorrow. It's not going to change anything. We will still come here 10 years to call or 8 years to call. Erifai will be president and we rig election and we will not do anything and nothing will happen. So why are we wasting our time?
Okay.
So we are waiting for the next president because we know that if Tinubu is alive, he will complete his 8 years. Let's move.
If you wait till you chop this evening.
I don't chop anything. That truth I dey talk.
Your message. Everybody
Oh,
got
Father,
the
I didn't have
message.
it.
Yeah, it's from Ife's this thing.
Why is it on my side? I don't have anything on.
I think it's echo cancellation on your mic or the settings.
I don't even have no mic. I don't have Bluetooth, nothing.
It's from the device you are using.
That's my laptop.
Yes, echo cancellation within this window. Maybe it's not this.
You open up two windows. Check. I think you open up.
That one, I muted it.
Under settings. If you go under settings on this.
That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, but anyway, so you people need to stop complaining, please. Nigeria is working for us. If it's not working for you, pack home, go home, and then fix Nigeria. Tinubu is doing the best he can.
I think
okay? Thank you.
If you are misplacing your priority, you say the reason why we will not go home if Tinubu is not doing well. You are asking us to pack, go home that everything is working, or you are asking us to pack, go home because things are not working. What are you trying to make?
So John, you don't understand the
no. I'm saying if you complain that Nigeria is not working for you and you are in a diaspora, pack your stuff and go home and go fix it. You all should leave our president alone.
I got you.
The sister that was praying in tongues, the one that got the ministerial position, she will continue to speak in tongues until after 8 years.
No, it's a common thing in Nigeria. What you sell, people can buy, it's what you sell to them. If you are now quiet and you do not blah 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 in tongue, even our host here say that he speaks in tongue when it's convenient for him. Show. I'm retired on that issue, so he can speak in tongue. The problem we're all having is that. Now he's a holy person. It's through the prayer now that they select him, select her. So excuse me. So that is what is said to Nigerian public. He do not get there by accident. He get there by speaking in tongue.
Thank you. Clearly, Nigeria has broken Ife, and let's hope that she comes back and tell us.
If you have been speaking this way, it's just like Mr. James when he comes here and tell you that why election. Mr. James said this before the election that Nigeria should not go through this election, and he said it again today. If he had been speaking about this continuously before the election about a hand country called Nigeria, and he's still saying it today. Today, he just constant what he's saying. All right, and some of us will go from A to B.
Our company, Nigeria, is working for all of us. It's no longer country. It's a company. So our company, Nigeria, is working. I don't know why we are all.
Can I say something, please?
Say something, Tom.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, forefathers.
Welcome.
Yeah. I just don't even know why we're discussing this in the first place. I don't know. It just beats me while we're discussing this.
It's Rudolph's now. Rudolph's ministerial list is important. They are the people that might be responsible for the country for how many years to come.
Yeah. I just find it strange because ministerial list or no ministerial list and all that. It's just like Fela put it many years ago. Party government. That's what we're just seeing. He's rewarding people that helped him snatched it and run with it. That's just what we see. And everybody that I see there, I don't see anything in their brain that will drive the economy, that will bring the economy to where it's meant to be, or even we're not even talking about bringing it to where on the path of recovery. I've never seen anybody, be it Tinubu, be it anybody that has spoken on behalf of the APC or the present administration, have given an inkling or say, okay, this is what we're saying. These are plans. These are economic plans that gives us a little bit hope. Today, we all, some of us may have seen Peter Obi on the space today. I know that. I mean, when you listen to that man, his wisdom, amazes me. It's just a breath of fresh air to know that we still have some sensible people, some people that have got some brains, cerebral. I mean, he knows what he's talking about. He's not guessing. He's not saying perhaps and all that. He has a clear idea of what he's going to do when he gets there. Nobody says we're not saying that he's a saint. Even he said it himself that he's not a saint. But the thing is, it's just so depressing the way Nigeria is going, and it's just so depressing. So back to the ministerial list is a list of everything. So what are those ministers going to do? How are they going to tell Baba not to steal or not to commit fraud? He's in his character. The man is a criminal, and he's not retired, and he's not planning to retire anytime soon until God calls him. The man is not.
Okay, let me try to do what if he did today. If he's defending Tinubu today, so
you can say our president is a criminal. You
don't
can
mind
say
him.
that.
How can you say that? That's a slanderous. It's a slanderous accusation.
He's not my president. Even listen.
Okay, you cannot say that Tinubu is a no, Tone. Like, listen now. You cannot say that Tinubu is a criminal. Have you ever caught him with anything? Prove it.
Well, if I was still there in the I was still serving Nigeria, maybe I'll be part of the coup plotters that will be hearing from very soon.
But have you ever caught him stealing? How can you call him a criminal?
He's a criminal. I mean, he's antecedent
You
for.
can't just say that. You have to have evidence.
Have you ever seen any evidence that he has stolen anything from Nigeria?
I think let's change the topic, man. We are not joking with everything.
No, it's quite serious actually, because I actually think that Tinubu has not been part of politics, that's in the inner politics for a long time. So he's not held office. So how can you accuse him of corruption? He's not held office for a very, very long time.
Okay, forefathers, let us even remove that of criminality that we've not caught him, and the law says that if once you're not caught, you're perceived to be innocent. Now, is he really the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
He is the president.
For now, we cannot be going through that. If we don't have any other thing to say,
he is the president. What are we not understanding?
He is the president.
He's a sitting president, right?
Yes.
No, it's not a sitting president. He was sworn in as a president, so he's our president.
He's our
until
president.
otherwise.
Do you have another president you want to introduce to us?
That's our president.
Yes.
You want keep us today. If you are there, you take a visit.
Yes.
That's obvious now.
We have to be logical and we have to be honest about what we deal with as at this point. If it's not the president, why are we criticizing the elect? If it's not the president, why are we saying so? If you say it's not legitimate, case is already in the court. But as for right now, this is our president, and we are dealing with the right now situation.
He's a selected sitting president.
Whatever you believe, but that you don't have another elected one.
Let's have the truth, I beg. He's a president. Until he court said otherwise.
Okay, he's a selected sitting president.
No, he is the president. Whether we like it or not, he is our president.
Whether we don't have any other choice, whether we call it selected or elected.
Have a choice.
Our president.
No.
And we are called for this thing to speak to issue based on Rudolph's show today.
John, let's take that back. We do have a choice, and that's why Peter Obi.
Until the choice is pronounced in the court, you don't have
but for now,
your choice is irrelevant right now.
He's not my president. I don't even listen. I don't even carry Nigerian passport anymore.
Okay, one at a time,
But
please.
he's Nigerian president. As of now, I'm talking to you. He is our sitting president until the court says otherwise. But other than that, Tinubu, Ahmed, Bola, whatever, is our president.
Not only Nigerian president, too. He's an ECOWAS president.
He's an ECOWAS president.
West African president.
Okay, let's let AY contribute, please, and then we can go back to the top. AY, so what do you think about the list?
I think say you want to do me PDP and APC combined.
No, not at all.
Actually, I think now we are joking too much. I will show you to court. So, Tone,
let's wait for the first tribunal to give the judgment before
let's actually deal with reality here. We no matter, I mean, there are a lot of issues in Nigeria election, obviously, but we have a president, either we like it or not, because this man is gonna make decisions on behalf of all of us.
That's right.
It will affect us. So we should stop saying that is why we need to hit on him, whoever is there, hit on them. If we allow them, that is what they want. They want us to abandon the country and said, do what you like. Then they're going to damage the whole thing. You understand what I mean? For me, I continue saying it. If Peter Obi is saw in tomorrow as the president, same thing. We're not gonna let him just flow. We hit on him, criticize. When he's doing good, we praise. But for now, to be honest, we have a president. We just have to deal with the issues. And I mean, hopefully they're gonna listen, they're gonna do something. If by tomorrow court decide otherwise, we move on to the next level, get him out. That's just my hope. But we keep saying, oh, we don't have a president, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really change anything. I think we should just deal with the reality. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Very nice one and brief. Let me go to Chino. Sorry, Chino Nierem. Chino Nierem.
If a German name or Italian name,
okay, pronounce it for me so I can just get it right.
Yeah, messing it up.
Chino Nierem. Is that right?
Forefathers, don't go there if you don't know how to pronounce it.
Okay, pronounce it now so I can correct it.
Chino Nierem Akudike. Come on
exactly.
Now. It's just very
Chino
simple.
Nierem.
Leave him alone.
Chino Nierem. That's what you said.
Hey, if you don't take my way now, don't push him.
No, it's the Nigerian the network. So he will be back. He'll be back.
Our prophet.
So Lokopi, what do you think about the list now of the ministers that have been this thing released? Just what do you think? Because some people are thinking that they are not very good, and you know.
Hello, everybody.
Sorry, Tunaja. You say we should accept it. You don't have to. People don't have to be forcing people for their own opinion. You just say what you want to say. Don't tell people.
I'm not saying we have it.
Constitutionally, we say we have it, but look at what the AU is saying now. Look at what they're saying.
Niger
They say they can't obey the order because it's illegitimate.
Niger man. Don't take this thing personal. After whoever that disagrees with our country doesn't have a choice. It's not part of our
exactly
country.
what I'm saying. That's my point.
Okay.
Constitutionally, we have a president.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? Yeah. But I know the feeling of the people. I understand the feeling, you know. But constitutionally, we have a president. This is the truth. That's what I'm saying.
No, don't finish.
Niger man,
we are not.
Now we all of us say this together. I don't stop saying that from where ABC buy. Now the same market me I could buy. Now the same market LP.
But they are still trying to bombard people as if there is nothing happening in Nigeria. That is what I don't like about it.
What is your problem?
People are suffering. We are carrying the burden that we're not supposed to carry. This president said we have a president. We have a president. The country, the Nigeria today look like there is president. There's a leader.
He's still our president. Nigeria stop. He's our president. No matter how much we don't like him, we have a sitting president until the court says otherwise.
We have interim president. Don't say we have a sitting president. We have interim.
No, it's not a sitting president.
Niger man, can you leave it? Leave it for now. Let Lokopi start Lokopi can talk.
President until he is removed by the court. Other than that, he's still our president. It's not a question of whether you like Tinubu or not.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. But first thing first is Nigerian problem. I'm just seeing Nigerian problem here right now. It was my own turn just to even greet. You wouldn't know what I'm to greet anybody.
Everybody will
go to court.
You see the Nigerian problem for start. You see Nigerian problem B. So
My own first thing first, see, don't let the poor breathe. See my tongue, F key. Don't let the poor breathe. Let them suffocate and die. Don't worry. By the time they don't suffer reach elastic limit, nobody could tell them. They'll come back by themselves. They'll come rebel the government, say, come, enough is enough. You understand? By the time their suffering don't reach a limit, by the time they don't know, say, their mumu don't do, nobody could tell them. They will come back like, hey, man, come on, man, how long can we bear this rubbish? You understand? So see the right idiot where they say let the poor brief, what they call them, Akpabio. The one pepper me, Akpabio don't pepper me. Now the right idiot, we stand near him, Bobrisky boyfriend. What they
What's
call
your
him?
language, loco?
What they call this other guy again now? That's a note. Bobrisky boyfriend. Now that one I have pepper me pass. Even they laugh during the matter because they never pursue the one come out for there. You understand? So tell you how they don't see Nigerian finish. So if Nigerians never see get eyes, they know say this people don't see them finish. Leave them for them, no worry. Nobody go tell them, right? They go come revolt themselves. So because look what happened for Niger. Nothing. What is happening in Nigeria is not even half. Sorry, it's like times 10 of what's happening in Niger. You understand? Or let's put the other way around. What happened in Niger is not up to 1/10 of what's happening in Nigeria. But look at what happened. They came out and like enough is enough. You get my point? We just have barely 8 years, 2 months. Fuel price are just changed from 97 naira to how much? 600 something naira. And everybody is still keep quiet. The only thing they could think of doing is, okay, no problem. Let's abandon the motor. Let's trek. Let's continue trekking. That means they can be bent to any level. So let them suffer. Don't worry. Don't let them breathe. By the time you reach a certain level, nobody will tell them. They'll come out. Don't worry. So then going for your question, ministerial list or whatever. I mean, come on. What do you expect? I mean, I should expect magic from Tinubu. No, it's a game. It's a normal. It's a chess game. So they know they want to divide us and conquer us. So we should come here, argue against ourselves. Let us not sit to one direction. Let us not purge ourselves of the truth. You understand? And be keeping hiding under whatever gas we want to hide in. You understand? Under and be suffering. So we all bear them. Most suffer them. No worry. There's no point. So the ministerial list is normal. Carrying wiki come from there or not put wiki or put Erufai or Umahi governor. My brother, is the same thing. This is not the first time it has happened. It has been happening before. We know. The only thing they do is that they are just changing the tone of the music. Yeah, we think it's the same. They are dancing the same dance, but they are just changing the tone of the music. Or rather, play the same music but changing the dance. So we are thinking that they are doing something new or different. It has been the same since maybe about your time, but it's getting obvious and obvious all the time. So we all know what's happening. So we should just,
But local though, like with all the stuff Tinubu has done so far, there has been barely any protest. And do you think that there is going to be like some kind of, when people get to their limit, it's likely to start in the north first? Because from what I observe, the southerners seem to be either their focus is on Jackpa, or some of them are working online. The young people that should be on the street protesting, they are working online. That's part of it. They are participating in this giga economy now, where they don't necessarily need to travel.
Since 1999 now, the suffering in the north has not been increasing. What have they done? Like they've suppressed them with religion, because if you talk to your elders, or if you talk to if you oppose the imam or talk to your elders, Allah will strike you. So if you don't want Allah to strike you, you keep quiet and
I'm not sure that Allah said Bible, the Quran says that.
Hold on. Listen, even this religion that we are even talking that we know too much about this religion, we are still even trapped. This Christianity, we are still even trapped under this Christianity. We are still trapped, just the way that their own poverty is accumulated with their own. We are just using, because we are educated a little bit, then we can devise other means of making money. Sometimes we don't really listen to pastor. We only go to church and listen to pastor. Hallelujah, hallelujah. After on Monday, we go back to our normal hustle. Nobody cares about pastor. After all, it's the money you are still bringing from the hustle you are giving to pastor. So pastor is okay. You understand? We have our own small 419 to do, small Yahoo to do, small hookup to do, small ritualists to do, small skits to do, small collecting money from the diaspora to do. So those money is helping the South. You understand? So like I said, until they've been stretched to the limits, which country they increase fuel to that amount? nobody will do anything, and they will just start trekking. It doesn't make sense to anybody. They'll just start trekking. You just put up for reverse. Everybody begin trek. Where does it happen in this world? Where?
I must say, I think they've studied Nigerians. They know
exactly
where we are before we end up on the street.
Don't let them breathe, because if they breathe, they'll always look for a way to survive. So don't let them breathe at all until they're like, enough is enough. We have to change the country. That's the only time things will start happening. Trust me. There's nothing you can do, because the religion is also there to ask them to fast and pray and wait that God will send miracle money to them. Is that one the Christianity is also there, trapping, imprisoning them in one corner? You understand? So don't let them breathe, suffocate them. Who can survive? Let him survive. You know, so
I'm not sure we should be advocating that people should be suffocated, though. Let's allow Ismiri to talk. I think she hasn't said anything since I came on.
Nigerians the truth is bitter. Okay, let me give you answers, right? What do you think happened to answers? Did anybody advocate let's start demonstrating? No, because it has been happening. Nobody told them. They came out for themselves. Nobody told anybody for answers. Nobody say, okay, we not agree. Everybody, the country just turned up against answers from different corners all of a sudden. Because
some people suspect that there are elements that engineer the answers.
No, when the element came in, when the thing the flame has started, then somebody started pouring fuel. That was the element that came in. But the ignition was up to a limit. Come on, with how many videos just where they beat person anyhow? Just slap and beat and collect a phone. That's appalling now on the camera, and they don't even hide it. They do it openly. Nothing they happen. So it got to the limit, and everybody from different states turned against them. So that was say, let the suffer go. Nobody could tell anybody. They could rise up by themselves. Like enough is enough. You know?
Okay, thank you. Ismiri, you have not said anything since I came on. So what do you think about this list now? Do you think they are going to perform very well, and Nigeria, all our expectations will be met, power supply will be nice and steady, and we are going to get good governance out of this list that they've provided?
I did respond about this topic.
Oh, you did, eh? Okay, that's fine. I didn't catch it.
But this is your session now, so I can add or maybe say something about it as well. If he has said it all, for me, that's what I've always been saying, that regardless how Tinubu got there, he's the president. And he's picking out the list of people that he wants to work with. People may criticize Nigerians are hardly, people will always complain. People will be always shortchanged. But for me, maybe there may be miracle. I believe in hope. I know maybe Tinubu people say he's corrupt, he's that. There is nobody without, I would say, poop in their bum now. Everyone have little bit of their shortcomings. Perhaps he may, something may touch him and he will start listening to people. They may say you don't learn good manners at old age. Perhaps it could be his last wish on earth that to do something good for once, and there may be some good people amongst the people that he has selected that may steer him to the right direction. Good advisors around him will count. I don't know if they're going to perform good or bad, but I hope for the best for Nigeria. I wish him all the very best, and I wish that they perform well, because if Nigeria work, it was mine. That is where I stand. I'm not going to really start throwing stones at them. It's still early days. I know that the fuel scarcity things, this for me is like a carryover from the last administration. It's not going to be magic, but let's see. Perhaps he may even do something, one or two things that are good. I don't think someone is 100% terrible. I want to give him a chance. I'm speaking for myself, and I don't know about others.
I appreciate that. I think every administration would like people like you to give them the benefit of the doubt. You wanted to say something?
Regardless, like the list now, I know that when a particular person is in power, from people may tend to start zooming in on the people that per president is going to choose. Like maybe during the Buhari time, he filled the panel with lots of people from his ethnicity and stuff like that. But I learned that Tinubu, when he was in Lagos, I know Lagos State is not as the same as Nigeria, that he did extend some positions with other ethnicities, but maybe it didn't happen as people expected it. But for me, it's about performance. If people are lifted out of poverty and young people are able to study in a good, safe environment, free of hunger and diseases, good lifespan, pregnant women are to deliver safely. There will be good equipment in hospitals, those social structures that we need to function in Nigeria is being serviced properly. If he even scores, because I know that a lot of people are scoring him 0%, but if he scores 50, well, it could be a pass mark. So I wish him all the very best. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is Mary. Uzo. Yeah, you want to add something, Janaba? I can just interject for a bit.
You know, Maska is from Nigeria. You have to be giving people privilege from Nigeria because of the network. I just want to tell
you. Okay, I take your point. Yeah, I was thinking of coming to Maska after.
It's very expensive now in Nigeria. Eh? Please.
Maska can afford it. He's a very, very honorable individual from Nigeria. Maska, please be patient. Oh God. See, I get what you're saying. Let me just let Uzo say something, because I know he's a troublemaker. Let me get him out of the way first, then you can go ahead and speak. Uzo, so what have you got to say?
That man a troublemaker because you being the defense minister in diaspora. That I want to defend Niger. Well, what is different that Niger Republic and Niger State? I was confused. What is different? Is it the spelling of?
No, it's the same spelling. That's very confusing. Actually, it's the same spelling.
Yeah, I was it's not different.
It's just the pronunciation. It's Niger and Niger.
Okay.
One is French, one is English.
Look at this. This is it. I'm going to take a nap. This is it. Nigeria is not working for anybody. Let's forget what if he is saying. We know how if he speaks. All right. If you don't believe you see that if he right from time I know how speaking here, he never one day believed Nigeria will work. All right. He always stand on his ground. Tell he said things change. He said this Nigeria will not work. So what he's just doing now is okay. I told him I don't think it's not working. He guys didn't believe me. Now everybody should take it. All right, we accept that. End of the day, Nigeria is everybody prays that he's going to work. There's a time after election, if he changes his mind that okay, he pray that he work. He's going to work. If he work for everybody. He said will be very happy if he work. And let's give this man a chance. He said that was, and he gave him 1 month, 2 months. Now he went back to his normal. It doesn't work. It doesn't fit. So the issue I'm saying here is we are all Nigerians, all right? End of the day, we are all benefit from whether it work or it not work. All right. Now the ministerial list, as I said earlier on, they just he said it during the campaign in the state. However you campaign, that's how you're going to get your own share. Yeah. If you campaign well, it's going to give you I say soak bread in a water. Yeah, he said it. He said you're going to soak bread in the water. And well, he said it through his campaign in Enugu state.
A slice of soaked bread.
Soaked bread in the water. So
wow.
That's what he said. So everybody, I don't see anything coming out from that list. It's just like he's giving them their portion of the land after they make him to become a president. If it's a serious,
we say go give chips, and I want to give you bread and water. We chips. I promise us for those things.
Listen, I was asking somebody one day what happened. He appoint minister according to capacity, according to their merit. All right, go outside the APC and put people that merit to make Nigeria work. All right, Obasanjo did it. they can, like somebody like Koji Wala, most of those people, Dora Akunyili, all of them there, they're not PDP members, but they have something to offer. He bring them in, made them a member of the APC, all right? As I had a member of the APC, and they work for the nation. Why? What do you gain by appointing only APC members? Now you say Imo State he produced one minister. What Imo State APC member? He not gave me a portfolio for what he did for. He said Imo State produced one minister. Or Enugu State produced one minister, or Niger State produced one minister. That's the APC member compensation of them working for him. All right, that's what it is.
But they are still from those states, though.
Even they're not working for the states. It's just a namesake. It just let's have that national state. What do they call itself?
Isn't that the requirement that they choose people from every state?
If you look at it, all right. If it's a requirement, all right.
So you want it to go appoint PDP?
No, if you want a nation to work, all right. You are poor people that can do the job, not because of you work for me, and give you the position.
But for ministerial position, you don't have a choice. I think it's meant you have to choose one from each state for ministerial.
No, that's
position.
not where I'm coming from. You choosing the one running these people is not my problem. But when you choose a member of your party, mostly all the ministerialists, that means you are compensating people, not by merit.
President Tinubu you need to understand, is the first Nigerian politician to get to that office of the president. He would not choose any other. Even Wike he choose, you know what happened. He will not choose any other body apart from APC.
So how do one Nigeria to work in that?
That is the problem. Or like Obasanjo,
let's try to keep it brief. We know Mascara.
That's one thing I love about Obasanjo. Obasanjo, he actually spread. Look at a lot of people he discovered. They are the people still today. You still see them around.
Oh yeah, someone like Okonjo Iweala, he was not a party
even
member.
Dora.
But he brought them in and made them a party member, and they worked.
A lot of people. He did. That was why he kind of have some level of success.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Uzo. Let's have Mascar's contribution to this. I'm sure you may have had some things. What do you think about what you've had so far?
Good evening, everybody. I would want to. My comment would simply be to align in total with what Ismiri's position is. Apart from that, I would just want to respond or ask Loco. When he spoke, he was saying that they should allow the poor to first suffocate so that they can now say enough is enough. I'm trying to understand that the contradiction inherent in that statement on a lighter note anyway. Loco, if the poor are suffocated, my understanding is that means they have kicked the bucket.
I think you of all person should understand better now. If they say the poor should breathe, does it mean the poor have not been breathing?
No, you are saying that no, they should be allowed to suffocate.
We are saying the same thing. I say if they said let the poor breathe, does it mean they have not been breathing?
Me and you.
You say what?
You say we are saying the same thing.
Yeah, we are saying the same thing.
When you say we, no, that's you and Akpa.
No, Akpabio and the other, what they call that, the entity, Bobrisky boyfriend.
Who is Bobrisky's boyfriend, though? How is Ogana?
Yeah?
That guy that was laughing at that.
No, the way stand for front of Akpabio now.
And I wait, he blessing like Clark. Now he be the.
Who is Clark? Clark, I be black person with the totori, the life like woman.
You don't see that face the way the dominator.
I say this is nice slap. Then they say they catch for Abuja shopping where they buy
so when
sex toys.
They should be allowed to suffocate.
Abba something.
Abu. No, see, Masca. Like I said, why I said you already know the answer. Like I know you know the answer, but probably you just want me to say in case of.
It's nice freezing. Masca don't freeze.
But I know you know. And that's why you always freeze. I don't know where, but I know you know the answer. But one time
Masca demo now.
Why I say
in Nigeria, that's why now. What do you mean you don't know why?
Because why I say they should suffocate is I think is, at least Charlie Boy said it before, our Mumu say don't do. So it's like, I thought maybe at that time, as the Mumu don't do, then there'll be change. There'll be like the difference in attitude, thinking, as in level of resistance is limits now. It's like we have gone to the end of this suffering. So I think at that time, this Ade and Jew, Charlie Boy, show what they were like trying to ginger the people like, man, this is enough, So
but could this be because there is something we are not picking up in Nigeria? I said it before about the giga economy. There's something we are not picking up in Nigeria that even if from our point of view it looks like everybody is suffering, but what I notice is that whenever nations are on the trajectory up, you don't tend to see protests, even if they are poor. You don't tend to see protests because subliminally they are noticing
because there's a plan,
slight
there's a roadmap.
Yes.
There's a roadmap, so nobody will complain because there's a roadmap. Everybody will now be seeing like the end of the tunnel. Okay, with this trajectory we're taking right now, as the takeoff is good, that means the landing will also be good. You understand? That will keep everybody calm. But this giga economy you're talking about is nowhere, it's a mirage. What they're thinking is like, they know once they pray to their pastor, there will be Janaba, at least this one, miracle money. Once the pastor pray, your friend Suleiman, once he pray, there will be miracle money in their Nigerians' pocket. So that is a hope for them. So those that are doing skits, those that are doing blogging or vlogging.
I think Masca is fine now.
Money is coming from everywhere. So that is the hope they have.
Let's Masca say something. I think it looks like he's moving. Is it just an effect?
Yes.
Oh no audio. Can you go and come back so that I think the audio is gone. It's cut out the audio somehow. That's the probably Nigerian internet now. They don't, they don't give you proper.
They don't want to allow him to breathe. They don't want to allow him to breathe.
Just keep moving it back. Let me see. Okay, who's next? I think it's let's allow Eddie to say something. Eddie, it looks like, are you new here? I've not seen that face before, even if the name says something.
I've not seen the face. But
yeah, sort of. I've been here once or twice, but I'm off and on. But I do listen to the show once in a while.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
What do you think about what you've heard? As you can see, Nigeria has broken some people. So.
Oh yeah, I was back in Nigeria about 2 months ago. As at the time, I think we still had Buhari in power. No, it's about 2 or 3 months ago now. At the time, we still had Buhari in power. Things were a bit rough back then. When Tinubu came into power, I knew personally, and I wasn't expecting anything good from him, because already fine. People think, he did well in Lagos, but look at what he took from Lagos to get to that point where they say he did well for Lagos. We say, okay, we shouldn't, ascribe people as such, with such names. Well, we know the truth. The guy is not clean. He did not leave Lagos saying, okay, I did well here, and it took a lot of money from Lagos. I'm sorry, I don't want to use that word.
But are we not getting distracted about? I'm just trying to be like thorough here. Are we not getting distracted about being clean? Is the important thing not for them to perform in office and deliver for the people? Well, because sometimes, like in America now, Trump is running for office and he's literally being convicted of multiple crimes, and he's still running for president.
Unfortunately, Trump is an abnormal. How would I put it? He's a once in a lifetime sort of event that happens to a country. Trump is. I don't want to go into Trump. He's something else entirely. Fine. People say he did stuff in the US. I don't believe that. I'm not one of those who believe that. I believe he actually caused this country a lot of damage, as compared to when people say he did well. But I don't want. That's another story for another day. But when we talk about Tinubu, when they said he was going to bring out ministers, I was of the opinion, well, he's going to bring back his cronies. When he first got into power, we had the so-called class of 99 governors. Imagine that nonsense. So-called class of 99 governors. The year 1999, go to him saying, oh, we thank God that he's in power. We want to offer our advice. What kind of advice are you going to give to him? Why did you not advise yourself when you were in power back then to effect changes in the lives of people? Now you are saying you want to go back there to advise him to do what? To put you in place so you can steal more money? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, Look at the petrol situation. Sometimes I sit down and just laugh. I see like, okay, what is so hard in building a refinery in that country?
My brother, I don't know, my brother.
If you are saying we are borrowing monies to pay subsidy, borrow the damn monies and put refineries in all regions in that country.
Exactly, and then the increase in petrol price will not need to happen, but somehow it's impossible.
We have the oil right there. Why do you have to ferry it halfway across the world, bring it back, and now put the price on the people for what is on ground there? Look at it again. It will be the same people in power who are stealing the monies, who want to make that money by force, by hook or crook, that are causing these problems. Okay, that's one side. All right. You have the people in the creeks who they say are stealing the oils or whatever it is. All right, let's try and improve the lives of the people. If we say we cannot build the refineries to the modern states, look at the people in the creeks. They already have an idea of how to bring out the petrols from this stuff, right? Put out the policy. Give the poor people there. Okay, we'll give you oil, produce petrol, give it back to the people. You're improving the lives of those people, and you're reducing the cost of petrol in the country. It's not hard, but you have people who are in power for their pockets first, who are thinking, oh, how am I going to corner this amount, or corner that money, or corner, before they think about the people. That's why we're having problems in our country. You have a lot of people. The government is bloated. You want to pay salaries for sitting senators or congressmen who just sit down and do nothing. When it comes to sharing monies, they bring out their knives. Oh, we want to share the money. It's our turn. It's my turn. It's my turn. It's my turn. What about the people? When it comes to something that affects them, they will not say, oh, it's affecting the people. Who are the people? You? I'm sorry. It touches me so much when I see, like last time I was back home, I saw people suffering. I know how I try to assist people from this part of the world. I know how many people, school fees, feeding, and all that stuff. Sometimes it gets overwhelming. When you look at it, you say, okay, what will I just pull away from this? If I pull away from it, how will they survive? It is terrible. Personally, amongst the 3 people who contested for governor, for president, I was leaning towards Peter Obi because he's coming like fresh amongst it, because Atiku to me had nothing to offer. I'm sorry. If you were in power with Obasanjo at the time, and Nigeria is in the state it is now, where most of the problems started from. Because I believe it was when Obasanjo was in power that we missed our way. He had the opportunity to correct course in that country. When he got into power, he was once president. He left. I think he saw the other side from the poor man's angle. When the opportunity was presented to him again, after seeing what he has seen, he went straight back to corruption. Went in there with less than 20,000 naira. Was living, he had the tallest building in South Africa. How did you get the monies? And today you hear him saying, oh, Nigeria is sitting on the keg of gunpowder. That keg of gunpowder is sitting right there in his house. And I don't want to go and say things that are not, but this is the way I feel about it. We have the solutions there in our hands, but you have the wrong people in power. That's why we are where we are at today. Thank you.
I think you couldn't have put it more clear than that. Because if you look at Niger now, yesterday or 3 days ago, they were heading in a different direction. Now, these guys come in, take power, and they're heading in a totally different direction. And it tells you that, we can talk as much as we want. Sooner or later, if you are not in the position of power, you are not going to be able to change stuff.
Exactly. I'm sorry. One more point. See, I feel the reason why these guys don't want to invest their time in the refineries is because they believe that the project might not get completed before they leave office. So the so to say the thank you and all that will go to somebody else. That's one of the reasons. Because I don't right from when I could actually think, I've been wondering, why can't we put refineries in this? What is there? In Kuwait, petrol, Water is more expensive than petrol. They have the petrol there. They have the oil there. They will find that thing there. That's why. Why can't we do the same thing? Why? Instead, it's how. I know of a. Well, the person just currently lost the job of being in Congress, in House of Reps. You go to Dubai, you are building a house in Dubai. With which monies? You ferry yourself and your family back to the US and back to Nigeria. With which monies? You're going on vacation. You are taking your family member to London, Dubai. With which monies? Because when you went in there, you didn't have it. What is going on? Then you have people who are hungry. People are dying. I will just sit down and say, okay, it's okay. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. I'm sorry. It gets me emotional when I think about Nigeria's problem. It's unfortunate. When they leave power now, they will not remember, we do this. Just like Obasanjo, we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. When you were there, what did you do? You made it worse. Don't come and tell us after you've left where Nigerians are. We all know. Do something about it. I'm sorry. It's just somehow sometimes, you know.
Thank you for your contribution. Okay, let me get into more trouble. Chino Nierem, Chino Nierem. Chino Nierem. Yeah, Chino Nierem. Yeah. It's frozen now. Now that I managed to get it right, now I have to try again. Yeah? Chino Nierem, are you there? Yeah, you don't have to use video. You can actually take your video out because it looks like your video is, you know, a kind of, challenging your data. So if you want to go without video, it's fine. So we can hear you because you've been trying to talk for a while. Go ahead.
Unmute yourself.
Let me see if I can help. You are muted.
Speak language for an IC Mirina. Mute.
It's behind the times.
Jabba, you are funny.
What are you going to say? So yeah, I think we are going to be moving back to a kind of geopolitics. Let's raise this.
Before you go for the list, those ministerialists, many of them are just to compensate. I think many of them will just do like a couple of years, maximum 2 years, and they will reshuffle them. 50% of that list are going. You understand? They will just test it, just test the water, so that they will bear that name, former minister. And after 2 years, bye-bye. They don't come out. They don't push many of them come out to replace them with somebody else.
So if there's election,
let's allow Chino Nierem go before.
No problem. That is their fate. If Tinubu continue,
this London man, can you let the
Nigerian man?
There's the Chino Nierem that needs to talk. Please go ahead before his data goes again.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Greetings, Father. I plead to deviate a little. I want to comment on what was discussed earlier.
Go ahead.
That about the insecurity in the Southeast and the issue of Simon Ekpa. So I think, in as much as I am among those who are soliciting for Biafra to come, but I don't like the approach Simon Ekpa is using. Then I think the upper sociocultural group of the IPOB, that is of the indigenous people of Biafra, that's the Ohanes and Igbo. I think they, together with the Southeast governors, should go to Abuja to beg Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu. Because I think once Nnamdi Kanu is released, I think the insecurity in the Southeast will reduce.
You see, the thing about release, I always wonder because some people say release without condition. Personally, I prefer release, but don't he has to sign on to not going out to say Nigeria will become like Somalia. You see what I mean? The moment if he comes out again and say,
I'm not even go there, I'll not go there again. Let me
you see, Uzo, let's not start again.
The guy just say it's mine. He don't say it's mine.
Okay.
Father.
He just say it's mine, forefather. Don't go there.
The first time
you want to start again now.
You want to start again, forefather.
So people doesn't know
say
something.
It's mine, forefather.
The first time they release Nnamdi Kanu,
they gave him condition.
The condition attached to that.
He floated.
Do you know?
No, I don't know.
But they will people will be telling you military want to kill him. He flooded the first. That is the first release. There was
what did he break? What did he actually? What condition did he break? Actually,
they give him. It was not the condition that was added to the first time. That it must not be seen in a gathering of more than 5.
What they are bringing on now, you're going to finish.
And
you see why I say Uzo is the troublemaker. He's going to start now.
No, it's not trouble. No, I don't like when people come here. They make argument they don't even know. All right. Yes, the problem is that you don't like the same mistake Nigeria is making. He flatter all the whole. They gave him condition. He flatter the condition. What the government also do is go back there and do what? They arrest him back.
So that's what they try to do.
But he flee the country. How can you
that's what they try to do.
No, not that. No. That's why I said when you argue what you know.
My network is bad.
When he was released, listen. Let me just give you. Let me.
Who's always first? Let you finish. Your network bad.
Let you know Jerem say something now. You know Jerem now. I know how it is said. You know. Let him say something.
Talk.
So let me just finish up and go. My network is bad. I know they shouldn't be begging for this. Several court orders have asked Nnamdi Kanu to go, but they are still keeping him there. He's still being incarcerated. They shouldn't be begging for this, but for the sake of the Southeast and our economy, these are trying times. Like you can't be sitting at home at this particular time. These are trying time. The economic downslide is more in the Southeast. So they should just swallow their pride, go there. I know they shouldn't be begging for this, but they should just go and ask Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu. Because here is bad here. I know. See, and another thing I want to say is that I want to register my sentiment of dissatisfaction in the Nigerian government because they don't just respect.
Don't worry.
This guy is really feeling bad. But why can't the people go? Excuse Father, each state, as this guy is in Nigeria, see the way he's feeling bad. Why can't they go to government house and lead the protest? To beg them, lead the protest to each state.
I don't think it's in their hand. The stuff is in this in Nnamdi Kanu's hand. If Nnamdi Kanu says, you know what?
No, if the five governors stand for him.
It's not going to work. That is not going to work because I'm looking at it from the point of view of power. You can't just say release somebody for the sake of it. The person you are releasing has to agree to certain conditions. If they agree, they will release him. Go ahead.
It happened to Nnamdi Kanu. Everybody kept quiet. Today it's MFL. Who knows who is next? It might be you. It might be me.
This is what you are saying. Nobody keep quiet. We don't have power. We are just talking here like you. Nobody have power to go to Asoro.
To me, all this is not entirely unusual. Almost every nation does this thing. When they want to hold somebody, they will find an excuse to hold you. No matter what they like. You could be just be doing something that they don't like. If the state doesn't want you on the street, they'll find an excuse to hold you. Julian Assange is still in prison right now. Why? They are not able to try him, but they just find a way to keep him in prison anyway. This is in the so-called democracy we are talking about. So this is the nature of government. I believe that if you want to release him, you give him a kind of the Asare Dokubo treatment or all those repentant Boko Haram treatment. You have to have somebody that says, okay, I'm not going to approach this in such a problematic way anymore. Then I believe they will release him. I don't think
Asario is different, forefather. The Niger Delta problem is different from the Southeast. Those ones was fighting for their own rights. They was not saying people should sit at home. They want to kill people. They was fighting for their own rights.
I think it's all agitation. It's all the same thing. We are all agitating for one thing or the other.
Forefather, not I like you so much. When I grow up, I like to be like you because sometimes you hit the point. But Nigerian man will not even know where the very person. He will not go and dig the person out. Forefather just said something now. What keeping Nnamdi? May I still believe? He didn't agree on the condition they're giving to him. That's something forefather. You see, forefather understand how things work. If Nnamdi Kanu agree on conditions, all right, he will have been released, all right. And for him, he rather die there than to agree on the conditions, all right. But sometimes I tell people, before Abaribe tell you that he does not know where the rain start, will not know when the rain will end. If you don't know where the very person, you would not even know where to how to like bring the person out. Listen, if you don't understand how things work in Nigeria, let's leave this IPOB, and our problem is bigger than that, than this sit-at-home IPOB are this. We have major things in Nigeria. They are not the cause of Nigeria woeful as Nigeria is today. All of us are talking about Nigeria, how Nigeria is a failed state. IPOB is not the cause. All right. So we have other things to talk about.
Yeah, but the situation where they have to sit at home on Monday is a problem. I mean, you can't have.
It's not a problem of Nigeria as a whole.
Father, you know, I don't like to.
No, what I mean is
I
this.
want you to follow the line.
What I mean is this.
Talk and then
you can interject now. Actually, I think it's freer now.
I just you see, the government is not going to be caved because of one man. I know some of you guys are from the East. It's personal to you, affect your everything, your daily living. And anyone passing through that part of the country on Monday also may face that challenges. Their own may even be worse because they may run into something terrible. But the notions that the Eastern states allow this to happen, and the federal they find a talking point and name everybody unknown government, and this and that and that. Oh, our people have been killed by so people. It's a lack of leadership. When the forefather earlier said that, what have they done differently in that area that they can say, okay, imitate us, or why we need our own? And people say, oh, why are you saying we have a right to agitate? Of course, we have a right to agitate. But what we are also saying is that, what do you offer differently as a politician in your own zone that it shows that you care for the same people? Because you are not being led by Hausa man, you are not being led by Yoruba people. It's the same your people. And we say our Nigerian problem is in general. It's about the elite using politics. They are all united in Abuja. There is none of them. There is none of them go to Abuja. The highest they have gone so far is to say, oh, releasing to us. That is all. That is the only thing they have done. But they have never have the power to use their position as a governor. The governor of a state is the chief security officer of the state. So for you to be that weak and you have nothing to offer for your own people to protect them, and the issue is that, oh, take it to Abuja, there's something. A relationship is all. If you are fighting yourself, we have one nation called Nigeria. But if one side decided to be fighting themselves, for instance, when Shetima was a governor of Borno State and also a senator of Borno State, he had a privilege to negotiate with the Boko Haram. He showed the video. What of some of us here on this platform, not me, some of you come here and call him the leader of Boko Haram because he was able to negotiate and tame them. So I don't understand. It's very painful because the knowledge is out there, and to whom much is given, much is expected. But somehow we come here, whether we play dumb or we are really dumb or we don't understand how politics work, that in any society, there is a room for negotiation. And then, he's the head of the Boko Haram. Of course, you guys think they don't listen to this. When he was making his speech, he talked about they calling him Boko Haram chief because he listened to it. And in Borno State, where they started it in the Chibok, the guy that even came to Borno State is not from Borno State. It's not from Borno State. The head of Boko Haram is not from Borno State. He just found a breeding ground and he exploited it whether for political reason or for religious reason. He captured that area and he was able to negotiate with it. And oftentimes we say, okay, why Easterners sit down and talk to their own people? And somebody said, no, all Igbo, we are all king. On this platform, we don't negotiate like that. Who does that? And so we don't have a leader. And now one leader stay in a comfortable zone in Finland, and now he's disturbing the peace of the people. And now they the stuff, they then feel unsettled, and they can never come to release Nnamdi Kanu. So what guarantees that somebody else will not come tomorrow and do the same thing, and then we also release this person and there will be peace? Then is that how we're going to live in 21st century? It's amazing.
I'm sorry, I have
Uncle
something to say
John.
about this.
Uncle John, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, man.
Okay. So let me just deviate a little bit. This issue of Nnamdi Kanu, don't we have judiciary system in that country, right? They said, let this man go. The same judiciary that said, put this guy, gave this guy bail, MFL, right? And they did not obey that. So what is the problem? If the court said, release this man, let him go, why is it that the Nigerian government will not let him go?
Well, if you go and listen to it carefully,
can I say something about that?
You are asking me a question.
Civilized society.
No.
Donald Trump.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Uncle. Go ahead.
You say that the judiciary system say let Nnamdi go and they hold him. After they say let him go, they brought something else charge against
Who does that?
the federal.
Who does that?
Mr. Joe, you're learned. The way you speak sometimes, I don't understand.
A country that doesn't have sense.
I'm sorry.
I want to understand. A country that has sense or a country that doesn't have sense. Donald Trump is parading around. He's still getting charges every day. Nobody's holding him hostage. In a country that works, if you feel Nnamdi Kanu is the problem of Nigeria, then try him and sentence him. Don't just keep him, hold him hostage.
I am not against his release or his death, but you cannot, there is a negotiation. And what is happening is that the Eastern, if it is you guys are comfortable with somebody because of one person is in the prison, and the only way you can protest is to hold the whole Eastern zone, whether it's on Monday or 1 week sit at home.
Mr. John, when they are high for you started to talk about these standards, your own state is being that part. People are dying every day.
No, you gotta stop, Uzo. If you're going to talk anything, the people that don't listen to me, Uzo. If you're going to bring fight, intellectual and know what is happening in Benue State. The one thing is that listen to me carefully and listen to me very carefully. One thing is Igbo killing Igbo, and one thing is whether Hausa Fulani or Housemen killing Benue. So you cannot consider, it's not the same thing. The same people you are protecting, you cannot be killing them. So if we have intruder in our state as a result of a weak governor or using our people as a stooge to gain the political path, we all can speak about it. I will never shy away from it. So I don't know what you are talking about. If we're going to speak about it, I do not speak. I'm not. No. Don't go there. Don't go there.
This way we bring this matter and I don't run. You don't do. We're gonna stop this.
I tell you now. Leave this matter alone. I said this. See, father, this matter is bigger than all of us. We can keep on talking.
Oh, see, the matter too small. Uzo, the matter too small.
What is too small? Every day you come here, I say the same thing. What is solution you can provide?
We can move on to another topic because the topic had already been covered.
Uzo, the truth be told,
some people be told. Hold on.
Some people wait, make I talk. Some people they cash out for this security matter for South.
That is normal.
As in Igbo people, not even Nigeria. So many listen, Uzo, you know, agree. And I don't want to make you even agree.
What you just said? What you just said?
I say many people they cash out.
Yeah, people are cashing out.
Wait for Igbo people, plenty Igbo people. They
Don't
cash
say
out.
Igbo people.
Wait first, hold on first. Listen to me.
I'm
not telling you say wait first now. Wait, hold on. I'm not telling you say
wait first now. Don't address me.
I'm not telling you say wait. I'm not telling you say hold on first now. I'm not telling you say another tribe not they cash out too. I'm not telling you say federal government not they cash out. I did not tell you say other people, non tribal people or non regional people, where they outside the Southeast, they say they cash out. But what I'm trying to tell you is like insiders also they cash out. You get my point? So that's why I use word Igbo people. I'm not missing like everybody like say the whole Southeast. No, that's what I mean. Like Igbo people, I say like Igbo speaking people. They pass 20. I'm not missing like you or anybody. I'm not your hand.
Let me correct you
something. People who did the Lagos wake up from Southeast.
Let me correct you. Local. Tell me that Samuel Ekpa is cashing out. I'm not
hold on.
arguing.
We are saying the same thing. I understand what you're saying.
When you call Igbo people, you are generalizing everybody. Everybody.
No. That's not that.
That's what you're saying.
I'm telling you.
No. When you call Igbo people, it's not mention the word. It's not like something has to say people.
Let's not go back to fighting about this again.
Now me talk the word. Now me tell you see what I mean. I'm not missing at every Igbo speaking person. I just use common say like just to say Igbo people, not like say the whole Southeast or Igbo. No, I say you not join.
Shut up.
I'm sorry. I'm one of them. I'm an Igbo guy. Igbo people. If he not the cash, you know the cash out. Igbo people they platform like even people listening that are not cashing out. You understand? When I mean Igbo people like insider, some people that are from the Southeast they are cashing out.
I have a point on this. I have a point on this, right? I have a point.
No. Even people that you don't even know, people that you don't even know are also cashing out. That Igbo speaking, I see cashing out. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. I have a point on this.
You don't even know they're calling everybody. Put me in there.
I'm sorry. I have a point on this.
Also, you wish.
Andy, please go ahead.
People, I ready to do you.
Nnamdi Kanu situation, I believe it's majorly up to him, because of course it's causing tension in that region, but they cannot just let him go because he will go back to it. So what would be the point of letting him go? If they have told him, okay, we will let you go, I'm sure they have started. I'm not privy to the information that's happening there, but with all the problems in the land, I'm sure they've sat him down and said, look, let this thing go, leave it alone. He's standing his ground. The government will not sit back and let things continue to go south because people are demanding for his release. For if they release him, he will go back to the same. So what's the point?
Okay, Eddie.
Look, I'm sorry. Just give me a second. Now, don't forget, Nigeria has a population of over 200 million people. So, in figures, so they say, if a problem in that country breaks out and you have war, the whole world will get involved in that situation. Refugee problems. You have people leaving Nigeria and going into other countries. There was one time back in the past. There was an analysis saying the population in Mushi will fill up Liberia. That's how bad it is. And the international community will talk about it. They know these things. They know what's going on. I won't be surprised if they have told the Nigerian government, look, we understand you're having a problem, deal with it. Don't let it get out of hand. Do whatever you have to do and make sure it's dealt with.
I think what you are saying is correct, and that's what people don't always notice. That
they don't come out to say it.
Many African countries, they are terrified of Nigeria getting out of control, and they would do anything to tell our government anything you need to do to keep this in check, do it. Because the price for them will be too much.
Why do you think everybody's just quiet about it?
My last contribution. Eddie,
go ahead.
So this is my question.
All these Agbado supporters, it's all right.
John Abba, I'm not being disrespectful to you, but this is my question. Why are you keeping Nnamdi Kanu if you cannot send him to, try him, convince him, and send him to jail?
Okay, let me answer that question.
Him?
Let me answer that question. Hold on. Let me answer that question.
It's the job of a bad government. It's their job of a bad government. That's what they do.
Now, at a point,
that's what they do.
At a point,
I like that.
At a point, the court said to let him go. They gave him terms and conditions which he should abide by while he awaits his trial. The minute he left, he broke it. He just started breaking them one by one. They didn't do anything about it until the military kind of found their way, which I don't think was right, into the region where he was, and he broke out. He took off. The person who said, if we are going by how the law should function, the person who signed for his release after he jumped should be held.
Yes,
but they didn't go after him. They left him. Like I said, look, we don't know what's happening on the ground. Nnamdi Kanu left England. How did they know that he left England? How did Nigeria government know that he left England?
Eddie, Nigeria is not working. It is
Nigeria
a
has
company.
intelligence services, you
Eddie,
know.
I want you to understand this. Nigeria is not a country. It's a company.
Why are you expecting them to leave?
I agree
that Nigeria is not working,
Why are you expecting them to not leave him?
We cannot destroy that country.
Why are you expecting justice from them?
Exactly.
Eddie, you know, if he's an Agbado supporter, so let's not.
I rest my case. My president, I support my president. If my president wants to keep Nnamdi Kanu, I support my president.
Listen, all of us want Nigeria to work, all right? Let it be done as a civilized country. We all know that, all right? Now, when Nnamdi Kanu was released, all right, he broke out the whole look to give it to him from the court. What we have called done is what, like here, if I give him a warning, if I do that, they rearrest me back. The Nigerian government have the authority to rearrest him back, take him back to jail. Nobody will.
Yeah, so you want them to do that?
My brother, wait for him. Wait, let me add you. Hold on. Wait for him on his court date, which he have the court to review his activities. All right. He have the court. All right. On the court, wait for him that day. You take him up. Oh, we are like to go. Now
where's Dasuki? Where's Dasuki?
Let me just.
Where's Dasuki?
What doesn't make sense?
My brother
doesn't make sense. You can say he wait for him on the court date. He bring him to court. He moves to the court.
If Nnamdi Kanu was in England and they told him not to speak, not to do those things, believe me,
he will not do it.
You know why? Because he knows they don't joke.
Yeah, exactly. If not
now, when he get Nigeria,
you are not jumping all over. Listen, I'm talking about the federal government. Normally, when you be released with conditions, you break the condition. What will happen? They will arrest you back, all right? And when you come to court, they will put you in handcuff and take you back to jail because you don't make to be out there, all right?
No, my brother, it doesn't.
It
doesn't work that way. If you break before, they will send people to pick you up. That's what will happen. It doesn't work that way.
The same thing I'm saying.
They won't wait for you to come to court.
Yeah, they should pick him up. They should have picked me up.
Yeah. But so if they had gone back to pick him up, the same scenario would have played out. They would agree. They would agree.
The same scenario as before.
My brother, we want a good Nigeria. We want a Nigeria that work, But when we see the wrong Nigeria, we don't like.
But Uzo, hold on. What if, like you said, the stuff you said, now the federal government did it, and they go and rearrest me? Do you think people will still not be complaining again? It's most of them from complaining anyway. They will still complain again anyway.
Let me tell you. If they got him a bail with conditions, all right, he was released on the streets. Then he broke all the conditions. All of us know it. If what we have a good government done, what we have been done, it's not to arrest him back. Yes.
Father, please, can I say something quickly?
If they cannot get him, they wait for him on his court date. All right. When he comes to court, they will review his activity, so he can't really go back to jail.
The country you are, that's where they treat it, no?
Please let Uzo rest. Let people say something. Let's let the new people say something now.
But it's the right thing to do. Once a good
what I mean. When Fields, there is a Jude here. Jude has been a very gentleman.
I have just less than. I just even if it's just 2 minutes, I'll just.
I think Jude has to give permission.
Yeah, Mr. Field, I came before you. Hello guys. Please, I'm really about what I'm hearing from some of us and a majority of us here on this platform.
Jude, do you know now that if he is for Agbado now, she is completely 100% Agbado supporter?
It's okay. We live in a free world.
Okay, I just thought I should inform you.
I am completely shocked at what most of us are saying about an injustice. We come because of in an attempt for some of us to keep Nigeria as one, and we continue to condone injustice. Imagine if it's your brother or your sister that is being held by Nigerian government for no just reason.
Sorry, Jude. Not for no just reason. Not for no just reason.
He said his mind, so you have a mind.
Are you the government, the same court instituted by the same government that got him kidnapped, have tried him and discharged and acquit him, and even sanctioned the government penalize them, that they should pay him so amount of money as compensation and take him back from where they kidnapped him from. And the same court says, you know, he should not be tried on any of that. Nigerian government has no jurisdiction to try him on any matter pertaining to this. And you are now telling me you are not a lawyer, you are not a judge. You are now telling me that he committed an offense. Are you kidding me? Do you know why? Excuse me. Do you know why Nigeria will never be well with the kind of mindset most of us have? Because we are not fair in our life. I am not
Eddie, leave it down. I'll let him have his say, then I'll try to engage him.
Injustice is an injustice. All of us should stand and fight an injustice.
Okay.
Look at what was done to the CBN governor. People were crying about it, the way he was being manhandled and so on and so forth. That is an injustice. Why is everybody crying about it? The same people that said Nnamdi should be kept in jail are the same people crying now that why must the government agency do what they do, that public show.
Jude, can I ask you some questions? Can I ask you some questions? Because I just want to ask some questions so that we get somewhere with this, because I'm not in support.
Opening their mouth and saying,
calm down. Just calm down for a second. Just calm down for a second. I think in terms of this in Emefiele, what the government is doing too is wrong, because you can't arrest somebody and you can't charge them, and then you just look for every excuse to be holding them. That is not good.
Doing is wrong, and yet you are saying what the government is doing.
Hold on now. I want to relate it to Nnamdi Kanu one too. Hold on. I want you don't have me say what I want to say about Nnamdi Kanu's one. In Nnamdi Kanu's one, the same thing too. The federal government has a lot of evidence against him, but they can't even prosecute him. And now they are looking for every excuse. They will arrest him. After they release him, they will put something else on him and arrest him again. It's the same game that they play with Emefiele. That is incompetence to me. And because you are supposed to be able to try somebody if you have a case against them.
Supporting this kind of
they did
it with Dasuki. They did it with Ezazaki. So it is not new.
Jude, but to move from there to say that Kanu is innocent, that is a big statement to make.
Okay.
That is
Can I say something,
please?
Can you tell me one thing? You mention what Kanu has done. Just mention one thing he has done.
You know what I saw with my own eyes? You know what I saw? He threatened Nigeria with violence. He threatened Nigeria with violence.
He threatened what?
Exactly. Nigeria with violence.
Let the last guy talk. Let's talk.
Has El-Rufai been arrested?
As El-Rufai threatened
Nigeria,
or what Nigeria understands is violence. No, that's what I'm saying now. No, I am saying El-Rufai wasn't. Hold on, El-Rufai wasn't threatening the Nigerian state.
Time out.
Can I
Phil, hold on now. Even tone is ahead of you, and you want to jump the
everybody.
Okay, I'm going to
please. Guys, please
hold on. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. See, I like you this passion, and I want us to get it. Calm down now. I say I like it, and you are still upset. You can't win. I like the passion, and you're upset. I like it.
My chairman show to talk.
You want me to say I hate it?
Can you see why this topic should not? This is why I don't like this topic being discussed.
Yeah. I'm going to end it. I didn't. It was a kid.
I am muting everybody now. I'm muting everybody.
Exactly.
I'm just going to mute everybody. This is not on.
How do you mute everybody? What is the button to mute everybody?
Mute everybody.
Do you have it? Where is the button to mute everybody? Sure.
No, I think one at a time. I don't know where
exactly.
I wish I knew where that button is. I'll be looking for that button forever.
I haven't finished my thoughts. They interjected.
I have a point. I want to make a point.
You go see that.
The former president of the United States decided that he was going back in the country. Where is he?
People get get power. Not to get power for this.
Just to calm down. Jesus Christ, why are people so hot on this?
See, guys,
Can I speak, please? I just have 2 minutes.
Let
me
me say
just
something you want to say that is going to be groundbreaking. It's not that important. Let's just realize that for a second. All this rush to speak, let's calm it down. It's a passionate subject, but talking over each other, nobody even gets to understand anything.
Exactly.
See, just wait. Let one person finish, then the next person can talk. This brother Sixfield has been begging. He just said he just want to say one thing for 30 seconds. I know that will be like 5 minutes.
Exactly.
Was it 30 seconds? That's how they enter.
I just need
to go for 5 minutes. 30 seconds.
I just need to say something, please.
Go ahead. Speak
Yeah.
up from where you are to come and talk to us. So you talk.
Yeah, forefathers, you can see the way you are even handling the show. You know, everything is rowdy. It speaks to something very
Governor is
fundamental.
very incompetent.
Excuse me, let me finish. Don't interject me, please. Let me round up. It speaks to something very fundamental. It's not a joke. Now, that aside, I love somebody like Nnamdi Kanu. I love people like that. You see, when a society refuses to accept pertinent questions, when deep fundamental questions are asked, and you cannot even listen, regardless of the way they're going about it, you just want to put them down. Nothing is going to come out of that society. Look at very advanced societies. Let me use Spain for an example. Spain is far ahead of us, but today they are a part of Spain that wants to leave. So if you build that your society that you idealistic Nigeria that you all have been preaching about, do you think it will solve the problem? Even if you have the best economy, the best of everything, all these questions will come up tomorrow. You can only delay it for as long as much as you want, but all those questions will come up. In Nigeria today, everybody's asking questions. There's no ethnic group in Nigeria that is not asking questions. Or maybe they've not come out to say they want to leave. But if today you allow a referendum, just an honest referendum, don't arrest anybody, even if it's just a facade, it's not going to be implemented. Check out how many people will want to remain in Nigeria. That is a problem. And you don't want to solve that problem. You just want to make roads and give water and give light. Do you think that will solve it? I strongly doubt that it will solve it. So let us be open to listening to people, open to listen to communities, ethnic groups. Let hear them. Like Nigeria today, they say there are 3 major ethnic groups. Do you know the number of other ethnic groups that have been maligned, neglected, ignored? They don't even have their language. Even if you are not going to speak it, at least make a schedule in the constitution that lists all the ethnic groups. At least just list their languages. You just bracket everybody. See, the problems are fundamental. Why I support to be is that we all hope for a better Nigeria. Not a Nigeria that is forced on us, a Nigeria that evolves through a collective, agreement of wanting to come together and build a society. That's why people that speak up for their ethnic group, their community, because you are first and your ethnicity comes first before you're a Nigerian. I love those kind of people. People like Sunday Igbo, I love those kind of people. People like the late Adakaboru, I love those kind of people. I don't want people who just want to just play it on everything and just, it's okay, Nigeria will go. Nigeria is a very unjust society.
Maybe in 30 seconds.
Very unjust society. Nigeria is a place that, in fact, the injustices are built up in Nigeria, and these people that are benefiting from this injustice, they will always tell you one Nigeria. But I tell you, if the tables were turned, you won't be here speaking of Nigeria. It would have been in blazes today. So please,
can I ask one straight question? Who do you think is responsible for this? Okay, go ahead.
Let us listen to this pertinent. That's why I like Obi, is because he's somebody that I believe can accommodate all these discussions. You have to listen to it because he's always saying he's going to negotiate. You have to accommodate every discussion. Then people will agree, okay, this is how we want to live. This is how we want to move forward. Not just you clamp everybody and you throw them in jail.
Please round off in 30 seconds so
yeah,
we can move on.
He's wanting to aspire to be. He's wanting to aspire.
So God bless you all.
Can I go?
All right, thank you very much.
I totally support people like Nnamdi Kanu. I support people that come out and speak their mind and state their position.
All right.
So
Yeah,
God bless
I want to make. I want to.
You say you get question for
support.
I wanted to ask him, but let Eddie go. Let's Eddie go because it seems to be itching for that.
Okay, Eddie, is it a question or is it an opinion?
It's just a response to what he just said. I just want to make a point and I'll stop.
Okay.
I'll go to now support what Nnamdi Kanu has done, you say, but there are different ways of going about it. Take, for instance, Mandela. Mandela did the same thing Nnamdi Kanu is doing. Up in jail. What happened? He practically changed the way the country thinks because he came out and at the end of the day, he went to make a change from the inside. You can't just stand outside and say you want the country to burn down because you believe in your way and it must be your way or the highway. It's not going to happen. The United States, Trump today tried that same thing to the legal problems. He might end up in jail for it. You cannot be bigger than the country. You have your no doubt. If you feel you have a problem, go in there and change it. Mandela did it. Even Trump did it when he came out to contest. He went in there. He tried to effect his own changes. Unfortunately, he didn't leave when people did not want it anymore. That's my point. You can't do things and say you want to do things your own way. Then everybody should fall in line. It's not going to happen.
There's so many roads. There's so many ways to kill a rat. No two stories the same. So don't be comparing comparison of two different situations. It's not going to fly. But the thing about it, I might not support the way they go about it, but I want more people to come up and speak. I want more people to come out and disagree. I want more people to come out and nobody should be.
You've made that clear, Sixfield. So you want the conversation to be had. For you, the conversation should be off the table. All right, Jude, we'll come to you. Then Fofada would take it from there.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, I just was timing the other guy. Go ahead, Jude.
No, I don't know if any of us have, especially I'm directing this to Eddie because I don't know, I really don't understand what he's saying. I need you to go and watch, I think a protest held in London about 10 years ago, and that protest was organized and led by Nnamdi. Please, I don't know if any of us have watched that protest.
I've seen the videos.
You have seen the video. If you have seen that video, please can you tell me exactly what Nnamdi was saying? What the main agenda of that protest? Can you just?
That was a very short video of about a minute long, and he said something about that they are there to protest and they are against the injustices that is going on in Nigeria, and that was just the trajectory of what he said. I've had KJ bring that video up as an example of Kanu being moderate.
When started, if somebody, you see, the problem with us is we just come out, many of us, or some of us here, because we don't like someone, we come and malign that person and speak lies. Just like this guy Eddie is speaking right now.
Please.
Has never.
No, Eddie, leave it. I will have to take this one at a time.
Has never subscribed to any violent means, even up to today. Nnamdi has never told anybody to go and burn down Nigeria. Nnamdi even continued
Actually,
to speak.
he did.
Hey, hold on. Nnamdi continued to speak that if we can get Biafra, that they can get Biafra without shooting a gun, without killing somebody. Okay? But okay, let me tell us this. When has anybody been arrested for speaking against American government? When has anybody been arrested and put in jail and not tried? Or maybe after trial and is found not guilty and they still continue to keep him in jail? Has anybody?
When they sign on your behalf and give you conditions of bail, and you go out there.
What are the conditions? What condition?
You don't know anything, AD. Stop speaking. All right?
Excuse me. Excuse me. These things are documented. I saw it with my eyes. Hold on. Ask me question.
Time out, people. Stop. If everybody's talking, nobody's talking.
Now, they say don't speak to a gathering of more than 10 people. He did that.
5.
Okay, can I just hold it there? Hold it 1 second. Now, speaking to a gathering of that. Now, how can a country that subscribes to the International Charter of Human Rights and ability to speak your view, telling your view, there is not in any part of the world.
Hold on, people. Do you want me to get this club?
You ask me a question.
You don't tell somebody, do not speak to people.
No. Let me answer it now.
Jude, no, don't say that, Jude.
Hold on.
That's a big condition.
How can a country? You said okay.
Okay. So if government now told you, for instance, if you're arrested today now, and then in the court, the government said, "Do not."
Father, can you control this panel, please?
Control AD. Allow people to speak.
You say you should go to court and seek redress, or the government should go to court and seek redress. They went to court and they told him, "Do not do this." The court told him that, and you broke the law. You broke the instructions of the court. And you're saying, okay,
so what happened then?
We should just leave him like that. Then where does the law apply?
Okay, hold on. I need to play this so that people see. Jude, just watch this, and Jude, watch this. This is 2014. In case you want to check the date, that's 9 years ago. That's 2014.
By Freddy Lugard by force. That's one thing people don't understand. That Lugard killed people to bring Nigeria together, and the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to that zoo. It is a promise, it is a pledge, and it's also a threat to them. They must understand this, that we've had enough of this nonsense. These criminals cannot be stealing money belonging to everybody. These same men cannot be responsible for the length and breadth of the death, the abominable things they continue to do to the people in that very country. Every day,
So I just thought I should share that. So you hear, hold on.
You don't go somewhere. Play the whole full video.
No, the full video is irrelevant. Is what he promised to do. Of course, that's the important thing. Everything else he said, it doesn't matter, does it? When he says that he
makes a threat to a country
alone. What has he said that is bad in what he said now?
He said he's going to use force. He said he's going to basically attack Nigeria. That's what he's saying.
Can you do that?
If
that kind of thing,
he said if they don't give him Biafra, he literally said it. If they don't give him Biafra, this is what I would do. And he says it's force that we understand. That's exactly. And he said it's not just this; it's a threat.
That's the same thing for Nigeria. All right. I like. Listen, do this. Wait now. Do this.
There is nothing we see that we will ever accept.
Father, I like a passion for Nigeria. All right. You understand how things work. All right. You see, but Eddie. All right. My problem you're talking is this. You said earlier on, if they give him bad conditions, and I don't like where you said he have the right to vote. When he has been relieved the bad condition, he must obey it. If you don't obey it, you'll be rearrested. All right. But that's my problem. I rearrest him back if you don't obey the bad condition. The Nigerian government failed to arrest him back. All right. They failed to do anything.
I want to assassinate him.
No. That's not
a statement.
Let's allow Ify to chime in. Let's allow Ify to chime in. So you've said your piece now. Let's allow Ify to chime in. It's not your turn to talk. You've already spoken.
Let me finish. Let
me moderate. Allow Ify to say
Nnamdi
something.
Kanu did not threaten the country of Nigeria. He did.
What was it?
Hold on. No matter how much and how passionate we are about this Biafra thing, I used to follow Nnamdi Kanu, bomber to bomber, until he started all this aggressive talk and, threatening, I will put a $100 million on this person if anybody catch me, life or death and all that stuff. Okay. Let me tell you something. Yes, I understand. But Nnamdi Kanu threatened at the country of Nigeria.
Okay, but Nnamdi Kanu has been sent to court. all these allegations have been brought before the courts.
Yes, yes.
You get a chance to have a rebuttal now.
That's why
Just
you
let her
betrayed
finish,
Jesus.
please,
Jude,
Jude.
you are the carrot.
That's below the belt. Come on. That's
Jude, I'm
not
sorry.
Judas.
I hate when
I'm
people
sorry, I have
come
to
to
tell you this.
misrepresent things.
I'm sorry.
Please,
I have to tell you this.
let's allow the
If you
lady to finish
continue.
now. Let's allow the lady to finish, please.
She don't know.
Let it finish now, one by one.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is this. It would be so of us to stay here and say that Nnamdi Kanu did not threaten the company of Nigeria. I disagree with you. That is totally false. He did. However, I'm not justifying the fact that because of what he did, the government is holding him hostage, because that's the way I feel about it. Is Nnamdi Kanu wrong? Yes, he is. Did he say a lot of things against Nigeria? Yes, he did. But two wrongs can never make a right. So my thing is that for the fact that the judicial system has asked the government to let him go, and they're still holding him, that is where I have a problem. But somebody cannot come out here and say that Nnamdi Kanu is innocent. Nnamdi Kanu is not innocent. Yes, I agree that he is fighting for a good cause. Everybody agree to that. But the way he's going about it is what the problem is with me. So let us not come here and making Nnamdi Kanu look like a saint. It's just like tomorrow, Simon Ekpa. Where for example, if he's caught tomorrow, we will come here and defend Simon Ekpa. Come on now, let us be honest.
Wow, thank you, Ify.
Okay.
Let's Eddie add. Let's Eddie add. Then hold on now. Everybody has to add. Then Jude will take all of them on. It's okay.
Just 1 minute.
Eddie add.
Even Donald Trump, right? Even Donald Trump, as much as he wanted his views pushed on the country, when he went too far, today is in hot waters. He went to court. He went to court, right? They told him they're not going to hold him because of his person, releasing him on self-recognition. But they told him some specific things not to do. As loose as that man is, he's following the instructions of that judge to not name the names of people who are going to be in the indictment. The documents are going to be sharing with your lawyers. Do not name those people. Trump, as loose as he is, he's keeping a tight lip on it. You know why? Because he knows that the laws of this country work. You can't break the laws and say, okay, if they start breaking the law in Nigeria, then how do we have a country? You understand that some people get away? Yes, it's not going to work. We have to start from somewhere. I'm not saying I'm not okay. Well, I'm not saying Nnamdi Kanu doesn't have a point. The way you go about it is what determines whether you be successful or not. I said, look at Mandela. He spent over 20 years in jail. He came out, he became the president. The views he had, he was not able to put it in the government, implement it. That's how you go about it. You can't say you will kill this or kill that. I said, don't be surprised that the international community are the ones telling you.
Buhari is still alive.
Don't let this thing get out of hand. You must deal with it. Don't be surprised. They won't come out and tell you that they're saying it now. They won't come out.
Thank you.
They're backdoor channels to all this stuff.
Thank you. Jude, I'm sure you have something to respond.
Okay.
Why are you prolonging you respond? I will here to talk about you.
No, I'm just leaving him now. Otherwise, it's not going to be fair on him now.
When you respond.
Uzo, you want to start to?
I will start to
I have to let him respond now. Everybody has been responding to him.
Keep on doing this.
Come on, let him respond. Then we'll move on. Okay, go ahead, Jude.
Well, if Uzo don't want me to talk, fine.
No, my brother, he talk now. He go respond. He go respond.
What I want to say is this. I'm sure some of us still believe, even when I don't believe that there is a law in Nigeria, right? And the law in Nigeria says you are proven innocent until found guilty. But many of us here now are crucifying and finding somebody who, even because of the land, on various occasions has been found not wanting. both by everything he says and by whatever they feel he has done. The law have set him free on different ways, in so many, not twice. Even Nigerian government is even owing him a lot of money that he has been fined. Okay. Now let me ask us this question: what Nnamdi did compared to what Tinubu did on 25th of Tinubu and Mahmoud did on 25th of February? Which one is worse?
Okay,
Which one
thank
is
you.
worse?
Thank you, Jude. Thank you,
Because
Jude.
rigging an election is worse than planning a coup.
Okay.
I
Except you are
disagree
not
with
telling
you.
yourself the truth.
Wow.
I
It was
disagree
a
with
blinding
you,
coup.
Jude.
Okay.
Fine, that is your opinion. But you see, go to Twitter. It's one of the major thing in Twitter now. There was
Twitter is not the court of law. It's the just court of opinion.
But I am
Wow.
telling you, if we can debate this, even a lawyer. Rigging election is worse than planning a coup.
Jude, can we halt it now? It's okay. We get your position. We get your position. I have to say, Jude, I have to say, if he's on fire today, I don't know, man. I think joining the Agbado side, he seems to be putting fire. if he's on fire today, she won't let anything go. So yeah, thank you for your contribution. I just wanted to move this contribution a bit to what is happening in Niger and what you think is going to happen with this Nigerian foreign policy regarding some of the ECOWAS region and other parts of the world. Let's elevate the discussion a little bit to see Nigeria somewhere else, So I will start with Show. What do you think the Tinubu administration should do, and what do you think they will actually do in the end? And I could also add, you can also add what you think about what is happening in Niger.
Well, I think I spoke on it earlier. I'm not sure the Tinubu administration have the acceptance. Is that the right word? I don't want to say legitimacy because they're declared winners. It's the president of Nigeria, like it or loathe it. But I like the junta guy said in Niger that Nigeria should face their business, ECOWAS should face their business. You have to be respected for you to call the shot and people would listen to you. I don't think people are respecting them, unfortunately. So I don't think, they would have any impact on what's going on. I mean, the ones that have happened prior, Burkina Faso, Guinea, what's happened? Mali. Nobody has been able to do anything. So Tinubu all of a sudden will come in and now say, hey, everybody, behave. No, it's not going to happen. So Yorubas will say, so basically saying, if it happened to your neighbor, no close eye.
How do you think it's going to shape out though? Because now we have a signs that this might be something that is supported by Russia, and America has a military base there. The French also do, and it's almost like French, America, the Nigeria against not only the coup plotters, and also against Russia. So I think that's the different dimension that makes Nigeria completely
But there's a new
useless.
scramble for Africa. It's just different to what happened back in the days. There's a scramble for Africa. So don't be, I mean, when things like this happen, of course, it's always going to have a bit of, not a bit, it's going to have external, hand written all over it. So whoever wins, Africans don't win, as far as I'm concerned. Africa will start winning when Africa starts dictating what happens in Africa. So this one, Russia won. The next one, who's going to win? That's what we don't know. You understand? So tomorrow, US might be like, okay, Russia, you won in Niger. We're moving to the next place. We're going to, be 2 steps ahead of you. So for me, it doesn't matter if it's Russia or France. I mean, look at the sort of deals they have with the Francophone speaking, for Francophone African countries. That's
do you know who this? Do you know who Adam?
That's satanic. That's satanic.
Do you know who Adamu Gaba is in Nigeria?
Adamu Gaba, that idiot. The one that did, the one that tried to compete with Twitter. That's nonsense boy. The quota system boy. The one that was rusticated from university.
So, but he I think it appears he went to the. Yeah, he appears he went to the Russia Africa summit, and he was making a comment that at least Russia allows the nations to own their own things and progress.
Adamu Gaba is like a dead clock. It will be correct twice a day. Doesn't mean it's functioning.
Exactly.
But do you agree with that? That compared to the West, that Russia's even if Russia is also the same, but it's slightly different.
I agree. I agree. See, the matter is like there's a babe, eh? Africa is the babe. Everybody's trying to woo. They say we get them. You know, they reason a matter properly again. You know, you've gone complacent. There's a new guy in town who is interested in the lady. He would open the door. He will pull the chair until he gets comfortable. I want Africa that is not controlled by anybody. We don't need puppeteers. We're not puppets. Do you understand? So Adamu is right in that sense. That's why I said a wall clock, not even with dead battery, a wall clock, a wall clock that you bought. No
Clock without battery.
You'll be correct twice a day. It doesn't mean it's working. You understand? So I agree. Russia are giving people more say right now, but who's to say how it's going to end up? Would it always be this way? We can try. But
don't you think? No, I definitely I prefer that we control our own destiny, and one can argue that the reason why they are still going to the Russians is still the same sickness of needing other people all the time. But Russia has not really been known to like devour other countries' resources and not give anything back. They've not been known historically for that. So
they wrote off a loan.
25 billion. They said they wrote off in Africa again.
That's what I'm saying. That can
just
you
this
trust
time.
them, bro?
Oh no, you can't trust. There's nothing like trust in this type of on this level.
But the way Adamu is saying it's almost like, these ones are better. Let's be in bed with these ones. You know, they give us, we can talk. They are not. It's not abusive. It's not an abusive relationship. With this my new boyfriend, I get to talk.
Yeah, you know, you use your new boyfriend analogy. You know the way I try to say it. I said, worry about the lion that is about to rip your throat out than the hyena standing behind. So the French and the Western Alliance, they are the ones really on our case right now. And the Russians are just looking for. They need us. They need us in a way. Exactly. That's what makes it a more symbiotic relationship. The West, they don't seem to need us until they need us, and they don't need us for anything other than our resources. But the Russians need us for alliances, and the same thing. You can argue that the Chinese need us for alliances too. But for the way they've been operating so far, I think it's up to the African leader. I think life is transactional, isn't it? Give me, I give you. It depends on what you ask from the transaction. And I feel like our leaders are not very ambitious.
They won't ask the right questions. The bare minimum is enough for them.
Isn't that where the problem is? We have to start dealing with ourselves because we don't have ambition. At least these leaders, anyway, they don't seem to have.
Paul said it earlier when Paul was here. Paul said our leaders, I think he was referring to Nigeria, but Africa by extension, I'm saying, they don't know how to negotiate deals. The bare
Not
minimum
at all.
is enough for them. You remember, I know you always talk about trinket and mirrors and ogogoro. That's exactly what's happening again. They are going for the, ogogoros and the trinket again. They won't negotiate the deals that will benefit their people. It's just about them, self-aggrandizement, what they can get out of the deals, not what Africa will get that will make Africa compete and be on the same level in the next 20, 50 years. I like what the other guy said, Desiree Ramaphosa, whatever, that said, we want to be on a level playing field. I like that. At least he said it in public. I hope that it follows through and it's not just, a show. If that's what they're actually saying behind closed doors, I'm all for that. We need to be on, equal playing field. If you talk about resources, we have the people, we have the natural resources. So what exactly are we begging people going hand in hand for? Why exactly? And you hear people like Buhari. Buhari said the same thing he said for 8 years, expressing shock. I don't know how that man is still alive. The amount of shock that is expressed. He's expressed shock about his country, Niger, that there was a coup. He's expressing shock. He said
what kind of shock is that?
Everything is shock. Like, sorry, why are you shocked about everything? He should go and negotiate with them. I should go and talk to them. He too is a coup plotter. Didn't he plot a coup? And he was standing on high ground saying people shouldn't plot coup. People shouldn't do this. You're a coup plotter yourself. Yeah. And if your country, Niger, go there, go and settle it, go and negotiate. As military to military.
Do you see, let's say this military now, they support, that they are supported by the Russians. Do you see them asking American military base to evacuate from there?
That's going to be,
I don't know, man. That's going to be tough.
That you want them to start World War III in Africa? They should carry it
Exactly.
somewhere else and go and
America
campaign
is going to start problems. They are going to start civil war in that
there. Yeah,
country
they
if
should
that
go and start the
happens.
World War somewhere else, far from us. Which one?
But that may be what is coming to our backyard here.
They
What
should
we are
carry
seeing
it far.
here.
That's what I'm saying. They should carry it away. We don't have the time for that. We can't afford it. It's too expensive.
Because if those people, if they are like Mali and Burkina Faso, they will ask the French people to leave.
Do we have a say?
I think they have a say because now they are working with Russians. They are not like
No,
standing on
I'm
their
not
own.
sure if you get what Tony said. I think Tony is asking that does he get to contribute?
Oh yeah. Of course you can contribute. You can always interject if you wanted to. Go ahead.
No. Do we have a say whether there's going to be problem in our backyard in Africa?
Oh, is that what you mean? I thought you meant literally.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Because,
so let me answer that question for you. We have a problem in our country now. So how are we going to worry about what is going on?
Exactly.
It affects us though.
Exactly. But what I'm trying to say
is our country.
Yeah,
We're even
exactly.
afraid.
That was where I was going. So the
I
thing
bet
is,
you my president himself is even shaking. They are trying to tighten the security too. Because nobody knows what is going to happen.
The thing is that we are not listening with our second ears. For Buhari to say, guy,
Buhari can't go home anymore. Buhari that was threatening us. If you disturb me, I'll go to Niger. If you disturb me, I'll go to Niger. He can't go anymore.
And probably some of his investment and stash is there.
He's talking Nigeria now.
Did you see?
He's talking London.
Did you see the what they told the finance minister that he better start singing or else he's going to face firing squads? That's serious business. You know. Now the Wagner Group have congratulated him and said they are fully behind him.
They were waving the Russian flags. Did you see that?
That is problem. That is problem.
And I hear that the 3 nations in the Sahel they were even thinking of creating one nation out of the 3 of them.
Yeah, I saw a picture. I saw a picture of Putin's shaking the Malian military president and smiling. You could tell he's almost like saying, "Well done, my boy. You've done very well."
I mean, but they need to be ambitious. That's my concern. They are not ambitious enough.
I saw a video.
I saw
a video of Burkina Faso soldiers in Russia for this thing that happened in Russia recently. So Burkina Faso soldiers inspected some guns. They looked quite impressed, and the Russians were there guiding them, and they were looking at the guns, thinking, "Wow, give us more." Russia is.
Where is the ballistic missile that can reach Europe? I hope I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No,
that was a slip of tongue.
You see, those things exist too. Let's not joke.
Of course.
See, the thing is here. I don't want us to veer into another subject, but I'll tell you what. The West are the problem. I don't think Putin is the demon that's been sold to us. It's not the narrative that they're trying to sell to us as a bully. Is that. It's all bullshit. I don't believe that.
No, he is so.
No,
he is so. Putin.
Because you live in America. That's the narrative.
No, not because of that. I mean, if you listen to the Russians that lives in this country, I mean, we are seeing it from the outside. Ask the people that originally they're from Russia. They will tell you what is going on inside the country.
Can I ask you a question?
They don't have no freedom of speech.
I want to ask you a question as somebody that I'm not even going to ask you a question as an American. I'm going to ask you a question like somebody that lives in America. So you think like an American for to some. Why do you think? Okay, why do you think? Just 2 days ago, guys, are you listening? Is it 2 days ago? 3 days ago? They have not just come to tell us that aliens, yes, that it exists. Have you not thought deeply about it? What is going on? The next
distraction.
They're cooking up some.
Could it be distraction?
Us.
I can't hear what
there's something big. They are cooking up something big.
So
one day.
Get your question.
No, they are saying that yes, that aliens do exist. That in fact they've got an alien, but he's not a humanoid, but he comes from another dimension. But it does exist under oath. What does that tell you?
It's testimony. It's a testimony by former Air Force officials at the capital, and the American government went on to demand that anybody within the state of America, that even if it's private, they have any artifact of alien origin or whatever they don't understand, that they should hand it over to the federal government. But I don't know. Maybe we don't know. Maybe it's all distraction, because some people keep asking, why is it that they're always going to America to crash? Why are they not crashing anywhere else? You know, you can ask that. So, but that said, anyway, I get the point you are making. Loco, you've been very quiet. You don't do geopolitics.
For
You
me,
see what's happening in Niger Republic? Are those young boys?
My own geopolitics is only Africa.
Your mate has taken over a whole government.
No. Sure. People that have sent messages, I've sent the messages now. I've sent the messages. No, the truth is that one thing about, like, I think it's high time coming, because even most of other African nationals that I speak with, I tell them, look, that those guys are messing up big time. Like, if you look at other African nationals compared to Nigerians, they look as if they're kind of not really smart per se. When you compare them to Nigerians, Nigerian looks like smarter, outshine, and something like that. So I try to give them most respect of, like, man, they are effing up big time. Like, how can you just sit in your own country and you allow France just be taking advantage of your country? Just like, okay, if you heard what Mr. James was reading, how the CFA countries are empowering what's called France. Like, the money that they're generating, 65% is going back to France. I mean, come on, who does? I mean, and you call yourself human and you just keep quiet. You don't want to say anything.
That is bad. If anything to support Russia, this is where you man, that's really bad.
If your government is benefiting, you the citizens that are even aware of this amount, 65% going to where? So I'll be suffering here. If you go to France, if you go to France, you will hate France. You will hate French people. You see how Africans are really suffering there. As in those who are not able to do anything, like maybe just live hand to mouth. You will pity them. If you go to France, you what they're treating Africans, and that's the place you can only go to because they speak the same language. You understand? And what they are doing, because they don't have good economy, they make CFA countries impoverished and allow them to escape their own country and come to France and come see France and safe haven and become laborers there. Just the way they even do in the UK too. They make Anglophone countries not to be better, and they allow us to travel from Anglophone countries, come to UK, thinking we are coming to heaven. Meanwhile, we are busting our asses to make sure we meet up everything and taking large chunk of our taxes to the UK economy. You understand? Which is like modern slavery still. You understand? So for what Niger Republic did, fine and good. And I think they will succeed. Why? Because I don't think they have this criminal, crafty mindset of Nigerians like the military. Because I will not support our military to do the same thing, because they have crafty, negative criminal minds already. You understand? But for other African nationals, I don't think they have that kind of criminal mindset of Nigerians.
But do you think, let me ask this, do you think if a Wagner or Russian-backed coup happen in Nigeria, do you think it will benefit Nigeria in the next 5 years compared to our current trajectory?
It will. Why? Because coming here is not their target. You understand? Coming here, for Russians coming here, it's not their target. You understand? Their target is, after taking here, they're going to bring the value of dollar down. So
they are trying to occupy the space the West is occupying.
Yes, exactly.
Because the West is taking up space in their own backyard.
So by the time they do that, they will not know that now Africa is now a boundary down south. Then the European countries above Africa will now be like, okay, it's next target. So after the target, those guys finish, they're like just moving step by step. Since all those, because Russia have seen that Europe, okay, let's say Western Europe, not Eastern Europe right now, Western Europe, America, Canada, UK, they are all systematically benefiting from Africa, whether human resources or natural resources. So if they can get the whole of Africa, that means they destroyed 50% of those countries' economy. You understand? Because they can survive on their own, both human resources and imagine if we have 247 lights in power in Africa. I know Africans will just disappear from all those countries and come to Africa. whether Brazil, Argentina, wherever you can see them in the western part of the world, they'll definitely go back to Africa. So if they decide to like make Africa better, they've dismantled France, UK, in fact, most NATO countries, so to speak, NATO allies, they've maybe dismantled them.
And one other thing I think strategically that makes Russia less of a threat to us is, one, Russia is not like a robotized economy, or in any way they don't have like advanced robotic economy, and they don't have that many people. They can't oppress Africans. They don't have the people to be able to oppress Africans like the way the West can.
Yeah, but the way the world is going, you never can tell. You can say, these people have been moved to America. Most people can make them be moved.
But they don't have it. That's my point. They don't have the capacity. That it's not like America that has the capacity. The only capacity Russia has more than Africa really is their nuclear weapons. Really, one-on-one, given the number we have, we can go with them two to two.
You still never can tell. Humans, that's where humans, the heart of human is wicked. You understand? So when you say 5 years, yeah, we can benefit even 10 years. We can be enjoying for 10 years. You understand? Maybe when it's not time for us to say, oh, we want to be on our own, then there will not be a problem. They will not let us go at this time.
I think they did let the Chinese go. They don't have a choice. When the Chinese like, bye-bye, since you want to make peace nice with the Americans, bye-bye, we are going to go and build our own nukes by ourselves.
Yeah,
they let them go.
Yeah, it's like I said, if you say like what do you think we have that they really need? That's the interest.
The question you have to ask yourself is, do we even want to send them away? Because if you look at Russia right now, they are a population of about 100 million, not a billion like Africa, 1.4 billion like Africa. And they have a massive stock of nuclear weapons. That is their key power, and ballistic missiles. So from that point of view, they can be a threat, but not physical one directly to us or threatening us with nuclear weapons. If they do that, they know in terms of balance of power, it's not as severe compared to that of the West or the Chinese that has over 1 billion people. And their economy is also robotized, automated. So they can use drones and all kinds of things. Russia, they have to buy their drones from Turkey and China and Iran and a few other places. They are not technologically that advanced in terms of the new technological revolution that is happening now. So it gives us a little bit of space.
Maybe because for energy wise, I think they are sufficient. They are over sufficient. So,
yes, they don't need our energy. They don't need. Exactly. See, that's another thing. They don't need our energy.
On that ground, they might say, okay, well, you want to go, no problem. As far as you don't become a threat to us by going back to their enemy, who you understand, then they will not have a problem. Maybe. But for me,
I just contribute a little bit and then I'll move out.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Say something, move out.
He says that a
My
lot.
brother Loco, I missed you this morning, but it's okay. I actually have an event somewhere, so I'm trying to manage people.
Okay,
so I'm going to be in and out.
But
why I wanted to comment is the fact that Russia coming back to Africa will be immense benefits to us if we decide to go that route. Because just like Loco has said, they don't have much of interest to occupy. They don't have much of interest. If you remember, it was Russia that started the Ajakuta for us, but we eventually got ourselves entangled in the Western politics, and that steel mill stalled till today. So I think again that we underrate Russia when we say they're not technologically advanced. Those guys have secrets that we don't know. And that you see, if anybody that America is afraid of, know that there's something behind.
I'm telling you, there's something.
They have something they've not shown the world. And if you remember, Putin just said last week, they're not only going to give grains to Africa, they're going to give free of charge to certain countries. That means they have the capacity to feed the whole of the world. Now the crisis going on in grains is because Russia has said we are no longer agreeing to the terms for which we initially signed. We are pulling out of it. So, and you see, the way you capture a people or take over power is because you have the ability to feed those people. So Russia has enough. Russia can help Nigeria. You see, there's something in Nigeria that happens in Jos. Jos, weather can grow any kind of crop, any kind of Western crop. So they are coming into Nigeria will help us develop that land, that plateau state, to be able to grow wheat and other forms of cash crop that can give Nigeria an advantage. So I think it's something we should play. We should play along. We should balance the power out, balance the both of them out. We should not do this thing that we did, the other time, say, okay, we are going in one direction. No, let us balance out the powers. So let them play themselves out. You see, and I think Nigeria will stand to benefit a lot if we decide to go the other way, because we don't need people investing in Nigeria. We need people developing. We don't need investment. You invest when they are trying to make money, but when you develop infrastructure, it remains forever. People get employed, and you don't take it away when you decide to go away. But if you invest and tomorrow the economy is not going the way you want, you can pull out your money and move out, which is what has been happening to Nigeria and many other African countries. I think Africa stands to benefit. I don't think we should hold on to the West. I think Africa. Listen, there's many things that Africa stands to benefit.
Let me
Russia,
ask.
My question, I want to
one more thing, and then you can ask
question.
a question.
Okay.
Russia is not seeking to impose its culture, its tradition, its food over other people. Do you understand? And so we can maintain our originality while we advance in the things that is now, technological advancement. Unlike this one now, where we are not only being oppressed with the food, we're also oppressed with the language and the dressing, the tradition, all the nonsense that comes with it.
Politics, everything.
Yes, and you see,
Even the way we romance each other, they've changed the romance.
They have cancelled out modified, genetically modified crops.
GMO.
So that means that he's trying to restabilize certain things, and that will benefit Africa a lot. So that some people don't bring these modified crops, seeds, and begin to sow in our land. We have more than enough land. We shouldn't be modifying anything. Let's just eat what God has given us. That's my take. Thank you.
Do you think that Nigeria should?
My question I wanted to ask them.
I was asking a question first.
I want to ask you.
You ask your own, then both of us will answer our own, then you will answer. So, do you think Nigeria should have applied for BRICS membership like Egypt and Saudi Arabia is doing?
Yes. Yes. Listen, Russia is not playing to divide Africa. Russia is not interested in dividing Africa. Russia is not interested in the dirty politics the French and the English are playing on the soil of Africa. Okay? They want originality. The reason why Russia is in Ukraine today is because the Ukraine-speaking part of Russia appealed to Putin to come and defend them. That was the first initial move. Russia is just like forefather said. They are very little. They're not looking for any territory anywhere. They're not interested in your territory. Okay? But they are interested in playing in a bigger field. And so they're coming together. They're coming together of forming a different. It's just to allow them to play on a bigger scale. To say, look, we too, we are superpower. I think Nigeria should have, if we can sign into OIC that's not giving us anything, why can't we sign into this that's ready to help our people?
Okay, no, that OIC one is different because it has to do with religion.
But it's the same thing. It's all a development. This thing that they said is for development. So my own take would have been my own opinion.
Because I wanted
should have been that right from the world goal, we should be there.
The question I wanted to ask is Nigerian politicians, right? Judging from where we started from, even from Abacha, even from Obasanjo till date, both the presidents, House of National Assembly members, governors, commissioners, ministers, whatever have you, all the money that they've stole, the corruption that they've escaped with, their investments, their family are all in the West. You understand? Their monies, properties, all in the West. Now, which Nigerian leadership for the next maybe 5, 10 years or 15 years do you think will be bold to forgo those things, investments, both their family, whatever property they have in the West, and turn their back against the West and support Russia?
Very good question, Loco. And my position is same place, place where you stand.
Because if they
They
try
will
it,
not.
the West will fuck them
They
up.
will not. They will not do that because of personal interest, not because of country.
Yeah, of course.
There's a town. There's a company I like so much here. It's called Town and Country. I mean, yes, for town and for country. Not because of town, not because of country. It's just for their personal interest. It's not because you see we have a lot to gain when we deal with these people who are looking for how to play in the major league.
It's almost many minutes.
Yeah,
they will
I
not
think
do that.
let's try to keep
He's
it brief,
responding to
KJ.
question.
KJ,
He's responding to question.
yeah, I think others want to chime in too.
All
KJ,
right, thank you,
for
sir.
coming in.
I'll be
Yeah,
background in the back.
yeah. John Abba is getting impatient with Niger man. Yeah. What have we got to say about these coup plotters? Do you think it's a good sign?
Let you go before me now. I've spoken.
Ed, okay.
Ed.
Okay, yeah, okay, good. Ed, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much.
I probably don't. You see, Niger man is such a gentleman. He said, "Let Ed go first."
He's my older brother.
He's not Danjama is not a gentleman.
So he says Ed should go first. So Ed, I take it that you've heard everything that we've been saying. So what do you think about what's going on
Niger, what is different
in Niger?
Yeah, it's quite an interesting situation, and I mean, would have thought that at the turn of the millennium, we were transiting from military rule into civilian rule, but all of a sudden we are seeing like this recent surge in military coups happening in mostly West Africa, right? It was Mali, Gambia, and now it's Nigeria. It's interesting. Even though like we don't really want to go back in that regards, it's kind of like a referendum on how well we've done without democracy. The fact that there's still some sort of legitimacy that these military people get when they do this coup. It shows that probably the democracy, the leaders we've had have not handled it very well. As far as Russian involvement in this thing, I mean, I'm not an expert in international politics, but I think we should also look at it from the perspective of Russia is also looking for markets, right? So because of the war, they've been sanctioned in big in like a large part of the West. So they're looking for people to buy their agricultural produce and even maybe their energy. That's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is just, as you said, trying to like preempt the West, right? Because now it's at the end of the day, it's now as in the war made Russia look like a very isolated country. The only people that could relate with Russia were mainly Belarus and China, and I think to an extent Hungary, right? So they just looked so, and now they are beginning to reason, well, what if we can look at this second large continent and get some more strategic partners there, so that in the case of war, even though we might not maybe take their land, having those places will serve as some sort of military assets for us, like having a place from which you could stage, for example, having a command, which they're already doing with the Wagner group. It could also be a way for them to like, prepare themselves against the West should anything crazy happen in the future. It's in Nigeria. When I look at Nigeria's position in all of this, it just seems like we're a little bit confused, as in terms of where we want to go. Because on the one hand, we have our vice president in Russia now participating in the Russia African Forum, right? And on the other hand, we have our president receiving a call from the vice president of the United States talking about how they can resolve the issue with Niger. So, I mean, I would just like to see how this plays out. At the end of the day, we really want an Africa that works for Africans. People talk a lot about our large markets, about our natural resources, but it's really not been working for us.
Yeah.
Yes, you can make the case, as I think someone else was trying to make, that Russia seems to have like a hands-off, way of dealing in terms of their foreign policy. It's a case of shop by shop in some ways. They don't try to impose or exact so much on people. That's what I heard someone say. But then again, uh, they're going to be dumping a lot of their produce to us. Is that going to be an equal trade arrangement? Are we able to like export our stuff in a way that benefits our own people to Russia, for example? Because Russia is also a big market, right? So it shouldn't just be like a one-way trade. So in all of this is just a challenge to Africa. And I hope we'll step up and stop just like trying to be the last born child of the planet. We're just like beholden to every other global interest. Yeah, so that's my submission. Forefathers, can you hear me? I said that's my submission.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you finished. Go ahead, Jonaba, please. I was just checking some videos that I wanted to share.
It's a mind-boggling in 21st century.
Niger man, you are the one that gave your turn away. This is
Oh, I said it was there before me. No, I come back. Like, it's there before. That is what maybe you forgot. That's what I said it should go.
Okay. Jonaba, let Niger man go because
Jonaba, go. No problem. Go.
You see, double gentleman. You see, that's how it is.
It's a mind-boggling in 21st century for anybody not to believe that Russian and any nation that is interested in Africans so far are not seeing the vacuum of the deplorable of Africans and the leaders of Africa. That somehow that Russia is coming there because Ajakuta was established by them. Even the British that left us, if they know that we'll be this stupid after 60 years, they will never leave. Have they left? Have they left Jamaica? Have they left all the people close? If 3 hours you can fly from America to part of Jamaica. Have they left the Jamaicans country or whatever you call them? Did they even have a bank of their own? So this Western world or Russia, there's a vacuum in Africa. African they see that somehow we wake up from our sleeping and slumbering. But they see that over the years, we are more stupid than ever. And then he is going to use us as a human shield because he's looking for an ally, because he's losing it because of whatever is going on with Ukraine and Russia. Who told you that Russian people are very rich people? The wealth of Russia is in the hand of Putin and few others. So there is the same way they treated their people, they will treat us worse. The contract owned by Chinese in Nigeria, go and follow it up in Nigeria. You will see how they are kicking Nigeria ass in Nigeria, doing their own stuff in Nigeria. So for us to believe that they are coming to Africa because, they don't have interest in Nigeria, they will just want to sell something or establish something and go away. Nobody will come to Africa. After many states in Africa, over 60 years of independence, have nowhere to go. We leave again. So in 50 years and 100 years and 500 years to come, let's talk where Africa will be. We never see beyond our nose. We're always thinking that, these people are nice. They bring development. What we don't have in Nigeria? What is the resources we don't have? Is it money we don't have? Is it human capacity that we don't have? It is the poor leadership and the people that they are never open to their own self. A narrow-minded individual that have been governing us over the years that think that somebody else is better than us, think that they will have a house in America that have 24 hours light, where they have all the same capacity, wisdom, and knowledge to make it happen in Nigeria, but they will not make it happen. It's not because they know. They don't know. They don't know. They flew around the world. When moment they arrive, whether in Abuja airport or in Mohammed Murtala airport in Lagos, that demons, that territorial spirit, whatever they call it, will grab them and hold all of us hostage. The same way when we fly, we follow other people's order, but when we go to our country, before the plane even land, you will see, if you are not careful, you will lose your mind. Everybody don't jump up, like say them will come out of the car. We are the same people, we never change. And for all, I feel like to run out of my house now, look at my children, I say, I don't know what to say to them about Africa. You're going to tell me that they have coming to African, they don't have interest in African to colonize Africa? Anyone, power struggle happen anywhere. If you have ever have opportunity to sit down, even within the local community in Nigeria or any elsewhere, power struggle doesn't go away. When somebody says that you don't know anything, where you work today is not because you don't know something. It's because you know the person that is own the company or the person you are working for, you know something that you don't know and they don't want you to know it. Period.
Yeah. I think with the case of Russia, I understand where you're coming from. It's because they don't, even if they wanted to colonize us, they don't have the capacity. They really don't. And there is also the aspect of the power differential. If you look at what the West, the power that the West has is just the Russian territory is too big, but the West, they have small land and they want to project their power all over the place, and they have the population to be able to do it. As a matter of fact, later on, it became too hard for them to hold on to our countries, hence why they allowed independence. Otherwise, physically, they couldn't hold the continent. So, but in the case of Russia, it's even harder. Their country is hard enough for them to hold it with 100 million population because their country is massive. And they have their neighboring countries that NATO it's almost on their throat right now. So for them to now, from that position, want to colonize Africa, I wouldn't see that coming. The danger, though, is that they and the West and the Chinese have their own Berlin conference, and then we will be toast if that happens. And we don't want that to happen at all. We want to use the opportunity. That's why I say everything is transaction. While they are coming here to bolster their own prestige, their strategic position in the world, we need to use that period to build so that we don't fall victim to them later on. Because that's what our forefathers did. The period we had to be able to build, we didn't build until the entire Europeans had that Berlin conference, and guess what happened? We all know the history after that. There's this somebody that came in here that I've not seen before. Bobby, are you new here?
Well, I have not spoken now.
No, you will speak. I'm just confirming from him because it seems new. Okay, go ahead, man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was there earlier, but I have to leave for almost about 3 hours. But anyway, having come back, I think you're speaking about the geopolitical effect, about the Western country, and the geopolitical whatever is happening in Africa. Forefather, you always speak about the military effect. I mean, you have some knowledge, but you're not an expert in the whole area. People are looking at it differently. You need to look at it from different angle. I mean, what is happening in Africa? Is democracy good for Africa? It's subject to be debate. I mean, the democratic we practice, what have we gained from this democracy? The effect is minimum to the best. I mean, it's an average. Tell me the African country, particularly the African black nation that have progressed. Let me give you this scenario. In the last year or so, there have been about 5 military coups. Sudan, Niger, Chad, Mali, and Burkina Faso. That's 5 Africa in about a year, that has a military coup. And there has been an unsuccessful military coup. I think Guinea-Bissau, but it was unsuccessful.
No,
and
Guinea
Central African
Conakry.
Republic.
There was a coup in Guinea-Conakry.
Yeah, Guinea-Conakry, right, that's 5. But I'm talking about Guinea-Bissau. That was an unsuccessful coup. And Central African Republic, that was an unsuccessful coup. I mean, it seems like we are going back to where we were before. If you look at it in 1980, Africa was pretty much ruled by military rule all over Africa, particularly the black nation. I mean, we are going back to that era, era more. But there's a debate going on there. Is it this democracy, Western democracy? Is it what we want in Africa? Is it good? I mean, I'm not saying I'm very democratic. Don't misunderstand me. But I have not really seen the effect of this so-called democracy in Africa. I don't want military rule by no means. But what have we gained from this so-called democracy? I don't see it. To me, it's an average at the best. Can anybody tell me what, particularly the black nation? I'm not talking about Arab, all those Arab, Egypt, and stuff like that. This is the black nation. I mean, the economical effect is average.
Let you know one benefit we've gotten from democracy. We can be able to threaten the president's. We can be able to threaten the president's life.
Right, but no. Let me land.
Yes.
I'm not saying democracy is not good, but I'm just saying the economical benefit. I'm talking about the economical benefit. It's average at the best.
Zero, like
Okay,
zero.
that's what I'm just
We've
trying
not
to
gained
give him a
anything from
benefit of that.
Mm.
That's what I'm trying to give him a benefit of that. That's to say that's why I said it's average at the at the best, economical benefit. The military is about the same. We have the military. I'm not a proponent of military. Don't misunderstand me. But I'm going to just speak in particular what's going on in the West Africa right now. I mean, in the West Africa part of it, we have 4 countries with military ruler. Do you know what that's going to have? What kind of effect that's going to have? We have a total of 15 countries in Africa, to my own recollection, unless I'm wrong. Yeah, I think it's about 15 countries in West Africa. And with what's going on in Niger right now, it's going to have a downside effect in the West African country. If somebody is telling you they're not going to respect Nigeria, I mean, they don't think Nigeria even has a legitimate, ruler, Tinubu. I'm not saying Tinubu is illegitimate, but because of what's going on in Nigeria, they think the election was rigged. They got the memo, when you baptize your own,
but man of prestige, don't you think this is potentially quite explosive though? What is going on in Niger is potentially quite explosive, because if it's the Russians that are behind some of all these coup plotters and they want the American military base out, that could be very explosive. What we are watching here.
Yeah, and Russia has an effect what's going on in Nigeria, in that place, because America has their military base there, and I think it's like a geopolitical base, because that's the only place they have their military base, to watch what's going on. But they claim, they are there to combat the insurgent. I mean, I don't really know. I don't have an information.
They are
I'm
watching
not a military
Abuja.
man.
They are
Maybe
keeping
you
an
do.
eye on Abuja just in case Abuja decides to go rogue. That's
Okay.
what they are doing.
But now, Niger, is it not? Don't we have a border with Niger? Is it not where your president want to go and rest? He said, "Don't bother me. I'm going to Niger to rest. Don't come bother me." So I don't know where he's going to go right now. Now the place is unrest. Is he going to settle in Castina? Because that place is unrest
Daura
right now.
is
But
perfectly livable. He will stay in Daura, and that should be fine. That's his village now. He will stay there.
No, I'm just concerned about what's going on, particularly in the West Africa. I mean, we have 4 countries right now in West Africa that's under military rule, So I don't know how down spiral that's going to have an effect, in this particular geopolitical zone, the so-called ECOWAS. So my debate is this. Go ahead.
One of the things that, when the first time I started hearing about the military coups, I was looking at them as a retrogression to the past, and that it's not going to get us anywhere. But what actually it's meaning is that there is an opportunity to change things. Because during that period in the 60s and 70s, during that period in the 60s and 70s,
in the 80s, particularly in the 80s.
In the 80s,
yeah, go ahead.
That was at the height of the Soviet Union's power. And the world, there was a lot of competition between both sides. And if you have been during that time when those military regimes came in and they changed the country for the better, by now we'll not be having this problem. We'll be like Asian countries, because most Asian countries had dictators then. Even Lee Kuan Yew, that was the time of Lee Kuan Yew, and they were calling him Hitler and all kinds of stuff. He was laying the foundation. So maybe during periods of change, you tend to see these forces coming and want to force change happen. And maybe that's what we are seeing in Africa right now. For me,
please
go ahead.
But forefather, you made a comment earlier because hold on. Let me land. You made a comment earlier. You were trying to give the Chinese and the Russia benefit of that. You think they are better than the Western country? I don't think so. They are here for their own motive. They may be less aggressive. China is here to control the whole Africa. The Russia no different. I mean, because they're in war right now with Ukraine. That's why they're playing it soft. They're going to behave the same thing. All of them, all the whole white countries, they are there for the same benefit.
I agree with you. It's just that I rate China to even be more dangerous than Russia to us, because Russia doesn't have, even if Russia wanted to, they don't have the capacity. China has the population and they are an automated economy. They have robots, they have drones, they have it all. But Russia,
remember, Russia used to be a former superpower. I'm not saying they are on the same level with USA right now. No, they're not on the same level with USA. But after the wars end, I mean, most of their resources and economic or whatever superpower may have diminished. They may try to, they may try to replenish that. And where's the place to replenish that? Africa is a good ground for them to replenish that. So I mean, look at the good in Central Africa.
You know that they said that Russia is the only country in the world that can survive on its own without any interaction with the world. It's the only country that can do that.
Well,
They have such
probably.
massive landmass. They have such resources.
They
can
do,
on their
but
own.
they are not. Hold on, forefather. Did you know that the Russian military leader went to North Korea begging for ammunition right now?
Oh yeah,
it happened yesterday. Exactly. So
Ukrainians
they want
are
an alignment. They want an ally. Right. They want an ally. Because China is not supplying them all the whole weapon they need. So I mean, we just need to get away from all this white colonialism. I mean, Africa, we beg a lot.
What
like
if I told you that? What if I told you that every other nation that emerged during the time of their emergence, they, at least for a period, they often had strategic relationships with superpowers. Because it's almost as if you need the cover of your allies to be able to emerge. Like Iran now, when Iran is doing certain things and America wants to go with UN Security Council to go and condemn Iran or even maybe take military action, Russia will go there and block it. So you tend to have these strategic relationships that gives you the room to emerge in the world. So it's not like we want to be subservient to them. The idea is that if our leaders know what they are doing, they make the right demands, you can tap into this and gain independence completely, even from them too, if you make the right demand. Like the Russians, they demanded nukes, and they demanded ballistic missile technology from the Soviet Union. That's what the Chinese meant. The Chinese asked the Soviet Union for that. And the Soviet Union eventually gave it to them. And look at where they are today. So often nations, they tend to have alliances with powerful nations to give them cover or even share the technology with them. And after that happens, then they can move on their own. And that's why I think that I will play a video here so you will see some of the things African leaders are going to ask them. They don't seem to be like serious. These African leaders, they talk about exchange of trade, exchange of agriculture, remove debt, maybe exchange technology there. A little bit. Sometimes they will mention nuclear power. That's the end. How about ballistic missile technology? How about rocketry technology? How about space? Why not demand those things? Is it that we don't have ambition? Because China was penniless when they went to the Soviet Union and asked for nukes and ballistic missile technology. They were penniless. So what do you think? Do you think is it that we don't have ambition at all? Because the way I look at it is that when you ask for something, they will tell you no. Like when China went to Russia the first time and asked for these things, Stalin said, "No, I'm not giving you. How can I give you nuclear weapons or nuclear technology when we have not even tested our own nukes?" That was their most advanced technology, and they were asking for it. But after Stalin died, then Khrushchev came to power. Mao Zedong went back again and asked for it, badgered the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union gave it to them. Gave them they literally gave them one missile to work from. Then they slow walked them with the nuclear program. They slow walked them and they didn't want to share everything with them. And the Chinese got tired of it and said, "Move on, and we are going to do it ourselves." And the Chinese went on to do it themselves, finish the project themselves. So you can see that if you have ambition, they will reject you at first. But later on, when they think about it and when they think we need that guy again, but he's asking for this, are we ready to give him this? They will have to consider it. So next time when they come back to it, they'll say, "Okay, we know what you want. We are going to give you that, but you are going to give us this." And that is what I think our African leaders are lacking. They don't have ambition.
Please, can I come in? Let me.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me finish. You can go ahead. I'm just going to be a minute, please. Thank you. I think forefather, you just made some good statements, that I really like. I think what's happening to the African leaders and we as general, look at the Arab country, look at the Asia. We was on the same level with them. Look where they are right now. They're not subservient to the West. I mean, when they go there, like the Indian, they tell what they want. They say take it or leave it. But the African leaders, we still have that colonial mentality, like they're our masters. We're not going to go there,
big problem.
It's a
big one. If you see them when they talk to them alone, you can tell that
exactly.
There's no confidence.
We need to change that mentality or get away from this so-called democrats. I'm not saying we should go back to military. Maybe adopt our own way we can rule ourselves, because this is not working. We exercise what we have. I mean, we have everything. Look at like I was saying. Look at where the other countries are right now, like the Arab countries, the Asian. You know, they are very close to America right now. You can't tell them, they don't tell them what to do anymore. So it's about time we get out from that, you know, colonial mentalism, you know, we used to be before. Maybe we can achieve something, because the democracy we have right now, the so-called Western democracy, in my own opinion, is not really working for us. It's less than average, in my own opinion. So, but I'll let other people speak. Thank you.
And the West, they will have themselves to blame for it, because they've had a lot of opportunity to help. Well, we wouldn't say help, partner with Africa, so that
Wait
Africa
a minute. Why you say that? They don't care about you. You don't know this.
No,
West. They don't care about you.
I understand that they don't care, but it's also not smart. They've created that vacuum that Russia is getting into. You see what I mean? Their greed has created the vacuum that Russia is now occupying, and the Chinese is going to occupy within the African this continent, because they are
Oh no, it's not they're going to occupy. The Chinese are already there. Okay, look at all these East African countries. Go to Kenya, it's Chinese everywhere. Go to Tanzania, it's Chinese everywhere. I mean, all those, particularly East Africa. Of course, they're in Nigeria, Ghana, that kind of place. But in East Africa, they have taken over all East Africa. When you go, you know, everybody think Nairobi is the next Mecca or whatever. You know, Nairobi is very beautiful, but all the whole building and all the whole infrastructure there is developed by the Chinese, you know. And what is it for them? You can tell, and I don't have to tell you what is it for them. Yeah.
Yeah, Niger man, you wanted to say something.
Go ahead, Niger man, I'm sorry.
I just give an opportunity for two people. If people just forget me.
Sorry
about that.
that.
Was my turn. I just, so I was doing something. I don't want to.
Sorry, Niger man, my brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. One of prestige. What I want to contribute, this war, this coup in Niger is very worrisome, you know. But there's something I don't understand. When some of us will still be saying, we say we are abroad. We will still be saying that when Russia come, they will make good. When the British came to Africa, no, when the Portuguese came, they came with trade. They start doing trade, see that we are mumu. We don't know. Then the British now came, they came with religion, bring their own culture, bring their own Bible, tell us to leave every of our home. And that's something they say we should take it and take it to their country, all the artifact, all the, let me say, the do all those things. They take it, and he said we should leave it. They gave us there, and we start practicing it. We start having confusion. The China came to Nigeria. They was giving us, we say, before they started, everybody was happy. China. I don't know why Africa is so very inferior to a white man. So we are not
maybe because they are worshiping white Jesus that looks like the white man, or the Arabic guy. You know, maybe that's where it starts from. Because when you are worshiping and you are picturing your God to be blue eye, and then you are sitting in the same room with your God, how are you supposed to feel bold? You see what I mean?
Really,
So all this type of subliminal messaging, now that's what they call subliminal stuff. When you keep absorbing this subliminal stuff every Sunday and every revival service, then tomorrow you end up in the same room with them. You can see how it makes you feel. You know, that's my thinking.
Russia, if Russia is come to Nigeria now, do we think the end of it? The beginning is the problem. The beginning may be good. I don't know why people will be trusting Nigerian government upon all they have done. Nothing since 1960, when they said independent, that they cannot nothing to show for it. All is cool. Abacha died on top of it before the First Republic. Start with people who never prepared to become president, from prison. None of them ever prepared. None of them ever have a roadmap or this is what I'm going to do. Just come there. This is what we have been having. We have never had all the presidents we have in this republic, all of them just came by accident. No one has prepared. This is the first time we are having a presidential debate scrutinizing a candidate. This is the first time. All of them, look at Basojo, he came from prison. Yaradua, it was imposed by Basojo. After he finished, he was the governor in the Katsina state. You understand? And they do 2 years, and may God bless his blessed memory. The Jonathan never prepared for it. It was just a vice, and he take over. From there, he run for the second time. Buhari came. He contested 3 times. He said, "I'm tired. I don't want to be president." Then he left. Then before he was crying on television when they make alliance with him to come and be president. So we have never have a good leader. We have never have people. We should forget all this. Nigeria, we have our culture. The only thing that will make us to get headway, we have to understand our own diversity, understand our culture.
Niger man, let me play this so that you can react to it too. Just to do our courtesy this thing, so we recognize the people that put the video together. Make Africa great. We are reacting to this video so that you see what this is the Burkina Faso leader, that young man that took over. Hear what he has to say during the African Russia summit.
Continent in the world with the highest levels of famine. How come that we have to ask for help? We ask ourselves, but we don't get any answers. There's another problem. The problem is that the heads of African states do not give anything to these people who fight against imperialism. They're calling us armed units, bandits. We do not agree with such an approach. The leaders of African states should not be puppets when imperialists treat them like that. I would like to convey a message to heads of African states. We need to ensure self-sufficiency of our peoples, of our countries. We need to ensure food self-sufficiency, and we need to meet all the needs of our peoples. Since there's not much time left for my intervention, let me pay tribute to our peoples that fight against all the evil. Glory to our people, respect to our people, and victory to our people. Thank you, comrades.
Только что выступивший коллега сказал о роли России в борьбе с нацизмом. Она тем, кто пытается быть задушевана, забывает.
Mr. Traore, indeed, the truth is distorted as someone converted by someone, but indeed this struggle was fought by the Soviet Union to liberate humankind against Nazism. Let me draw your attention to the fact that the struggle of Africa for its independence and against apartheid has been going on not for the interest and for the benefit of the Africa per se, but also for the benefit of the humankind, because it leads to such results that improve the quality of relations in the world. Hence, it improves the situation in the world at large. And in this sense, I agree with Mr. Traore. It resembles pretty much what was happening with the Soviet Union, what has been happening with Russia in its struggle, and what is happening with Africa in their quest for genuine independence.
After those arguments from President Captain Ibrahim Traore, Senegalese President Macky Sall publicly reframes Burkina Faso's junta leader Ibrahim Traore following his attack on the past and present African leaders at the Russia-Africa Summit.
That was the first time the Africans were organizing for liberating Africa. Then in 1917, the communists took over power in Russia here, and they were the first international group to support us. And then later on, they were joined by China, 1949. That formed a solid anti-colonial force. So even when all these things are happening, we tell whoever wants that, look here, the Soviet people are the first who stood with us when we were fighting against colonialism. Therefore, this is the starting point. Now, coming to modern times, we can cooperate in economic development because there's big potential, and we have already started. I thank you very much for the laboratory, and I thank you for the scholarships. Even in the past, we have had many of our students studying here, but now we propose new areas, like for instance, the area of refinery and exploration for petroleum products. We've got some little oil which we want to export as crude, but also refine for the East African market. But Russian companies can also take part in exploration for more oil in our area. Then we have got the pipeline to the ocean for the crude oil, in which we are involved with Total, the French company, and some Chinese companies.
So I just thought I should share that as a way of just giving you an idea what was going on in the Russian Africa Summit. If you look at the way the young man was talking, the young man was like asking specific questions, and he says the African leaders don't give any answer. And this Museveni went on in that meeting to reference, when he was talking about other things, to say, you see, this is what those young leaders are complaining about, that the African leaders have not performed very well. I wish I could play all because it was a long speech. Everybody was
talking. The guy is an idiot.
Yeah, but he has been there for almost 40 years.
Exactly. He's an idiot. He's one of the problems that made Africa to become where he was. When Gaddafi was fighting for one Africa, was not the one was not the one America was using to fight Gaddafi.
Imagine.
Don't even let us be looking at all this.
He flew from Uganda. He went to America during Reagan's time. It was even the fight started with Reagan, not even Obama that succeeded. The fight started with Reagan. He went to see Reagan that, I'm telling you that I started fighting Gaddafi before you started fighting Gaddafi. That was
maybe he was on their side. After all, he was the one that probably came after Idi Amin, isn't it?
Was it not is it not Gaddafi that made him who he is today?
Yeah. When Idi Amin
giving him arms to fight to become relevant? Was not Gaddafi that helped him to win election? When did
Idi Amin president
was not Libya Iran too for Ezra?
Yeah,
he's coming here to talk nonsense. Now we youth will never get sense.
That is just what I want to say. Now we youth, because look at somebody we're going to this. If the white, the real me, this is what I'm saying. We will say they are coming to help. They are not coming to help. They are coming for their own interest. If the white, the day this man will not align with their interest now, they will be against him. But can they not tell this man that even a democratic country, which we started, we started it, that you cannot stay in power for more than 40 years as a democratic president. But that is why you see everybody that rule Africa, the most deadly is there. They align with it. They know you have no brain. They can manufacture a brain and make it to. That is it. These people don't understand. You will take a
because they are scared. Many of our leaders, if you look at the way he was talking, was like, "We've got oil. Come on, dude. How about your own people? Maybe
exactly.
You should find your own people."
In the first century, we not fit to no African country can build refinery now.
To distill oil, just to distill oil, you have to beg people to come and help you. You can't figure that one out.
So upon the education that we have in Africa, no African country can build refinery.
Nigeria still fight civil war. They will still building refinery.
I mean, this with the shiny head.
His head is so shiny that I thought there was plastic on it. It's like, how does he get that shiny?
What is the name of this my Patrick Lumumba, that PLO, Patrick Lumumba? He said the day Africa will realize the potential. That is only the we don't need these people.
We don't need before
God should just help the youth to take over power. If the youth of Nigeria, like we have like president like from 30 to maybe less than 40, like 3 consecutive times,
you will see Nigeria will change.
Could this be the reason why we have not developed? Let me share one more video. This
Look
one
at the
is a
small
bit
boy
hot.
now. The small boy for Benin Republic and for Burkina Faso. Look at what he was asking. Like, why? He's not even asking the African, Russian people. He's asking the African leaders in that African Russia summit. He's asking them why.
Yeah, let's react to this in this video where, if you look at the title, a staggering 2,500 ISRO and Indian nuclear scientists died before 2014.
The note which I created through 10 forensic pathologists. All of them told me without blinking their eyes that this is a case of poison. So on the basis of this data, I am convinced that the death, as things stand today, is not natural.
Nixon knows. Nixon.
Homi Baba is called the father of the Indian nuclear program, and he was that in every sense of the phrase. He died in a plane crash, which many say wasn't an accident. Vikram Sarabhai is called the father of the Indian space program, and so he was the one who birthed and nurtured ISRO. He died of an apparent cardiac arrest, which also has a cloud of doubt over it. If this was the fate of the fathers, could the children be far behind? The Department of Atomic Energy, in response to an RTI, stated that 11 nuclear scientists had died unnatural deaths between 2009 and 2013. In response to another RTI, ISRO stated that 684 of its employees died between 1995 and 2010, that is at a rate of 45.6 per year. The agency did not specify causes of deaths. R. Madhavan's movie Rocketry, The Nnamdi Effect, is the first to bring these disturbing facts to public consciousness. And until 2014, when nationalism was ignited in India, neither the Indian state or Indians truly acknowledged our brilliant minds.
Please remember to subscribe to us and switch on the notifications for this.
So you notice that in the end they were talking about the nationalism was what it kind of brought that stuff to light. But maybe this is why most of our nations, our people don't survive, because that number for India is very, very high in terms of the rate of deaths. And I'm beginning to worry that democracy is part of the reason why this is possible, because the Chinese didn't have this rate of death. We know they target all these, like nations that want to develop, they target your experts. They openly got rid of the Iranian one, recently. So this is what happened. That's why your nations, you don't see your leaders coming to say, oh, let's assemble people to go and build a refinery. Let's assemble people to go and space program. Because if they do that, those people, they tend to start falling one by one.
Do you know how many fake meetings they've had in Nigeria that we don't know about? Fake meeting in Nigeria that we don't know about. What if it's those fake meetings? You take those decisions, you will die. Will anybody know?
I don't understand. Repeat that again.
I said, do you know how many fake meetings, fake Federal Executive Council meetings that we had in Nigeria that the public do not know about?
Yes.
So what if it's those meetings, one of those meetings that we don't know about? That is when you take that decision and make the announcement or make the plans to start building refinery or going.
But if you do it, but the problem is that people that sit there in that this executive, some of them are this in the moles. They are assets for foreign entities. So they will just go and report to them. Was it not Dr. Damage that said they don't need to spy on us? That our leaders walk into their embassy and report everything to them. That's what our leaders do. That's what Dr. Damage. That's what Dr. Damage told me.
No, you cannot go on that level.
That's the problem. Our leaders literally walk to them and give them the secrets.
Because he reach. The way we see this, our leaders, is enough to allow them.
So how do you develop? This is why when I keep hacking on about security, everything you need to protect, even your brains, you have to protect them so that they don't take them out. Because if you take them out, that nation cannot progress. The man that invented this computer, if he was not in England or wherever he was when he did it, there will be no computer. If the person that is inventing all these things in the West was not there, there would be none of those things. So it's just that human beings don't understand the implications of taking out specific people, key
The
people from nations.
the Agbo boy, Abika boy that did the drone in Nigeria, small boy, technical school. The federal government ignored him. It was one Finnish company that saw his the video online. They came to Nigeria to come and pick the boy, pick him up, give him citizenship as a rich Finland. He started training the boy in Finland, small boy. But the thing is, for me, I don't think they will kill. You know why? Because if you do the obvious, you understand, everybody will see it. You understand? If you do the
What
obvious,
is the
everybody will see it.
obvious?
So, yeah, if you do the obvious, like probably being you are trying to build refinery, all of a sudden mysteriously, because you said something, the person just died. Then Nigeria will not know, oh, okay, this guy said something, he died. Because
how are they gonna know? Who is gonna report it?
No, they're gonna, like you said they have modes now.
Yeah, the most will go and tell them, then they will take out whoever they need to take out, then that will be the end of it.
But see, my brother, how many modes can you kill? If all of them, let's assume the whole National Assembly, at least the most cannot be more than 10% or 5% in the whole of National Assembly. If they sit now and say they want to build refinery and they pass motion to say this and that, so with the 5% most, one report the other 95% most, then they will have those 95%, 95% for refinery. Would they go and kill all of them?
Oh no. In the case, you see, that's the thing. I think you are elevating Nigeria too much. Nigerians don't get there. They don't even need to assassinate us. They will just our corruption is going to take care of it. Our corruption is going to make sure it doesn't get. You are elevating us too much.
I want to take a tangent.
Closed-door meeting. Decide our future. We don't know.
Eddie, you wanted to say something?
I want to take a tangent because there's something that keeps coming up, and I've heard it from you about how maybe religion and all of that stuff is the bane of our country. I want to ask, and I just want to be educated. What trajectory do you think Nigeria, let's not just use Africa, Nigeria would have taken in the absence of colonialism? Like there was no colonization of Nigeria. What trajectory do you think Nigeria would have taken? I'm not justifying colonization. Try to get me right. I'm just as in trying to be educated and to even know some things. What trajectory? Where do you think we'll be now?
You have to look at what was on the ground before the Europeans and the Arab that's Islamization occurred. If you want to rewind that too, you will say the African nations would have been more developed by now, because they would have copied and learned from other people and developed themselves too. They are not going to remain backwaters.
When did Nigeria start dealing with the white people? The first white person in Nigeria, or the first account of white people in Nigeria, was in Benin, 1472. Group of Portuguese missionaries, Afonso de Aveiro and then Rai de Sequeira came later. That was 1472. That's over 500 years.
Yes, that's a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the same the British came sometime in the 19th century, and they finally succeeded in making us a colony of Britain sometime in late 19th century stroke early 20th century. So where were we then after 400 years of dealing with white people?
That is our biggest
the time,
our biggest calamity, our biggest failure.
The time the Portuguese came, right? I think they were still understanding. They were not developed. Like Portugal was not like top-notch developed country as at that time.
True, but they sailed about 2,000 miles to come in ships that they built.
That doesn't mean we were sailing. That doesn't mean we were sailing.
We weren't.
No.
I'm an Edo man, so we weren't sailing.
Listen to me
now. No, because I use Edo now because we were the only. Wait, let me learn. We're the only people who we're the first people to have contact with white people in Nigeria. It's documented. 1472 was the first time a white person documented came to Nigeria, right? And they came to Benin through Warri.
Wait first now. Hold on. And like I said, the Portuguese were not like develop, right? Yeah, right?
Yes,
They
yes,
sailed, and sailing was not development. You understand? We
Sailing is a
sailed.
big part.
No, hold on. We sailed. We are in the river, but we didn't go as far as because we were not looking for what we did not keep somewhere. You understand? We did not look for what we did not keep. They were looking for what they kept or something. I don't know whatever happened. You understand? But like, or maybe history that they kept from Rome. Like, okay, maybe when the Moors came, the Spanish, maybe during the Spanish Moors, whatever. Probably because if you look at this Latin, whatever, I think that's where they also came from. Portugal,
They actually came as missionaries, not and traders. Yeah.
And when you say missionary,
and traders.
Exactly. So I think traders was just the main thing. You understand?
No, they also came as missionaries. That's where. Okay.
Far many years later.
Exactly. You understand? The first thing is when you see a people, the first thing you get to do is like to understand them and try to trade with them. Missionary is later.
No, they actually came as missionaries. You know, let me explain to you. Wait. The way it's now, it was during that time that they established the Holy Arosa. You know, it was the white people that established the Holy Arosa that we actually indigenized.
What I mean, wait, hold on. What are you telling me now? I said they came as trade before missionary.
No, I'm telling you that
hold on now. It's been Holy Arosa not part of missionary. Is it trade?
Okay. It's missionary now, but I'm telling you that they came as missionaries and traders. You are saying they didn't come as missionaries.
No,
right?
I said they came. No, hold on. The initial, you're not getting my point. When you beat the people first, the first thing you have to settle down and trade.
Okay, yeah.
You don't just come and start doing missionary.
Let's agree on that. Let's agree on that.
Yes, sir, because you know that culture. So you can't come and start like you start to come with business idea first. When you start with business, you start to come with maybe you maintain a service skill or whatever.
Your weakness.
You understand? So, but like I was saying, right? Like when they came, they saw what they like. They saw development. They saw advancement. You understand? It was these Portuguese people that went to leak the secrets that they saw in Benin to these useless people who they call themselves UK. So that like, oh, these people that you are here making noise that we have some people somewhere else in the bush that are doing exactly what you are doing, and like their economy is even better than yours.
Wait, are you not making generations like
first? But local.
Wait, generation of what?
Mm-hmm.
You're making generations like. Okay, I'm not gonna come here and badmouth.
How do you think?
Let me make my points now. The British came after it was the Berlin Conference that they all divided and the British decided to come here. It wasn't like
who told them about Benin? Who told them about Benin?
I don't know whether anybody told them about Benin, but I know that
about Benin.
Okay,
that's Potoki. That's what we call them Potoki.
Yeah, that's I understand.
No,
but it wasn't like they went to tell them that. Oh, of course, the Portuguese went back and documented their travels, right? And the English people studied about it, and not just that, the fact that they knew they already had a lot of explorers in the part of the world that we call Africa today. So like what's this guy's the guy that called Africa the guy that called Africa the dark continent, what's his name? Is it David Livingstone or Stanley something that called Africa the dark continent? Was from the UK. So they also had their own explorers.
Later.
No, but they had their they had their explorers. They probably didn't come.
But what is the point of the point of the argument? I'm not exactly
the point of the argument is like where would we have been? I'm not justifying colonization. I just want to know what our trajectory.
I think it's clear that we would have advanced, but depending on it's just a matter of degree.
So where were we when they met us during colonization?
Advanced.
We were relatively sophisticated, but clearly what we were not. Local in terms of advancement, we may be advanced in other areas, but definitely not in
our own way.
Please now let me finish my point. The advancement not in the area of security, not in the area of threat assessment, clearly not. because we let all those things in terms of actual technology, because security, this in the technology that they used to defeat us, it was the weapons they used to defeat were based on technology too. So we are not that technologically advanced. Whereby when we heard their gunshots, it sounded like sound of thunder to our warriors. It gave it a psychological defeat too, because when you start hearing sound that you hear from the heavens in the hands of a man, you can see how that can be very demoralizing to any warrior you sent after them. So this is the problem our forefathers face, and we experience this stuff for almost 300 to 400 years. From what I'm gathering now, it's even longer, because if it's 1440 something, they had contact with Europeans.
1472.
Yeah, that's a long time. You didn't bother to learn how to make those guns. Sorry,
Exactly. We were still trading guns
hold
from the
on now,
Portuguese.
so that this is quite the point he's asking is quite an important point, because you make contact with people for almost 400 straight years before they actually chose to colonize us. We didn't learn how to make any of their things.
Wait, see, there's something you don't go. You are missing. See, I did not stay. You made contact. We did not stay with each other. The trading we were doing was not like I was going there and you were coming here frequently.
No, we sent ambassadors.
Why didn't we go there? Yes,
let me just state it here. Oba Orogwa, the son of Oba Esikwe, was actually sent to Portugal, and he came back to school.
Even King Jaja Opobo's child was sent overseas too.
Okay, hold on now. See, now there's something you are getting wrong. Look, the people that came here to even study or to know how we are living here was not one of their sons that came here to come and learn and went back. You have a massive pile of people that was in that ship that came here. Hold on, listen, let me finish. That ship that came here did whatever they want to do, studied what they want to study, and went back. So you can't compare because one son of a king went there and came back. It should bring development. Like, how does that work?
It's not about one son of a king. Hold on, Ed. Let me just add one thing. I want to add what the Japanese did, so you understand that this is not an excuse we can make. The Japanese had the same experience. When they came and they left, by the time they came back, the Japanese had made the same gun that they made for them. So why is it that Japanese were able to do that? They were not able to do it for even longer period of time. We're not able to do it.
Brothers, listen. You are talking about this gun. If we had that gun from the Portuguese as part of the trade, probably would have had it made our own.
We had it. It was what we used to win.
Hold on. That you don't have record of that.
If we have it. No, I have record.
We're not making it. We're not making it. That's the problem.
We don't have it.
We have guns. We are not making it. That's the
problem.
You see, you had guns. You are not making it. So how do you make money to fight your son? My question is,
we are buying it. We are buying it. What Papa is saying is that why did we not learn how to make it?
See, the thing is right? Like
we have voodoo.
See, first thing. Let me tell you about black people first. First, right? I think it's natural. They are accommodative people. They are not black people. Are not these people that are warlike. Are like, okay, trying to go and something you don't understand and go and conquer, dominate, and enslave, whatever. I think black people were just contented about where we are. The things we are doing, I think, is okay. That's why the sailing, that's why tomorrow we will say black man do not like to swim. Black man do not like river. Because those things are not part of it. That's what I'm saying now.
Exploration is what gives birth to development.
That's what I'm saying now. That doesn't mean because you have not explored. That doesn't mean you have made use of what you already have. We have a lot that we have not even used. So what is the point exploring when we have things that we have not even used? Enough that we have not even make use of.
See, but I understand that, but how about the idea that you do something to prevent yourself from getting colonized and
you're still not getting that point. See, hold on. See, the kind of war we were even used to was just this bow and arrow war. You understand? And it was from ancient. But the type that these white people brought was different.
We should have learned now. We should have learned what they should have learned from them.
Do you know the Benin's used guns against the British when they came to colonize us?
You are still not getting my point.
Yeah, no.
If I thought you use one gun, doesn't mean you use gun because the one was not supposed to be.
What I'm trying, you are saying like we didn't, as in we had guns. We even used gun. We used gun in the Ida War, and part of the condition that the Portuguese gave to us. If you see, this Festac mask. You know it's forefathers. You are very familiar with Festac mask, which is the mask of Queen
Idia,
Ida, right? So that mask was the war she, yeah, it was a mask she wore in the Ida War, which was a war against the Ida people of Kogi states today, right? The Benins, that was during the time of Obaisiki. One of the conditions the Portuguese gave to us for them to allow us to use guns, they were like, we have to become Christians, right? So even the Oba partially became a Christian Obaisiki, later reconverted, right, to the traditional. So I'm just trying to tell you that we've been using guns.
No, see, you're
since our interaction with the Portuguese.
What I'm saying, let
me ask you something, Eddie. Do you know in the history of Nigeria, the Oba of Benin never sold any Benin people as a slave?
Of course, in that argument.
Are you sure?
I think they did. No, they didn't sell Benin people. They didn't sell Benin people.
They sold other people. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's like
they might not sell. They have slaves.
I don't know. They sold, but they did sell slaves to the British.
Yeah, they sold slaves. They sold slaves, but not from what I gather. They didn't sell Benin slaves.
They never sold.
Only the one they take by force in the bush.
No.
They never sold slave like a change.
They never sold to any white person, but they gave to another royalty, noble, one of those nobles that were having slaves. They were exchanging slaves, like, hey, give your son from one noble to another noble in the same kingdom.
The East were selling, no.
But to sell, no. You can give as a gift, but to sell, no. Especially to the white people that I know of. But selling, maybe like the 7 Uzamas or what do you call it? I think how many 7 senior what do you call it in Benin? I'm not too good for Benin.
Uzamanio. Seven chiefs.
I think Edionio. Yeah, I think those ones were like giving slaves to one another. You understand? Just not for sale. They were like just gift, hey, take this and that. But to say the white person, no. But what I'm trying to say, Ed, right? Look, regardless, you might say it's like we are all of us are talking about what if, which we don't already know because we didn't experience it. But I think and believe we would have still developed. Pace-wise, I may not know because nobody can tell the future. You understand? Even if these people, the only thing I think they were able to even develop.
But they said they actually sold slaves that were from the kingdom.
Again, another thing about
they said they sold slaves that were from the Benin kingdom.
So let me explain something. Let me explain that. Let me explain a possibility. I'm not sure of this, but even within the Benin kingdom, what was acknowledged as the Benin kingdom was very expansive. So people that today we call Ishan, people that were some parts of the western Igbos in Delta states, the Urobos. Well, the Urobos, they left Benin kingdom historically very early. The northern part of Edo State and even parts of Akure were parts of the Benin kingdom, right? So it's possible they sold other, because even within the kingdom, there were the Benin Edo people. And then those other people still.
What about Banish? Many tribes also from.
So
let me tell you a little story. You see, the time the British invade, they come to invade Benin Kingdom. Why they was able to invade Benin Kingdom, because that time it was the time of this Igwe festival.
Igwe festival.
Igwe festival. That was the time they were able to capture the Oba, because when they came, they told them to go back. That this time they cannot, because the leader from Sapele, that was I don't know the tribe. That is why after that they was able to, because they were able to. That is why they tell them that the only time to catch up this Oba, to catch up invade these people, is only when they are doing that Igwe festival. That is why every time when they do that, you have only 2 names. They will say when they are doing it, when they do the where the next day, you go say Olubiri, not Olubiri, because that time you can never use any power, you can never use anything to do any evil. That is why the Oba was powerless. That is why that is only the time. That is after that time. I don't know the way to say it. The Obana Fiano, he not change the language. That it's only people from the Benin Kingdom that will be speaking this one we speak. That is why if you see Ishan speak now, it's just almost similar but different thing. If you see some Morobo speak, it's almost different. It's almost like Benin. We understand, but it's not too clear. Because they say because they were understanding them, that's why they were able to leak the secret of the palace. You understand?
But the Yoruba language is way older than 1897. Even the Ishan language is way older. So I don't think it's what happened in 1897 that led to that change of language.
That's why I said many was banished. Many tribe was.
Yeah, the change of, as in like Yorubas left as early as like before even.
That's why you say Benin. If you want to say, go say Sanamazes or Edo.
And that was the normal.
Yeah, but what Niger man just said should reflect something that we probably need to learn from these times too, because what was happening in Benin right now, then at that time is exactly what he's explaining. But in reality, their fate has already been cast. Their fate has already been decided a long and far away. Let me finish the point I was making, Niger man, so that you understand. This is a very important point. Their fate had already been decided, not in front of Benin. It was decided somewhere in Germany in the Berlin Conference. So, and this is why we have to pay attention to what is happening on the macro level, because macro level often takes precedence. You might just be fighting like a chicken with somebody groping in the dark, but you're not going to get anywhere because your fate has already been decided. Whether they survive in that festival or not, one way or the other, they were going to fall. Because the forces that were coming for them, they just didn't prepare for it. And the same thing is happening now. When the forces are aligning, we are not seeing it. When it comes, our fate would have been decided not here, somewhere else. And this is something that I keep trying to highlight, and people don't necessarily understand it. But I hope sooner or later we start getting it, because if we don't get it,
so forefathers, the reason why I said that is I think post-colonial civilizations that have triumphed, they didn't do it by continually bemoaning the fact that they were colonized. They took the best of their colonial masters, indigenized what they wanted to indigenize, and became better for it. So countries like China, right? They were once colonized by Japan. Countries like Japan actually even sent their people to the US to go learn about what the US was doing, and came back and invested. So I just feel like it's a little bit of a what do I call it now? It's a little bit of a diversionary technique for us to always be blaming not necessarily the colonial masters, but like the religion of the colonial masters, because I just don't see how
calling them masters, eh? You one of those people that worship those blue-eyed Jesus.
But that's what they were. That's what they were called. Then I'm not calling them
they are Europeans or colonial powers.
Okay, whatever. Because like, I don't think that. I think that's just like a side point, because we've seen all examples. Whether
now you're gonna go and sit inside boardroom with them and start shaking, master, please tell me.
Okay, maybe let me acknowledge that. Let me acknowledge
this is
that
how it starts.
No, let me acknowledge that it's a slip. Okay, the colonizers or the Europeans, because we've seen people like Singapore, right? Okay, let's say China. China was an atheistic society, even though they still have a lot of indigenous Chinese what they call it, indigenous Chinese religions in China today. India is a very deeply religious country, but do you know that India actually has a development bank that funds countries in Africa? So I don't think religion is just a side piece. Of course, I'm not.
Let me stop you there a little bit. You may not agree.
Eddie, sorry, a local, please. Do you know there is a place in Japan? In Japan. Mm-hmm. Go and check it. Go and research it. In Japan, I'm watching this guy that is doing research for Benin video. In Japan, there is a place which is Benin. Everything that happened.
No, it's called Edo. It's called Edo. It's not Edo.
Everything that happened there, everything the way they call it is everything.
No. The place, no. That the Edo. Well, I think the Edo was the former name that they was calling the capital of Japan.
Yeah. So there's a lot of commonalities in the way we name.
So what I wanted to ask you,
but that does not mean.
What I wanted to ask you, Ed, is, see, if you are a target, if a group of persons have sat down on your matter and they've decided to do this to you, or they want to take your case, they want to sit down on your case, like you understand that they plan you and they've seen that, yes, this is what will take us to this place, right? They will not leave you now. They will always make you their target and keep you there for as long for the generations to come. You understand?
True.
So
True. I agree. I'm not
before
trying to be naive as to the
no, hold
fact
on.
that we still have a lot of external influence
No.
from other
I'm going somewhere.
countries.
No, I'm
Yeah.
going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. I think even before I think it was before the even slavery capturing from Africa to wherever you stand to go for slavery, whatever. Like, I think they started with, I think people from Asia, like the Indians and all that stuff, and I think they were not productive enough. You understand, like human capacity. They were not productive enough. I think from Asia or South Asia or something like that. Indians,
They
I don't know,
want
but
to thief more, not productive. They want to thief more. They are lazy. They are hungry. They want to
no,
thief.
as in like no,
That's what I wanted him to say. That come out and
no.
say that Indians are lazy. Yeah,
No,
that's what you want to say.
no. Not the, like as in they went productive. Like, I think when the people that left with Portuguese, not as slavery then, went the same place and think do the same human capacity, they discovered that the Africans were even more productive. You understand, more far away than these people that come from South Asia or wherever, and that was how the focus came to black race to like, man, we can take these people and use them to build, to develop, and tell them that they are inferior, we are superior, then they work under or see us as their God, then they will work for us. You understand? And that was what was worked for them since then down to now. So when anytime we think that our eyes are open, there are always 3 or 4 steps ahead of us to keep us wherever we are, so that we're always serving them. So the issue of saying we would have developed on our own, yeah, we would have. You understand? But since they've now tasted that honey from Africa, that these people can give us this stuff, we will do everything we can, destroy their religion, destroy their mentality, destroy their self admiration. You understand? Their self confidence, destroy everything. That is the only way we can make them become who we want them to be for us. And that has been what is working for them till today. So what I'm trying to say is, like, they've settled down, like, this African matter will one day put. So when you are saying like Indians are progressing, Asians are progressing, they really seeing them as people that can take them to where they want to take them to. If they knew today the IT will go into IT, the world will go into IT today, that IT will maybe crude or human capacity will fade out, and IT and AI robots will come and start creating the new world, probably this Western matter would have been on Asia.
I think you may be over analyzing it, because I think there are very, very simple things that may be responsible for why Africa is where it is. I've said it before. If you look at the macro level, what has happened in Asia is slightly different from what happened in Africa. That was our biggest, I don't know, it's like being blessed with a curse. The Asians were blessed with the curse of invasions amongst themselves. And when you are invaded as a nation, what tends to happen is that your eye is clear, especially the survivors of that invasion. They are going to know, okay, this is what can happen when we don't get our act together. And they put their differences aside and they build a strong nation. They go ahead to build a strong nation.
Hold on. Nobody
Africans were never given that kind of treatment. That's the
nobody
problem.
was on their matter after the invasion. Nobody remained there. Nobody had take them as their matter after the invasion.
That's what we didn't exactly. We didn't have that. Our own problem is that the people that experienced the invasion, they died away. They died away. They had transfer.
Or they left them alone.
They left them alone.
And they never left us alone.
Forefather.
Sorry.
Let man of Prestige talk. You have been there.
No. If he wants to talk, man of Prestige, he can hold his own. Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige. Do you need any pity? Do you need any pity to call you in politely? Man of Prestige can hold his own. Nobody needs to tell him when to talk.
I don't. Local. Let me. I don't need any pity. I mean, I can always interject. But I was going to make comments in reference to what we're analyzing. I kind of feel like this thing, we are talking about colonization and Western influence, how they have been able to marginalize us, if I may use that word. That's the word that's synonymous when we're talking about Nigeria, particularly the Southeast. But anyway, having said that, I've never ever thought about Dangote. There's something I noticed. because it seemed like about 90% of the IT, the high-tech industrial area, employed by Dangote, most of them are Indians. Does it mean we don't have that capable people to man that position in Dangote refinery? You don't need to Google what I just said. So is
Exactly.
that not part of colonial mentality that we have?
Exactly. Are Indians also our colonial masters? That one of us would decide he will go to India to pick people,
Let me answer
and
this
not one of us.
It's different. It's different.
Okay.
Madam President, I don't know if you were on space today with Mr. Obi. They asked him this question. You know what?
Oh no, I wasn't there.
Okay. They asked him this exactly question. This Dangote that the 90%
Oh, okay.
Violence space
they are from India. So Peter Obi responded. He said the Yaba Tech was funded the same year with the one in India in Bombay, but the one in Bombay today is
that the
one
ITT? The ITT, right? Institute of Technology, right? Okay.
Institute of Technology in Yaba, that's Yaba Tech.
Right.
And the same, he said the Colonial Master was funded the same time with the one in Bombay in India, but the one of Bombay today, is still there existing. He have created millions of millionaires of India, but the one in Nigeria today, I don't think maybe something good is out of it. You see, the problem we are having in Nigeria, we are saying in 1982, in 1986, 1 naira to dollar was $1 to 3 naira. This same European came and told us to devalue our money. So all the experts there said is the best thing to do. So the thing, there's something wrong with Nigeria.
No. See, no. Nigerians, look. That's why I said when people gather for your matter, they mean you. They will use anything against you psychologically, wash everything just to make sure say they want put you under them. So like
all our experts there, they don't even know this thing is going wrong. To devalue your currency,
they know they've been compromised. The ones that can protest, they remove them.
For their home to be productive, I've been sending it to you. You'll be buying for it.
See, they know, like I said, when the things like what I was saying, like China, what happened to China? After it happened to China, everybody did not die, because if everybody died, they wouldn't have been China today. India, Japan would never see for occupy China and nobody there. What I would like after the whole thing and the war ended and there was peace broker, whatever, the people left them alone and never bothered them. They allowed them to grow on their own.
No, see, hold on. They didn't leave them alone. They made them leave them. You see, that's the thing. When they did what they did with North Korea and China, Singapore, all those places, they went on to build a strong nation. They felt like, okay, we know what you're up to, and if you try to try us again, we are going to show you. And they man their people, increase their security posture, and build a very strong nation.
Who won the war?
It doesn't even matter who wins the war. That's the problem.
No. Who won the war?
Whether they lose or won,
Who won the war first?
In the case of North Korea, nobody won. It was a stalemate. In the case of China, you can argue that China won the war because Japanese went on to lose the war with 2 nukes, and India the same problem they had.
Okay, now. So how did Japan now build if China did not leave them alone?
Oh no, Japan built because Americans were with them, and I think it's because of China, because America wanted to a counterbalance to this in China, so they needed Japan to be strong too. You have to be strong to be able to counter China. That's what they do. Like now, they are even offering India all kinds of things too to also counter the stronger China.
The same Japan that America bombed with their Hiroshima bomb.
Yes, that's what happens. You see, and I tell you, the reason why Japan is doing well today, conversely, is because of China. If China wasn't there, America won't see any reason to help Japan at all.
Look, like I said, they left them alone because they were not looking of using their people to develop their own side. You understand? They did not say, okay, no, all Japanese people, we must make sure that you will help us to develop, or you become our slaves, you become under us. They left them alone. It might not be completely to say, okay, do your own, I do my own. No, but they left them alone. Unlike Africa, that they never left alone. They saw the potential in Africa, or they wanted to use Africa to build their own side. So everything, both human capacity, they have to until oil came out. And that's like, this people have oil self. The Morrison will die for this African matter. So
I think where we have a difference of opinion on this to an extent is that you are thinking that it's mostly their will that kept us here.
Yeah, but
it's not just their will. It's also our own lack of will.
No, yeah, exactly.
That put us in this position.
Where we now erred was now after they've done their stuff, no problem. Thank God we have abundance here. It never dried out. Now we're able to even go to their school, understand them. Yet we could not still get that sense. We were still psychologically enslaved to them, believing that God is white, a white man's skin is better than a black man's skin. We were still suffering from
think
that.
About it now. They basically raised us. No, let's look at what happened.
Exactly.
After they came in. After they came in, they took out Ovaronwe, took out this in King Jaja of Opopo, Southern of Sokoto, all of them. They got rid of all those people.
Changed the religion. Changed the religion.
Then what they went on to do is rule Nigeria peacefully for 60 straight years. And by that time, they've had chance to raise about two generations and program them to listen to their this is so we didn't see them as rivals.
That's why I say
did they also try to evangelize? Did they also try to evangelize?
They did all that
in India.
They did all that. No. They did try with India too, but India just wasn't buying it. And
so did they force Africans to accept the religion? That's another thing we need to also ask.
No, it's not forced.
So why do we always make it look like these guys just came with this very malicious intent through religion?
I think we actually after they left was when even the religion even spread even more among, because even before they left, you can even tell that many of our people were still practicing traditional religion even after 1960. But it was after that period that's when Christianity and Islam even spread deeper into the listing of Nigeria.
That's when they colonized India. Nabi, British colonized India.
Yes.
But what did India take? What did India take from them? You said Nigeria, there is not something is not wrong with them. I want to ask you, when they colonized India, what did India take from them? India reject their food, reject their clothes, only take their technology from them, which is education, and they grow with it. But we Nigeria, we take their food, we take their language, we take everything. Look, Nigeria today.
But the thing about India is that India and Pakistan fought a British India. See, I'm trying to explain why there's a bit of a difference. British India in just last century, just before our own independence, which was not long ago, we did not get involved in a big conflict. In short, let's put it this way: a first world conflict in those days. In 1950s, 1940s, we're not involved. That is where the problem is. See, I'm telling you, if you look at Africa, okay, let me give you an example of African countries that were a little bit involved in conflict during that period. South Africa was one of them. And look at South Africa today. It's one of the countries that is exerting its own independence. Look at Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is another one. Zimbabwe fought I don't know whether it's British or which other nation. They fought them just before our own independence. And look at them today, they are still a little bit more strident than most African countries. They want to be independent. So the ones that didn't experience that type of conflict with Europe, Algeria, the same thing. Algeria fought the French, and they were very, very brutal. And the French killed a lot of Algerians. And today they are still anti-French. Algeria is still anti-French today. So it tells you that if you don't experience the generation that they handed over to, if they didn't experience the difficulties that comes from conflict, they don't recognize the necessity to put their differences aside and build a strong nation. I think that is because that's the only pattern I see. The only pattern that seems to make sense.
What about Sierra Leone?
Sierra Leone didn't fight them. That's the problem.
The one they fight themselves, that one was not okay.
Oh no, fight yourself is even more damaging to you. It's when you fight foreigners. That's why when you see kings, when kings see their kingdom is getting divided or nations are getting divided, the kings will declare a war with another nation so that they will unite their nation.
Okay, what about the Benin that fight yourself? What did they get from? What did they
Which one? To the palace? Which one?
The Benin that fight with the British.
Aye. After we fought, they captured the Varonwe and sent him to Calabar, and then they go on to raise two to three straight generations of hold on now. They went on to raise 2 straight generations that called them colonial masters. Look at Ed, is still calling them colonial masters till today. That is what happened.
Why are you using
I'm just
nuances,
explaining
things that don't matter? You're just
I'm just explaining what they did to our head. They got into our head. That's the difference.
Good. That means they never left us alone. They're still in our head.
The issue that
we allowed them to stay there, and I don't think it's necessarily in our control. It's events that shaped it. I don't know whether it's our fault.
And today, what they turn out to what?
The problem. Let me say something about the brother said that they do not force religion on us. Brainwash is not about forcing a religion.
Exactly.
When you are brainwashed, nobody need to tell me now to introduce my children to Christianity. It become a way of life. If you are born in a Muslim family, there is 99% you be a Muslim. If you so called, and if you are a Christian, the 99% chance of your children being a Christian, they do not need to fight you. It's a brainwash. So go and study many books written by those people. They say the way we conquer them is to change their religion and their belief system. And that is a systematic for years. And that will be for 100 years to come. If you and I cannot say, okay, when you can say, it's like beat a child and tell them don't cry. If you cannot come to the level of, okay, the person has so much love you and still treat you and take your resources away and tell you that they are better than you in one way or the other, even when they don't verbalize it, but every action led towards it. And if you don't come to that self-realization that you think somehow you have to be forced to a church, and that is the only way you can say, okay, we are not forced, and you don't see the systematic brainwash behind it that have taken us our word, and then it's still the same thing. Go and look at other history book and go and look
I
at.
see a lot of contradiction here, sir. With all due respect.
Okay.
First, you are alluding to the fact that you, being a Christian, you are brainwashed into the religion. So, what is stopping you from stopping the brainwash?
No, I can deal with it on my own personal level, but even if as I deal with it on my personal level, I do not. I see that it will not. I now tell you right now that even Rudolph the other day that he said he put up disappointing in Jesus. That is what he said. He said he received many calls. That is the part of the conditional brainwash that is systematic to generation to come. So the notion that if I'm not a Christian today or I'm a Christian, that is not going to solve the problem of the whole nation of Nigeria and African countries.
So if you feel like this, if you feel like Christianity was anti-progress for your people because it brainwashed your people, why are you still holding on to it?
I say on personal level, it's what I can.
So if